Chapter 28. Alton's newly rebuilt tower appeared without a sound upon the surface of the vast red planet they knew as Red Fire. Or at least it appeared without a sound that anyone could have heard, over the roaring of the planet's incessant winds. Just like their first visit to this world, Alton and Orley both stared out at the atmospheric violence, and could not help but feel a sense of awe. Fortunately, this time, they had the thick, tempered glass of the new wraparound, Earth-style windows to protect them, even after dropping the protective magic of the Polar Piton's dome, which he did not do right away. Satisfied that all upon the surface was as it had been when they'd first come, now nearly a year ago, the two of them ran down the 4 floors of the new stone-encased steel structure and into its basement, which now sat on the surface of the red planet, and likely counted as a 5th floor rather than a basement, given it was not presently subterranean. Made entirely of steel and titanium mined from Tinpoa, with several layers of insulation between inner and outer shells, the basement served the tower as a base, although one that looked rather like a foot. The basement foot jutted out on one side like a dull metal shoe beneath the leg of the tower. It even had a sock, so to speak, where the stone of the ring wall was visible around its ankle before giving way to the painted black steel and glass above. Obviously, the battlements at the top ended the foot and leg similarities, but the effect was not lost for it, which was why the construction would eventually acquire the marginally inaccurate designation of the boot. In keeping with the mix-and-match quality of the boot's dual-planet technological design and asymmetry, inside the basement there could be found an equally assorted variety of equipment and personages, the lot of which came from locations across Prosperian and Earth, making it therefore an assemblage from across the galaxy. At one end of the rectangular chamber was a square stone construct, which looked as if Alton had ordered a small cottage built in the corner of the space. But it was not. It was a clean room, a teleportation chamber 5 paces square and complete with the standard small wooden door and 2-way window for placing signets and hourglasses, should the need arise. It was a thing obviously and entirely of Prosperian. And as if intending to make things as disparate as possible, in the other corner at the same end of the room was another box, barely a quarter the size of the clean room, which was made of plastic back on Earth. One end of this large crate was open, and inside was a bulky metal contraption that Alton had been told was a diesel generator, which didn't mean anything to him in either language yet. The Earthmen who'd placed it there had attached the big black and red-painted monstrosity to the walls via a connection that met with all that gray tubing Master Sambua had called electrical conduit, and buried in the tower walls. In addition, it had also been attached to a spout in the wall, which the engineer had promised would pipe out the exhaust. It was all in the service of providing electricity, Master Sambua had promised, again joking about Orley's supposed need to have some way to do her hair. Alton's protests about the effects of magic on technology had been dismissed in regards to that machine, and Master Sambua had explained that if the effects of ambient magic did not interrupt a communications badge beyond the occasional static surge, they would likely do nothing to that generator at all. "Think of it as the mechanical equivalent of a donkey or a mule," the engineer had said. "Old-school efficiency at its best. Just in case. And besides, you have solar backup and batteries. You're as powered up as you could want to be. It's just clunky." Alton didn't mind if it was clunky, but he was determined not to rely on it in times of dire need. Still, he could not complain about the possibility that, on those occasions when Orley thought it necessary or useful, she could have electricity. The center of the room was filled with racks and rows of shelves, all bolted to the ceiling and floor, and all braced together with cross members that were also bolted tightly in a network of stability. Each had a set of iron grates, sturdy as gates, with heavy latches to close them tight. It was as if the designers expected the tower and its contents to endure considerable instability. Alton wasn't sure if that was optimism or an indictment of his power. He thought it might be evidence as to their thoughts about his chances for long-term success. His tower had been a heap of stone when the builders saw it for the first time. Either way, he had already filled up the largest share of the shelves with a vast supply of spell regents and devices for various alchemies. The rest were filled with Orly's things. She had ropes and wires and batteries, canisters, cables, and containers of various sizes. She'd filled up one rack with spacesuits, 2 apiece for him and her, and several others in sizes to fit her father, Roberto, the Queen, and a spectrum of other visitors. She told Daulton that he did not want to know how much they cost, and that had been the end of it. He didn't care anyway. She knew better than he did what sort of thing they needed in that arena. She'd filled another whole rack with nothing but assorted earth weaponry, which had actually made Alton nervous. Not that he was opposed to having it, but given how much trouble her own lost laser had caused in Crown City last year, he was concerned about keeping it secure. Had the Queen's assassin not located the man who'd purchased Orly's missing blaster on the black market, who knew what kind of trouble might have come? And yet she'd loaded his tower up with even heavier weapons, the big ones like the soldiers used. Still, in a way, it wasn't technically much different than the rack of swords, bows, and crossbows he had set into the wall between the clean room and the generator, so he could hardly tell her not to add them to their supplies. The remaining portion of the basement, a roughly 30 by 30 space at the toe end of the boot, was left open. For now, it housed only 3 vehicles, one of which was an electric thing on fat black balloon tires, over which Alton was corrected for having called wheels. It had no roof and 4 seats, and Orly told him it was a rover, not a wagon, and assured him it was state-of-the-art. The other 2 vehicles were really small gravity sleds, more for moving cargo than conveyance, but with a good horse and harness, they'd do quite nicely as lorries any day. The remainder of the space was open, left that way by design in anticipation of the unanticipated, including such apparatuses as the disassembled parts of the water saw. And that was why they were here. This was the next part of the mission. They were ready to begin setting up for the final transplant of Yellowfire's heart into the old heart chamber of the slain Red Fire. After a few experiments had been done, Alton's initial test with Atterbury's Gorban Glassblower's cotton meld spell had proven that it did work on liquefying stone. He'd had to take off his ring in order to control the mana flow through the crystals as they were, but that was the only real limitation. While wearing the ring, he kept popping the crystals, bursting them like glass. Without it, however, he could do it fine, and his fears about drawing too much mana with that liquefying stone around were unwarranted. It seemed that in Yellowfire's dormant state, the crystals around his heart did nothing to affect the mana flow. Despite casting in contact with a network of millions of them, Alton had had no trouble at all. He'd even practiced on the incision Dr. Singh was making, merging some of the cut closed. The spell Atterbury had given him worked perfectly. So with that evidence, he was confident he could meld the Heartstone into place on Red Fire as well. Dr. Singh was only a few days away from being finished with the cuts. With that done, all that was left to do was to complete the extraction of the dormant heart, and the matter of a day or 2 to process the cavity. Once they'd done that, they could create the template that would guide the water saw, making the placement of Yellowfire's heart into Redfire's vacant heart chamber a perfect fit. And that was why Alton had brought himself and his team to Red Fire. Professor Bryant was in attendance with the young brothers, Rabin and Prakash, and the 3 of them were loading up the gravity sleds as Alton and Orly arrived. "We're here, then?" the professor asked, making a show of lifting a particularly heavy crate the moment that Orly walked in. He turned sideways and pushed his arm against the corner of the crate so that his barely average-sized bicep would be squeezed to better effect against the plastic lid. "So I guess you need me now." He winked and set the crate down on the sled slowly, presenting his backside in a way that he clearly thought was appealing. It was such an unnatural movement, so glaringly contrived, that Orly couldn't help but look. Which, of course, the professor caught her at. He smiled and winked. "That's right. Get a good look before the envirosuit covers it up." Orly pursed her lips, and her eyes bugged a little bit, but she managed not to laugh. Alton was already on his way to the teleportation chamber, opening the door, so he didn't see a thing. He'd seen enough in the weeks prior, however, and his only comment to her on it had been that he could hardly blame the man. "I made quite a fool of myself trying to impress you too, as I recall." So, beyond the occasional rush of the professor to help her lift items she could have carried one-handed to the sled, they soon had the test and measurement equipment loaded and pushed into the stone box of the clean room. "Ready to go?" Alton asked, once everyone was inside. "This isn't going to scramble my parts or anything, is it?" Rabin couldn't help but ask. The whites of his eyes were more than just visible in his face, and they seemed to glow in the dim light of the big stone box once Alton closed the door. "You've already been through it once, dumbass," Prakash reminded him. "What do you think we just did? What do you think those TGS guys did to the glistening lady back at Neptune when we left from Amphitrite Depot?" To which the other twin nodded gratefully. "Oh, yeah, I forgot about Amphitrite. It's different when you're on a ship that is inside that big black box. Now we don't have a ship, so it's creepier." "Now you have a spacesuit, duh," his brother pointed out. "Don't worry," Orly said in kinder tones. "You do get used to it right away. I mean, there's nothing to really get used to. That's what you get used to. Nothing. It's the best way to travel, really." "Well," said Rabin, still not sounding convinced, "from what I heard, the only reason they built this tower is because the last one came apart during a teleport." He looked nervous then, and turned to Alton apologetically. "No offense, of course, Sir Alton. It's just what I heard." Alton nodded. "It's true, but it was an accident based on a problem we already knew we had. We were too far from Prosperian, and I was unconscious. Orly had to use a fast-cast amulet to get us out, just like the ones I've given all of you. But unlike the ones you wear, the one I had was not made for the distance we had gone. There wasn't enough mana in it, though luckily for us both, only by just a tiny bit." The older brother, by 6 minutes, looked to the younger and smiled triumphantly. "See?" he said. Rabin looked marginally mollified. He couldn't get at his amulet, though, given that it was buried inside his spacesuit helmet like everyone else's was. But he unconsciously raised his gloved hand to the point where his helmet would clip into place anyway. He smiled. It was better hearing it from the Galactic Mage than his brother, he supposed. "All right, let's get the lids on you guys," Orly said. "Check your partners." She helped Alton get his locked on, and waited until she heard it pressurized before putting on her own. She let Alton check the settings, just as she'd shown him how to do, but the professor came over and double-checked, because what can a Prosperian know? Orly grinned at Alton through the rounded glass as the professor made a great fuss about checking her thoroughly front and back. Alton's smile was as amused as hers. The poor fellow. A totally sanctioned opportunity to look her over thoroughly, with Alton approving as he watched. And yet for it all, the view was muddled completely by the bulky mass of the spacesuit. When it was confirmed that everyone was buttoned up and airtight, Alton wiggled his gloved fingers toward Orly and asked her for a glow stick. He'd found that the little crackling chemical lights were fabulous devices for seeing into dark places, like the one they were headed for. He teleported it to where he remembered being before, the place on the massive cavern floor where he'd nearly died, and followed the cast with a seeing spell. Even in the dim green light cast by the glow stick, he could see the dark stains where he had lost a considerable amount of blood. He followed the light to the edges of the jumble where the section of the wall had collapsed after the mining charges Orly planted had gone off. He couldn't quite see up into the huge opening she'd blasted out, but he could trace its outer edges well enough to know he likely couldn't fit the teleportation chamber inside. So he moved his sight back to the flattest spot he could find and set the place in his mind. He came out of the spell and turned to Professor Bryant. "All right," he said. "I've got the place set. Are we ready to go down?" "Go down?" he said, his voice laden with innuendo. He laughed as he glanced back and forth between Orley and Daulton. He was waiting for the reactions that he never got. The two brothers nodded that they were ready, both now quietly expectant if not entirely on edge. Orley nodded as well. "Wait," said the professor, all seriousness this time. "One question before we go."
"Yes?"
asked Daulton. "How far down are you taking us?"
"Oh, I don't know," he answered honestly. "It's very far."
"Oh, shit,"
Orley said to that.
"I can't believe I didn't even think of it."
"That's what you're paying me for," the professor said in a voice that was now low and smooth. He raised an eyebrow and overdid nonchalance.
"Think of what?"
Daulton asked.
"The pressure."
She turned to look at Professor Bryant with widening eyes before she looked back at Daulton.
"Remember when we were falling down that crevice? The long one? And we just fell and fell for what felt like forever?"
He nodded, flinching at the memory.
"How could I forget?"
"Well, do you remember how our spacesuits kept stiffening, and eventually that alarm went off?"
Again he nodded.
"Well, the suits had time to adjust to the pressure. This is going to be instant."
Alton's brow only furrowed for a moment. By the time his brow had unfurrowed, however, Rabin's and Prakesh's frown lines were so deep they looked like tire tracks.
"By Hestra, that's likely a bad thing to go hopping right into, isn't it?"
Daulton said as he noted the twins and their matching chevron-rumpled horror. "We can set the suits for it if we know where we're going," the professor said. "Orley, do you remember how far down it was?"
"No, I never looked. Or if I did, I was too busy freaking out to remember it."
"Well, I can find out easily enough." He went to a stack of crates at the back of the chamber and opened one. He pulled out a small plastic case and opened that. There was a device Daulton didn't recognize inside. The professor pressed a button to activate it, then keyed in a few numbers using a number pad that was large enough to accommodate spacesuit gloves. "Depth measure," he said into it. He waited for a half-second, then said, "Record." He tapped the keys on it twice more and said, 5 seconds, to some prompt that went unseen or unheard by the rest in the dim little room. When he was done, he closed the device back up inside the case with all its lights still on. "Can you send this down there?" he asked Daulton as he brought the case to him. "It's in a box, so it should be fine electronically, right?"
"Well, it's a small box, so the relative area around it is rather tight, but it's likely to be all right. I won't destroy it, I shouldn't think."
"Well, we've got another if you do. 2 is 1, and 1 is none, as we say in my line of work. You don't get much done in the field if you're only one of anything breaks."
"Very reasonable,"
Daulton said, taking the case from him.
"Let's see what happens then."
A moment later, Daulton had teleported what was essentially a high-tech plumb line down into the depths of red fire. A moment right after that, he brought it back. The professor opened it up and read the measurement, which he followed with a long whistle. "Wow," he said. "You guys went that far?"
"How far?"
asked Rabin in echo of his brother, who actually beat him to it that time. 18.6 miles. "Oh, crap," said the twins, still in unison. Watching them react and even noticing the concern in Orley's pretty blue eyes, Daulton suggested,
"We could walk, you know. You plan on using your gravity sled to travel up and down the cliff face when we get inside. You said as much yourself. We could just unload it a few extra times along the way and use it ourselves, like one of your elevators, for some of the larger drops. Or we could simply bring the other one. We've got 2, you know."
He even started moving toward the door to get it, but the professor stepped in front of him with a confident smile. He glanced to Orley and winked, giving the slightest nod, eyes slightly narrowed, lips in a tight, nonchalant smile of supreme confidence. "I've got it," he said as he began setting the controls on Alton's suit. As he worked the settings, he turned a second time to Orley and winked again. "This is what you pay me for."
"We're all going to die,"
said the twins. Chapter 29. The incredible Spectacularo stood upon the creaking stage, playing to a crowd of 6. The small table upon which he'd placed his frayed top hat stood between him and his audience.
"Behold,"
he said, squinting into the lights and looking to see if the bulbous-nosed man called El Segador was there. It was too bright to tell.
"Behold,"
he said again, forgetting he'd just said it. He reached into his hat, muttering as he did the words to a simple illusion spell. When he pulled his hand out, he held by the ears a white rabbit, which wriggled its nose, fanning its whiskers innocuously. As usual, the audience was not impressed, but then the incredible Spectacularo flung the illusionary rabbit out into the audience, where it spread its ears and began to flap them like the wings of a bird. This made the people duck and gasp at first, but then laughter followed as the rabbit flew around their heads. The wizard sang into the illusion the gentle air currents of the flapping wings, and the sound of them, and soon the audience was laughing and clapping as the little rabbit did loops and twirls in the air above their heads. After 2 or 3 minutes of it, he brought the illusion back and had it settled in his arms, where he held it infant-like for a moment before stooping down as if to deposit it somewhere beneath the folds of the tablecloth, which draped to the ground. The people were still clapping when he stood back up, 3 of them standing as they applauded. He tried to smile, but it was all so pathetic it nauseated him. Still, it paid the rent. And for the time, the work kept him out of trouble and out of being vaporized by a rampaging galactic mage, or being dissected by the inquisitive scientists at the NTA. But now he had that damnable El Segador to worry about. The fact that the man had found Anderson was troubling. If he could find him, so could the NTA, assuming they were still looking for him, which he could not confirm. He liked to think he'd made a clean getaway. When the war was over and all the hostile orbs went still and turned gray, the fleet people had come to the prison where all the Prosperian crew from the Aspect had been held. Anderson had stayed among them for the time, even though he could have teleported out, mostly because he'd had no place else to go. But when they came and opened the doors and told everyone they were going back onto a ship and heading home, that's when Anderson had disappeared. Literally. A quick invisibility spell followed by a teleport to the last place on Earth he could recall. A speck of land viewed through a porthole just before the landing craft flew over the walls at Fort Minot. From there, he'd run. He found his way into the back of a horseless wagon a few days later, which he had since learned were called trucks, and one thing leading to another, he got himself well away from Fort Minot. He drifted generally south for several weeks before he found himself here in this place called Des Moines, in an outskirt near the dumps where the dregs lived. The dregs like him. People nobody wanted anymore. But he was nervous after that meeting with El Segador. He knew the people of this world were all blanks, and he could handle himself well enough if he needed to. But they did have a lot of technology, far more than Anderson understood. And the news programs that he watched on what they called the global net suggested that there were already new technologies being made to detect magic as it was being cast. Security companies were selling protection to cowering homeowners who feared losing all their valuables to Prosperian thieves. Global net ads promising security from that threat, and at the same time implanting the idea of it, ran almost constantly. Others warned that magic-using perverts were watching wives and daughters as they bathed. Prosperian pedophiles were only a spell cast away from ruining lives and families. By now! It was an incredible campaign, and the profits were surely pouring into the companies selling the protective devices and insurance policies. Anderson could only shake his head as he watched. He knew a great number of criminals, it was true, but by the noise the Earth people's global net made about it, every Prosperian above the age of 2 would have to be a criminal to justify all that fear. And they'd all have to get here. It was a strange phenomenon, and he found it odd that the people on this world were so easily put to fright. He also thought it odd that, given the way El Segador made him feel, People on Earth weren't at least as afraid of their own as they were of Prosperians. He certainly was. Yet, even with that fear, Anison hadn't left the dregs. He hadn't even ruled out talking to the man. He just hadn't acted yet. His banishment from Prosperian had left him almost anesthetized, and it seemed every day of his life since had happened in a numbing fog, time passing like molasses through an hourglass. It was in that state of absent-mindedness that he looked up at his audience and smiled.
"Oh, you like that?" he said. "Well, here, perhaps Mr. Wiggles should take a bow."
He knelt down, and from a box beneath the table took out the real rabbit Slick Danny had given him. He stood and presented the rabbit to them, gazing upon it with affection he did not feel. He forced himself to coo.
"Oh, look, Mr. Wiggles, they love you."
He walked forward to the edge of the stage and held the rabbit out so that the people in the front row could come forward and pet it. 2 of them did, and with it, the effect of the magic act was set. The flying rabbit had been real. They turned back to the others in the theater and mouthed silent things like, "Oh my God," and "Amazing." The incredible spectacularo bowed, turned with a flourish of his cape, and then put the rabbit back in the box. He glanced off stage to where Slick Danny stood in the wings, nodding with a big smile. This had been his idea, and he hoped it would bring bigger crowds. Anison rolled his eyes, but smiled back at his employer feebly. He faced the audience again and prepared to do his last trick. That's when he felt the gentle pressure in his head. He'd kept up the telepathic block for the entire year since he'd been on this world. There was nobody left he really wanted to talk to. And if Sir Alton Meade found out where he was, Anison was not vain enough to think he'd stand a chance against the man in a fight. Not a 7. And damn sure not a 7 with a Z. So he'd blocked his mind. And in all that time, nobody had bothered to come knocking at all. So the sense of it, so long absent, startled him. What if it was Alton Meade? Perhaps it would be a merciful thing. Lord Thaddeus hadn't lasted a second, from what Anison had heard while aboard the ship. One massive burst of energy, and the dapper lord was little more than blood spray. So, what if it was Alton knocking in his mind? Could it be any worse than whatever El Segador had planned? With a hard swallow, he opened up the mental gate and let the thoughts come through. But whoever it was didn't say anything. There was only the silent presence of someone there inside his mind. Totally unfamiliar to him, but solidly connected. He knew immediately it was a Seer's sense. Seers made the best telepaths, and this one was immensely strong. The contact smooth and even soothing in a way, though paradoxically with a frenetic undertone. "Go on! Go on!" shouted someone in the audience. "What are you waiting for?"
"Turn around,"
finally came the voice in his head.
"My name is Califran. I need to see."
The 2 voices, the one external and the one internal, came simultaneously, and for a moment more he stood there as if in a daze.
"Turn around, all the way around,"
said the telepath he'd let in.
"We can send a teleporter if we can get a proper sense of the place. So look at everything and go slowly. Indirect sight takes time."
"Who are you?" Anison thought back at him.
"Califran. Seer for the Marchioness."
"Are you a Z?" He knew how much power it took to look into a stranger's mind for an indirect sight spell, especially one that reached this far.
"I am. And I've got a few other channelers helping me. And a conduit."
Anison nodded, but wondered why. "Hey, dumbass, do another trick!" someone yelled from the audience. The others shouted in agreement. From just off stage, Slick Danny hissed at him to cast something as well. "What do you want?" Anison asked inside his mind. "I'm not supposed to speak to anyone on Kerr. If the Queen's Diviners catch me, they'll send the Royal Assassin." "You'll be able to hire your own assassin," came a different voice into his head. A familiar one this time. It startled him. The conduit, whose role it was to orchestrate large, multi-magician spells, had obviously brought yet another magician in. Someone Anison knew.
"Who is this?"
Anison asked. A plastic bottle, half filled with fizzing soda, struck him in the chest.
"Hey, wake up, asshole! I paid good money for this!" "I see you're doing very well for yourself there on Earth,"
sent Black Sander, his thoughts as snide as his speaking voice ever was.
"A fine use of your skills."
Anison nearly gushed with relief when he recognized the voice. Sarcasm was the least of his worries.
"Black Sander, for the love of the gods, it is good to hear a friendly mind. I feared you'd been caught or killed."
A second bottle hit him, splashing him with lukewarm beer. "Dude, what the hell?" Anison's rage, the full fill of nearly a whole year, came upon him in a wave, the second time in 5 months, and he lost his temper with the audience. With the utterance of a few brief lines, he hurled the great face of a giant dragon forward from himself. It appeared so suddenly and appeared so solid, so real, the 6-member crowd all screamed at once. Not that anyone could have heard it, for the thunderous roar that came from the dragon's mouth. Along with the roar, he sent a blast of illusionary fire, much like he'd done last time, filling their liquor-soaked minds with more things to be afraid of. The people flung themselves over the back of their seats, stumbling and tripping, falling flat as they tried to straddle and climb over rows. In moments, the theater was empty of patrons again. Black Sander's voice laughed in Anison's head, and there were rumbles of mirth from the others included in the spell as well, one of which felt tainted with a note of instability. The incredible Spectacularo turned to his right in anticipation of the onslaught to come from Slick Danny, surely charging out at him now. But the man was not. He lay face down on the ground instead, unmoving. Anison barely had time to turn back and look to the other end of the stage when the dart hit him in the neck. He reached up and grabbed it with the reflex of one who's just been stung by a bee. He was vaguely aware of Black Sander's querulous thoughts mixing with the seer's tainted ones. Then he slumped forward and fell onto the stage. The last thing Anison saw was a pair of brown leather shoes, polished to a high shine, and standing right before his face. For a moment he stared into them, watching in the reflections as the stage lights faded to black. Chapter 30. Anison woke up slowly, his vision returning bit by bit. As he became aware of that fact, he also became aware of a sharp pain in his throat, like a pin stabbing him. He reached for it, or at least he tried to, and found that he was bound tightly to a chair, straps at the wrist, elbows, ankles, waist, chest, and head. He sat reclined in such a way that he might have been at the barber's for a haircut, or at a healer's for the treatment of a tooth. But he was here for neither. A breeze blew gauzy white curtains into the room at an open window, and on the breeze came the smell of ocean air, and the shrill laughter of seagulls not far away. He strained to turn his head to look, hoping vainly to get his bearings on a planet where he'd been almost nowhere. But he could not. There were 2 padded wedges jammed up against his cheeks, making it so that he could not move his head at all. He might as well have been set in clay and baked in place. He was so securely held. Something beeped faintly behind him, and from time to time he could hear the whirring of some small electrical device or another, familiar in a way, but not so much so that he could name it or its function. Just some thing of earth. To his left there was a long counter with jars and boxes along the wall, and above it cabinets, all of it painted a pale yellow. There were pictures on the wall, done in black and white, depicting men in extremely wide-brimmed hats and wearing strangely studded belts that crisscrossed their chests. The men in them looked proud or triumphant, standing before dirty walls or amongst rocky landscapes, where tufts of scraggly brush and cactus dominated. Panic began to rise, and he quickly started a teleportation spell. But the first word wasn't even fully shaped before his throat constricted painfully, instantly, his neck and face and upper chest all contracting with the violence of electricity. It stopped almost as quickly as it began, and he lay there panting, the pinprick in his neck throbbing. His head hurt so badly he could hardly keep from vomiting, and he was dimly aware that if he did, he would likely drown in it. A door that he could not see opened, and someone came in, a man with brown skin and brown eyes and a very serious look on his face. He wore a wide mustache like the men in the pictures did, though he wore a neatly cut suit of the sort that was in fashion with the well-to-do on earth, a dark brown jacket and shimmering fabric worn over a shirt that nearly matched the yellow of the walls, and shiny slacks to match the jacket. The man peered down at Anison lying there, and smiled a wide smile that rounded his cheeks to the point where they shone a little in the sunlight coming through the window. He said something in a language Anison had not learned, though Anison did catch the phrase, El Segador. The man patted Anison on the cheek, affectionately, as he might a prize racehorse, and then left the room, calling out names that Anison had never heard. Anison tried to cry out, but just as when he'd started the teleportation spell, his face and neck and chest were once more racked by electrical agony. He tried to stop speaking, but in the pain of it, he had a hard time stopping the rasping gah that came out on its own, perpetuating his suffering. And so it went, until somehow, without really any volition of his own, the sound in his throat stopped, the muscles having finally seized too tight to vibrate any more. He lay there panting, tears running from the corners of his eyes. He closed them and tried to calm himself. He tried to remember what had happened to him. He remembered the rabbit, and that someone had reached him telepathically. Black Sander had been involved. It hurt his head to think of it. In a few hazy moments he recalled it all, and he immediately sent out a telepathic call to the strange seer again, intent on finding Black Sander and begging for help. Black Sander could come get him. He sent the request across the mana stream, sent on waves of terror and absolute urgency. He pushed rather brutishly against the mind of the man whose thoughts he'd only ever touched once, the Z-class seer who had found him across all that space. On Prosperian, his approach might have gotten him a reprimand from the Seers Guild, whose bailiwick telepathy was. As he concentrated on the thoughts he sent, as he hung there in impatient misery, he noticed the whirring growing more incessant from the back of the room. No sooner had this thought struck him than the door opened again. In came 2 women and 3 men, 2 of whom he recognized. One was El Segador, and the other was the man in the brown suit with the wide mustache. One of the women went around him and disappeared, but he could hear the now familiar sound of someone tapping on the glass panel of a computer console. He'd been on this miserable world long enough to recognize that.
"He's trying to use it," she said. "Look at all this activity, only partly in the frontal cortex. It's all down here, like base functions."
"Well, stop it," demanded El Segador. "You were supposed to have said it for that."
The second woman, wearing a white coat that hung to her knees, came forward and touched something just out of sight behind Anison's chair. Again came the painful electrocution in his throat. His face cramped, and he jerked about in his restraints, until after a few seconds she released whatever it was she'd touched. The man in the brown suit was laughing, and he came right up and leaned down into Anison's face. He smelled like cigar smoke, and tattoos ran all the way up his neck and wrapped around his ears. Small X's had been inked at the outer corners of his eyes, 3 on the right, 2 on the left. He said something else in the language Anison didn't understand. He patted him on the face again, not quite a slap, once more like a fine thoroughbred. He stood up and spoke to the woman, then said something else to El Segador before he went out. He could not possibly have looked happier.
"If he likes you,"
said El Segador.
"He says it's been a long time since he had a gringo he liked."
"Well, damn it,"
said the woman in the white coat next to him. El Segador looked up with the question in his eyes. She saw it, then directed his gaze downward with her own. He laughed and shook his head as he looked briefly at Aniston's lap. "You pissed yourself already, Prosperian? We're hardly even started yet." Chapter 31. Alton leaned forward, the spotlight of his spacesuit shining into the hole that the professor had cut out with the machine, cut straight into the cave wall where the old heart chamber had been. Water still ran out of it as he looked, and Professor Bryant was accepting compliments from the team about how perfectly this hole matched the readings, or at least the partial readings, taken from Dr. Singh's carefully excised heartstone back on the moon where Yellow Fire was. The crystal bed in which Red Fire's heart had lain, prior to Orley blowing it to pieces with mining explosives, was laid bare and ragged by the blast. The plain stone, the rocky components that made up the planet prior to its having become host to a hostile, was visible in places, particularly where they'd had to excavate room for the water saw and its mounts prior to beginning. They knew from the work on Yellow Fire that the barest tip of the heartstone would need to touch this rocky stuff, but all of the rest of Yellow Fire had been nestled into the liquefying stone. This was going to be a problem that had to be resolved. Before they'd started the cut, Professor Bryant and his team had concluded that the crystal bed here would need to be regrown before the transplantation would work. "It's dead," he said. "And I mean dead, not dormant dead. In fact, I'll bet Orley and the whole Glistening Lady crew a massage and a steam bath that the circuit is open right now, in a way it isn't open back on Yellow Fire. Look." He made his point by pointing a laser at the crystals all around, and to Alton's and Orley's horror, it acted differently. As in, it shone right through them. Altered some by the dull gray of the crystals, sure, but it went right on through. The crystals might as well all have been formations of quartz or salt. Live liquefying stone didn't work like that. Light went in, but it didn't come out. At least not exactly. Not like that. The dead crystals on Yellow Fire hadn't either. They had no glow, but they didn't let light right through. They'd just been sort of dull. Professor Bryant had then taken a small hammer off of his tool belt and tapped the tip of a long crystal a few times. A portion broke off, and bits of what remained turned to powder like crushed glass. He looked up and grinned. "See? Someone owes me a steam bath and some shoulders time," he said. Alton had grown very nervous at that point. He went to the broken shard of crystal and pressed a finger to the powdered part. It stuck like sand to his glove. He studied it for a moment, and then harumphed. What did it mean? Clearly that something was different. So now what? Was it going to work? And that was the conversation, now that the hole was cut, ready for Yellow Fire's heart. Or nearly ready. Now they had to figure out what to do about the difference. They had to fill that space where the explosives had cleared the crystals away. But should they cut out more crystal from Yellow Fire and transplant that too? Or should Professor Bryant actually regrow the crystals that were already here to fill the space? He'd said he could do it. Now they were going to have to decide. "Well, a perfect cut," the professor concluded. "So now you people just need to tell me which it's going to be. Transplanted crystal or regrowth. I can set up a containment field on the open areas, and we can make a bed for it right here. Now that we can actually study the damn things, we've found the valence shell, and it's not really any different than any other crystals from there." Alton knew better than to ask what that meant, and he relied entirely on Orley to decide.
"So we have no way to know if these crystals are any different than those back on Yellow Fire?" Orley asked, standing beside Alton and staring into the opening. "What if there is some subtle difference between male and female? What if there's a huge difference?"
The professor climbed out of the water saw's cab, splashing into the runoff as he jumped from the last rung of the short ladder bolted to its side. He came over and looked into the hole with them. "What an incredible cut, if I do say so myself. I've done an outstanding job here. I have to tell you all.
I thought this cut was based on a template created by the cut Dr. Singh made back on Yellow Fire, Alton said. Wasn't one of the main purposes for this particular machine being employed that it could trace a pattern with absolute accuracy, essentially on its own?
Listen, Meade, I don't piss in your oatmeal, so you don't piss in mine, okay? Alton wrinkled up his face and looked to Orley, who was barely holding in a laugh as he said,
I have absolutely no idea what that means.
The professor moved on to Orley's question anyway. Like I said, I can't study that other stuff. The Heartstone, anyway, at least not much. So your guess is as good as mine. I suspect when we pull that out all the way, the gray crystals on that moon are going to get just like these, delicate and breakable. But that doesn't change anything. At some point, somewhere, material from there is going to have to come together with what is here, which means you need to decide which part and where. Are we crating all this equipment back up and taking it back to Yellowfire for a skin graft? Or are we growing these to fill in the gap? Either way, the semester is going to start in a few weeks. I'm going to have to go back or burn my sabbatical. Orley looked irritated by that.
Well, I think you need to worry more about Blue Fire and Yellow Fire than whether or not you might have to use up your vacation time.
Hey, it's not vacation. Sabbatical is serious business. We save that for serious research.
How is this not research?
Well, that's true, he said. I just need something to bitch about because this is all going so well. Alton shook his head, having difficulty understanding the man. But Orley was not put off in the least.
Well, let me ask you a question, then,
she said. By all means, he replied, sending Alton a look that suggested he'd just won some kind of victory.
Do you love your parents?
My parents? It was the professor's turn to frown. What do my parents have to do with anything?
Do you love them?
Of course I do.
Are they still with us? And healthy?
They are. My dad can still shoot his age on the golf course, and Mom is doing cutting-edge research at a lab in Shanghai.
Good,
said Orley.
Then tell me this. If Blue Fire was your mother, and Yellow Fire was your father, and this thing that we are doing was meant for them, which would you do? Transplant crystals from Yellow Fire, or grow new ones here?
Well, if it was my dad back on Earth, we'd just grow him some new skin. Like I said, it's easy once you have the whole genetic code, which we do.
But what about the fact that the light is going through them, and the shattering part? That's not caused by the same code as what's on Yellow Fire.
The professor's countenance became strictly serious again, like it did when he was focused fully on the work at hand, and not trying in his awkward way to flirt. Well, you have to leave something for life to do. Like I said, I think all this is something like an electrical circuit. He waved his arm around above his head. When you blew up Red Fire's Heartstone, you opened the circuit and killed the power source, including the auxiliary. I realize it's only a guess, but it fits the evidence pretty well. Your magical boyfriend there says the yellow stones on Blue Fire are all fired up all the time, even when they are pulled out and removed from the planet entirely. Yellowfire's work there on that moon, but in his dormant state they only barely function. They may be dead in terms of all that magical amplification business, but I think they are still looping his dormant energy. That's what I'm calling auxiliary. Here, they're entirely dead. To me it seems pretty obvious, even if we can't really measure the current or whatever it is anywhere. Yellowfire is going to need the power source and closed loop. That's how I see it. But the only way I can prove it is to try the transplant and see if it all turns on. I have no idea what really binds it all. That whole bit about the stones working independently throws a big question mark in the middle of everything. But I'll stand by my hypothesis until we come up with a better one.
My magical boyfriend is also your employer, you know. The one who's opened up this opportunity for you to be here on this never-been-tried-before research. Show some respect.
He actually took a step back from her unexpected response. Hey, no offense. I was just saying, don't get cranky on me just because this is all frustrating. She closed her eyes and took a breath. It was all frustrating. Everyone present could feel it. She returned to her earlier line of inquiry.
So, to be clear, if this was your father, and his life and your mother's were at stake, you would grow the crystal bed around the heart rather than transplant additional crystal?
Well, my mother wouldn't ask to be killed if my dad was dead, he said. She'd be heartbroken, but she's actually pretty happy with her work. She'd get through it. He'd want her to. Orley's right eye started twitching, but the geologist saw it and amended his reply. But yes, I would grow them. I know we can produce identical crystals to those that are here. There's no such guarantee that the crystal bed back on Yellow Fire will match these. In essence, moving them here would be like transplanting 2 organs instead of 1. Twice the opportunity for rejection. Again, that is my guess. But you asked, so that is what I would do.
I agree, chimed in the professor's assistant, Dr. Walters, over the comm.
She was in orbit, up on the glistening lady, using the ship's computers to assist with the work.
Geologically speaking, it's solid. Not sure about how it plays for resurrecting life, but he's right about the rest. How long will it take,
Orley asked,
to grow a crystal bed over all that?
She pointed to the blown-out area all around them where the planetary rock was exposed. Probably longer than you want, said Professor Bryant. 3 months, maybe 3.5. We can do some things to try and speed it up, but this is a lot of space to cover. And they are big. Orley's body moved with the magnitude of a mighty, decisive breath.
Fine, she said. If you both think that's the way to go, then that's the way to go.
She turned toward Alton and put her hands on her hips, staring up at him through the dome of the helmet glass.
So there you have it. Her Majesty asked that we get all our ducks in a row. Well, now we have them. We have a hole. We have the heartstone cut loose and ready to be moved. You have the transmutation spell you need, and the professor and Dr. Walters agree that they can regrow the crystal bed around it all. The only thing left is to convince Her Majesty that it is enough. She's even less inclined to science than you are.
Hey, he protested. I'm perfectly inclined to science, and I learn more and more every day.
She smiled. It was true.
I know. I'm just trying to make a point.
Well, if you want something to be worried about, you should be thinking about how we're going to get past the wedding obstacle with Her Majesty. She fully intends to hold our happiness hostage for whatever it is she really wants.
You know what?
Orley said, sounding suddenly completely at ease in that regard.
It's been so many months now, and Kettle is still not ready for it, and Perny is clearly not coming home any time soon. If all I have to do is wait another year for a ring and an official document, well, then so be it. If that's what it takes to safeguard Bluefire's life at this point, I'm fine with that. I've already corrupted you, and your honor is surely ruined as far as the purpose of all that delay anyway. I already have what I want.
She grinned up at him, and saw that he was blushing beneath his helmet, and making a rigid point not to look around. She even spared a glare for the professor while Alton recovered himself.
Well,
said Alton, changing the topic to one more suitable for public discourse,
you are quite right about Kettle and Perny, but I should think that—
He paused and looked around the chamber filled with what amounted to broken liquefying stone.
We ought not to mention that you've become suddenly so accommodating to Her Majesty's request.
He grinned at her.
I think I've just realized the one thing that will motivate her to give her permission immediately, so long as you don't tip our hand.
Orley wasn't quite sure what he had in mind, but she did like the confidence in his voice.
Well, then, let us get to it,
he said. He turned to the professor standing there.
You heard my lady. Get to your project. We'll go see if we can get the last thing we need, the sanction of 2 worlds.
Alton teleported himself and Orley out of the cavern directly to the lowest level of his tower, the boot, as it had become known by the science team. They took off their spacesuits, and while Orley ran upstairs to put on something that won't cause scandal on Prosperian, as she'd said, Alton spent a moment checking the area down below the surface, making sure it was still clear for the clean room. It was, so he sent the little room down to its designated resting place near the heart chamber, where they had been working for weeks. Satisfied it was in order, he checked the jar of fast-cast stones on the shelf near where the teleportation chambers sat when it was in the boot. There were still 3 of the small garnets inside the jar, none of them worth much for jewelry, but all perfectly suited for storing simple magic spells. If broken, Any of the three would send the stone box down into the caverns of red fire, precisely as Alton had just done. And inside the chamber he'd just sent was a corresponding bowl in which resided 4 little blue sapphires, each of which would bring the box back to the boot. He figured that would be plenty for the team, should they have need to move back and forth while he and Orly were gone. With those precautions taken, he ran up after Orly and found her waiting for him on the battlements, staring out into the blowing sand of the red world as she brushed her hair, still short in the style of Earth, which Alton simply adored.
"You get them all set up?"
she confirmed as he came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist.
"I did,"
he replied, though it was muffled in the kisses he placed upon her neck.
"I'm still nervous about leaving them down there like that with us gone. Well, with you gone."
She turned in his arms and faced him, looking up into his eyes.
"They're fine, I promise. They have 4 sapphires in the box to come back with, and they've got 3 garnets to go back down. You know Her Majesty has a short attention span when it comes to the technical details, so we'll make sure to bore her into agreement and then come right back."
She smiled.
"Are you saying I'm boring when I talk about this stuff?"
"Oh, yes. It's dreadful when you start quoting readouts and things. I sometimes think I might have to cast a silence spell on you."
She gasped and shaped indignation on her face.
"How dare you, Alton Meade? Don't you ever, or I'll—"
"You'll what?"
"Well, just try it and see."
He smiled devilishly and kissed her, and for a time he let his hands roam freely. The rise of her breathing matched his own, and he had just begun to push her toward the floor when Orly's comm button beeped, and Roberto's voice came over it. "Hey, we can see you guys down there, you know. That magic lid of yours is see-through." Alton gasped and pushed away, looking up through the transparent barrier of his polar piton's perfect parabolic protection shield. All he could see were the whirling clouds of endlessly red atmosphere.
"You pervert!"
Orly said as she tapped the comm button to transmit.
"Don't you have enough hot chicks to look at up there as it is?"
"Who says you're a hot chick?"
They could both hear him laughing.
"You know what I mean. Don't make me kill you the next time I come up there."
"Who says I'll let you back on my ship?"
"You do see who's standing next to me, right, Captain Voyeur? I pretty much go where I want these days, so you better just watch it."
"Oh, I was watching it. That was the problem. I thought I might throw up, so I said something."
"Oh my God, you are going to die."
She was smiling, however, despite Alton still looking rather uncomfortable about having nearly been caught.
"Hey, you guys are the ones who told me to monitor everything from up here."
That was true enough.
"Hey, speaking of that, make sure you do. Keep a close eye on those guys in case they need you for anything. Alton and I have what we need to go talk to the Queen."
"Yeah, Stacy told me. Good luck. But you know she's going to make you guys wait to get married, right? You're going to have to keep doing it in scene. Hopefully not where I have to watch."
Alton turned nearly purple at that, though Orly didn't even bat an eye.
"I know. Alton has something planned."
She looked up at him with eyebrows raised expectantly.
"At least I think he does."
"I do,"
he said, his neck blotchy as if with some strange blood disease. Orly laughed, then smiled up at him.
"Hey, who else is that with you anyway?" Roberto asked. "Who came back up an hour or 2 before you guys did?"
"What do you mean?"
Orly asked.
"We don't have anyone else up here."
"Hate to break it to you, lover girl, but yes, you do. There's someone right there with you. Or at least—"
He paused, and the feed cut off for a second. "Someone 7.3 yards southwest of where Alton is standing. I'm looking at his heat signature right now. Not as hot as you two were a minute ago, but they're plain as day. I can't get a visual through this storm." They both looked in the direction Roberto had given them. If there was someone there, whoever it was had to be standing outside the dome of the polar piton's shield, out in the fury of the winds and blowing sand. Orly shook her head.
"Are they moving?"
"Nope. Hasn't moved since it popped up. Just standing there."
She went right up to the battlement and leaned against the cool, black-painted steel crenel that had replaced the stone ones that had been there before the tower accident. She peered through the Polar Piton's shield out into the wind, but she still couldn't see a thing.
"How much did you pay for that ship again?" she asked finally. "You might want to take the sensor modules back under warranty."
734 billion, and the sensors are just fine. Dude, I'm looking right at it. You can't see through that garbage blowing out there, but I can. There's someone there. Or something. Temperature says human. It's plain as day.
"One sec,"
she said. She frowned at Alton, who glanced up at her long enough to see it before staring out into the wind again. The winds were especially bad just now. He started a seeing spell shortly after, as Orly went running off down the stairs. She came back with a pair of binoculars and dialed up the infrared. She raised them up and gasped immediately after.
"Holy shit!"
she said.
"Yeah, see, that's what I've been trying to tell you," Roberto said over the comm.
"But what is it? It's too small to be human."
"It's the right temperature," Roberto said again. "Look at your reading. The static charge in the wind is probably just messing with it some. Thank God, too, because I really wouldn't have wanted to watch you two going at it a minute ago in high definition. Your panting-ass heat signatures were bad enough."
She ignored him and checked the temperature reading. He was right. Definitely human. She turned to query Alton, but his eyes were closed, his vision now beyond the tower in a seeing spell. Though not for long. A moment after, they sprang open as if on a spring.
"By the gods!"
he exclaimed.
"What is it?"
both Orly and Roberto asked, nearly simultaneously.
"It's Titaman's decanter, the one that I sent out there to test the gravity the day we arrived."
Orly wrinkled up her pretty face.
"You mean the little wound-up palm trees thing with the spinning lid?"
"The very same."
Chapter 32. Perny's hands trembled as she tried to pour the oleander extract into the small glass vial. Adding to her difficulty, she could hardly see. She'd been dizzy since, well, pretty much ever since the first dose of the stuff 3 months back. The poison that had been Seawind's bitter antidote to the sugar shrimp joy, apparently. She knew that wasn't exactly true, but the time of his announcing it was time for her to build immunity sure coincided with that day of sweet discovery. All she knew for certain was that it made her feel sick most of the time, and the world got to tilting and whirling sometimes. But it wasn't as bad as it was yesterday, and that had been better than the day before, and so on. The oleander oil was the last to go in as she mixed it. They called it Fein Gossa, which translated roughly to the flavor of 9 hells. Jovive said it was all poisons and none, whatever that meant. They'd taught her how to mix it herself a month after they'd started giving it to her. She hated that they made her take it, but it thrilled her to see it at work. They only gave her the barest portions to practice with, at least at first, but recently they'd let her have as much of it as she wanted to take with her when she went out exploring on her own. She'd taken to trying it out on the way to the beaches she haunted, finding things to kill with it simply to watch it work. So, as she often did, out she went into the jungle, intent on having a bit of fun with it again. She started small at first, coating her knife blade and flipping it through the air at a little monkey climbing in a tree. She aimed for its back leg carefully, wanting the poison to do its work, and of course by now her aim was startling.
"The truest sort of killer you are,"
Jovive had said to her one day.
"Forged by the old gods, no doubt."
So the monkey fell, and Perny ran over to watch it. It flopped down on its back and stared up at her, little brown eyes wide, its mouth opening and closing, as if gasping for air, or perhaps wanting to scream in agony. But no sound came out. The poison was wonderful that way. The extract of cottonwood was for that, the essence of muffling, augmented, of course, by elven magic. Its little gray limbs twitched, tiny black fingers opening and closing like a little beggar after alms, its mouth opening and closing as well. Perny cocked her little head and studied it, her own mouth moving to mirror what she saw. shaping its unspoken words until finally it was still, looking now into eternity through wide, staring eyes. Death was interesting enough, she supposed, but dying was spellbinding. She jerked her arms out of the big pack she wore on her back and threw open the flap. Tipping it over, she dumped Nod out, the insect rolling out in a ball. Perny sent it a thought to uncurl it, and sent after that thought the idea of food, projecting an image of the little monkey lying there. Nod unwound hastily, and in moments he had sucked out the monkey's eyes. Still needing to walk, given her dizziness, she sent a telepathic poke into the insect's mind again, the promise of pain, and it rolled right back up again. She almost never had to hurt it any more, which was good. She didn't like being mean. She rolled him back into her pack and put it on again. Jovive said carrying him around was good for her, and would make her strong. She told the old assassin that she would do so, but the truth was, she was too unstable to ride him very well these days anyway. The poison put her in a perpetual cloud of semi-nausea and random waves of vertigo. She didn't want to admit to being weak. She was too close to the test now. If she could kill the orc, she could go home. She hated to admit it to herself, but she was losing hope for finding a suitable seamount. She'd spent months and months chasing creatures around, teleporting across the water at them, teleporting out of their teeth sometimes. Oh, how salt water did sting when something bit into her, but never finding one with mind enough and magic enough to properly communicate. She would have asked Jovive why that was, for the creatures on land with magic were certainly abundant enough, but she didn't want help for that. She was Sava Anlansum, and they kept telling her that she must find the way for everything.
"That is your great power,"
Seawind said time and time again. But she didn't think she was going to find a way to find a sea creature any more, at least not with her whole heart. And the time was getting close for killing the orc. She would kill it with her new poison, or at least she would once she could see straight again. She pulled her knife out of the monkey's leg and wiped the blood off on its fur. After carefully coating the tip and edges with Fane Gossa again, she pushed the knife back into its sheath. She headed onward, this time to a beach well north of the little network of caves she'd been living in since coming here. The little network of caves that seemed only to hold herself and Jovive, and Seawind when he came. She never saw any other elves, only the hunters when they showed up, but that was only occasionally now. Once a month, and never anyone knew. She still hadn't seen a woman among them, not a girl of any kind. It was as if there were no female elves at all. Only Jovive stood for her sex here, and she would tell Perny nothing about the lady elves. Nothing. As if it were some deep, dark secret to be guarded from everyone, even the Sava Anlansum. Some bodyguard Perny would be if they didn't tell her anything. She came upon a narrow animal trail that would take her up a long incline. It led to a particular cliff that she intended to climb down and gain access to a hard-to-reach beach. She'd seen a number of large horned manatee-like creatures down there a few times before, and she thought she might try taming one of them. She scrambled up the trail and was just about to leap over a few groping lengths of vile ivy, the name earned for its painful acidic burn, when a single pop of a twig sent her diving under it instead. The rotting meat stench of the Lataka Kosik's breath blasted her as its giant teeth snapped shut with a mighty clack, right where her head had been a half instant before. She looked up long enough to see it towering above her, a bipedal dragon, the same as those she discovered on that first day, the day she'd first chased the hunt, and then the bugs like Knot had chased her. That seemed so long ago now. This Lataka Sokik stood 4 spans high, and was 12 more from nose to tail. It snapped at her again as she muttered the 2 words for a teleport, which placed her behind it, crouched less than a pace away. She ducked its tail as it spun on her, drawing her little obsidian knife. Its head shot forward again, the mouth wide enough that she might have stood upright in it upon its tongue and not bumped her head on its jagged teeth. 2 more words, and she was on its back. She jammed her knife into the soft spot right beneath its stubby little wings, a little pocket like an armpit, the tender hide barely as thick as shoe leather. The elven blade slipped through it easily, and Purny gripped its little wing in her fist as the great creature went into thrashing fits trying to get at her. Its eyes widened a moment after, flaring as if in surprise. Then the creature went stiff. It tipped over and crashed into the brush, coming to rest against the base of a large tree, which was the only thing that prevented it from rolling down the slope. Despite her blurred vision and a mild surge of vertigo, Purny managed to stay atop it. She scrambled around it as it fell, and ended up standing upon its ribs when it came to rest. Once it was still, she slid down to stand on its neck. Just like she had with the monkey, she tilted her little head and watched as the Latakasokis seemed to try to speak. Its great jaws hinged and unhinged, making shapeless words whose only sound was the rustling of the brush beneath the monster's head. Then it, too, was dead, staring out at nothing. Purny thought Not would really enjoy eyes as big as that, nearly as big as cough-rat eyes, which were Not's favorite treat. The monster's head was too heavy for Purny to lift, and it was too large and dense for her F-class teleport to flip, so Not had to suffice with the one eye for now, though Purny thought it would be fun to start hunting Latakasoki now. If she'd known how easy it would be, she'd have done it earlier. No wonder the elves had made such quick work of those that had surrounded her in that pool. She debated going back down the slope and looking for more, but decided to stick with why she'd come. She was still a little wobbly on her feet, and didn't want to risk a mistake. She wasn't sure she'd be so lucky if she came across 2 or 3, and they did hunt in packs regularly. She decided climbing down the cliff was a safer bet, and so she continued toward her original goal, eventually making it to her destination and standing atop the cliff, looking out over the sea. The sun was well above her now, and the sky was perfectly clear. She felt like she could see forever, as she stood there in the wind, her long hair shimmering like a golden flag flowing out far behind her as she watched, and in her way, waited patiently. Somewhere out there was Kerr. Somewhere out there was Master Alton, Sir Alton, and, of course, Orly Pewter, too. Assuming she wasn't Orly Mead now. Purny hoped she wasn't. She thought about trying to get a hold of Master Alton and asking, or even trying Forty Nomstacker, whom she knew from her brief time at the magic school. His was the only other mind she knew, though his mind had always had something about it that made her uncomfortable. But there was no point in trying either of them. She'd already tried 100 times. Nobody answered her. It was as if no one could hear her from this place. That thought kicked her out of the reverie, for it was, at least in essence, why she had come to the cliff in the first place. She looked down toward the beach 200 spans below, but there weren't any of the fat creatures that looked like manatees down there. She hoped that they would come, though, especially the big ones with the great clawed flippers and the forward-facing horns. They shot those horns like spears from their foreheads when they fought. She thought those creatures might have magic in them, if she could just once find one close enough to be in reach of her teleport. They were so skittish, it seemed. She sighed as she looked down the rock face. The wind blowing up it slicked the black rocks wet with mist from the crashing waves. Before she could even form the thought, she teetered where she stood. It was vertigo caused by the poison in her veins, not by the height she was looking down from. She held no fear of altitude, though she was not keen to fall and be smashed upon the rocks. She debated letting Not climb down for her, but she doubted she'd be any better off trying to balance on his narrow sides as he tacked his way back and forth down the side. She definitely didn't want to try it straight down, standing only on his rump. She'd be better off climbing down on her own. She checked to make sure her spear was firmly strapped to her pack, then belted the pack around her skinny little waist as well. Tightening the shoulder strap so it wouldn't move about, she lay flat on her belly, then turned around feet first and scooted her legs over the edge, folding herself at the waist. Her toes probed for purchase on something, some little edge, some protrusion of any kind. She was, and essentially always had been, an exquisite climber, so she didn't need much. She found one, and with it gently pushed herself down, holding onto a crag near the top. Shortly after, she was fully upon the face of it, glad for having gotten over the edge, for that was the difficult part when climbing without a rope. She clung there like a tiny four-legged spider and looked down, searching for the next purchase for her feet. Her hair blew wildly around her face, the golden flag seemingly torn to tatters and whipping all around. She shook her head to throw it all back somewhat uniformly into the wind. And just like that, she was falling. She could see the edge of the cliff slipping away as she plummeted, a glimpse of perfect blue sky. Arcing her head back, she looked for the ground instead, deciding in that instant whether to teleport back to the top or wait until she was in range of the beach. She hadn't tried timing a jump like that before, if the teleport she'd need could be called a jump, but somehow in the calm of that plunge it came to her that the bottom was an option too. So she curled up her knees briefly as she tipped her head way back, looking as far around toward the beach as she could. Her body followed her gaze, and she gently rolled over, at which point she flattened herself out into the fall again, now looking down at the rocks and sand. They seemed to be hurtling up at her. She twisted and glanced toward the water, looking for a good spot to land. She had to wait the split second until she was in range. She could only teleport 50 spans, and even with the short 2-word version of the spell, timing would be everything. She wished she wasn't so dizzy now. The craggy black shapes of the rocks were almost upon her when she barked the 2 words out, and then she was standing on the sand. Her little chest rose and fell rapidly as she blinked down at her feet. She'd done it. She looked around a little wildly, staggering as a wave of vertigo hit, poison and the descent combined. Then she looked back up to where she'd just come from, and laughed. With a quick glance around, seeing that there were no great magic manatees around, she trotted back to the cliff, where she began to climb with a huge, ecstatic smile. She wanted to do that again. Chapter 33. Orly drew her blaster and pointed it where Alton indicated he'd be teleporting the decanter to. He directed her to move down the stairs a ways so she could have cover, or a head start, if there was need for a getaway.
"Don't shoot, though," he said. "Only if I tell you to."
"Or if something jumps out and eats his head," Roberto added over the comm. "That's not funny," she said. "Just trying to lighten it up," Roberto said. "You two are making me nervous with all that readiness. We all know you can't shoot for crap, Orly, and Alton just said you guys had that thing with you when you got here the first time. Alton put it there himself." "Yes, well, it didn't have life signs then," Orly said. "So something is happening." "Did you look?" Roberto asked. He had, after all, been the one to point out that it was radiating human body temperature. "I mean, before you put it there to begin with." Alton glanced up at Orly upon hearing that. It was a good point. "Well, no," she admitted. "I hadn't thought of that." "Well, that's all I'm saying. You guys are making me nervous, and whenever you pull a gun, I get this overwhelming desire to run and hide." She let herself grin and started to come back up the stairs, but Alton held up his hand.
"No, just in case. He's probably right, but a little caution costs us nothing."
She nodded, and he began the teleport spell that would bring the decanter up to the battlements. Casting took him barely beyond a second, and then there it was, sitting right before him on the flagstones, a tall, slender thing made of clear crystal, shaped like a pair of palm trees that have wound round and round one another as they grew. The stopper was made to look like leafy palm fronds, sharp spikes of flat green glass that had spun freely with the force of the wind, and it continued to do so even after it arrived, though it was clearly losing momentum now that they were out of the storm. Orly shifted her grip on the blaster as Alton watched the decanter, prepared to send it right back out if he had to. He glanced up at her, then right back, both of them anxious to see what might appear, if anything. Slowly, the little palm frond stopper stopped turning, and at last the thing was completely still. Nothing else happened.
"Wasn't it empty before?"
Orly asked. With the movement of her head, she directed his attention to the fact that it was full to the top with a gray-green liquid of some kind.
"It was," Alton agreed.
"So what is it?"
"I have no idea."
"You know," said Roberto, cutting into the tension in the tower's inner atmosphere, "for being the big-shot wizard on Prosperian, I have to say, you say that a lot. I thought you read books all the time."
"I do," he said. "But it seems the more I read, the less I know. It's like every new book simply reveals the existence of whole new stacks of information that I also haven't learned."
"Well, that's not very useful right now."
"No, it's not."
"So what do we do with it?"
Orly asked.
"Do you take it to Dr. Leopold and have it defined? Or maybe Ocelot?"
"I've had about all of Ocelot I can stand," Alton said. "But I'll get it to the doctor when we get time. For now, let's stick to the mission and go speak to the Queen. Whatever this is, it has been sitting up here this long, so I'm sure it will be fine waiting a little longer for Dr. Leopold."
"Maybe you should put it back out there," Roberto suggested. "Just in case, you know. Like the wind or something in the atmosphere was working like a refrigerator on that thing. Whatever is in there might just need to warm up before it comes shooting out and opens up a whole new can of whoop-ass that nobody really needs right now."
"It was in Titeman's collection," Alton said. "I doubt it harbors some awful monster or some unspeakable plague. He was not the sort of man to leave something like that lying about on a window-sill."
To prove his faith in that idea, he went to it and picked it up. It was warm to the touch.
"Interesting,"
he said. He really wanted to open it, but resisted the temptation.
"Well, then let's go,"
Orly said.
"I want to get this discussion with Her Majesty over so we can get yellow fire on the road to recovery. Do what you're going to do with it, and let's start moving."
Alton's jaw worked back and forth for a time, and then he closed his eyes. A moment after, the decanter vanished from his hand with a pop of collapsing air.
"Where'd it go?"
Orly asked.
"I put it back where it's always been, in Titeman's window, right where he himself left it last."
"Good. Now let's go. With luck, we can be working on yellow fire before dinner time."
That, however, would not be the case, for upon their arrival in Crown City, some half-hour later, they found Her Majesty locked in a private audience with officials from the Transportation Guild Services, including the entire TGS Council and the master operators of the 3 currently functioning TGS space depots.
"I'm sorry, Sir Alton,"
apologized the herald standing between the 2 guards outside Her Majesty's private audience chamber.
"but no one is admitted."
"He is the Galactic Mage,"
Orly reminded him.
"There wouldn't be any TGS space depots without him."
"All the same, Miss Pewter, orders are orders."
"It is fine," Alton said, mildly annoyed. The 2 of them took a walk around the palace while they waited for a chance to speak with the Queen. When finally word came, the sun had already fallen off the edge of the world, and the palace glowed like a golden mountain for all across the city to see. Her Majesty met them in her audience chamber, staying there after the last of the TGS officials had gone. She was finishing off a lamb chop as they came in. Alton bowed, and Orly curtsied, as was proper in the royal presence.
"Yes, yes,"
the Queen said, seeing all of that.
"So, what news have you brought? I'm sure you're going to get on with begging me about Bluefire's mate again, so let's be on with it so we can be done again."
"Your Majesty," said Alton,
"you asked that we gather more information, and we have. It's been several months' work, and at considerable personal expense, but we now have everything we need. Orly has prepared a document that breaks down all the sciences and principles at work, and she details how they have been verified, including the work of several brilliant men and women of science from planet Earth."
Orly lifted the tablet she'd been carrying since they'd come. She pulled up the presentation she had put together, beginning with a brief video in which Professor Bryant explains some of the core geologic principles in language that Her Majesty would surely understand. That was the advantage of having a professor along, as making such explanations palatable to various audiences was part of his job. But before the professor managed to get even a full sentence out, the Queen waved it away.
"Turn it off, turn it off. I already know you have the tedious details worked out, assuming it's all possible. Spare me all that nonsense. I'm too old trying to learn the wearisome workings of another world in that sort of detail. That's what young people are for."
Orly paused the display, but couldn't quite get her mouth closed all the way. So stunned was she by that.
"But, Your Majesty,"
she started to protest, but the Queen cut her off again.
"You already know what I want, so say it, and you'll have my permission. I've already talked to Director Bahri about this at length. I was on Earth several times last week, if you didn't know. His opinion on the blue fire, yellow fire matter remains the same. He wants precautions in case things go wrong, but the rest is up to me. So if I say so, it will be done."
"Fine,"
Orly said.
"We'll wait. I don't care anymore. It's already been a year since Alton proposed, so what's another one? The lives of 2 living worlds are at stake, and I won't let them be bargaining chips in the debate over a party on our behalf."
"It's on all of our behalf, my dear. You have no idea how much people love these sorts of things. The blanks and commoners just adore celebrity, and it will win me a great deal of goodwill. Goodwill that I have lost. You may not be aware of it, but there are many who blame me for the losses we incurred in the war. Many. And I have to give them something to prove that things are returning to the happy, untroubled way they were before it all went wrong."
She forced a smile at the end of it, but there were stress lines around her eyes.
"Well, you could have married off a duke or something,"
Orly said.
"It didn't have to be my wedding you kept ransoming."
"That insolent tongue sounds an ugly thing in such a pretty mouth as yours, and it would be a shame to lose it."
"Your Majesty," Alton interjected, knowing well how tenuous the relationship between Orly and the War Queen was. There had simply been too much stress put on it since they'd first met. It was going to take time to heal it back where it should be, if such was even possible.
"There is something you should know. It's about the liquefying stone."
Her Majesty pushed her plate away and leaned back in her regal chair rather abruptly. The disinterested smile that followed was obviously forced.
"Well, go on." "Your liquefying stones, the 800 you have locked up in your vaults, the ones you took from Citadel for safekeeping, well, it seems they will no longer function if blue fire dies."
That sat her up again.
"They what?"
"Yes," Alton went on.
"We've seen it firsthand. Orly and I, and, of course, the science team that the professor brought with him agree. When they die, the hostile worlds, or the beings whatever they may be, when they die, the crystals no longer function for channeling mana. They don't even draw light the way they did. They become little more than hazy grey rocks. If the Heartstone is destroyed, they become brittle as glass." "Well, then you certainly won't be keeping your promise to kill her, should the attempt to revive the other one go bad. In fact, I rescind my permission in that regard."
Her tone made it clear that there was no room for argument with that. She even smiled again.
"There, you see, Miss Pewter? Just like that, you have your argument back."
"I don't want my argument back."
Orly looked at Alton and shook her head, exasperated and seeming to say, "Why in the hell did you tell her that?" with her eyes.
"Your Majesty, blue fire will die anyway. Somehow she'll find a way. Surely at some point simple despair will kill her, whether she believes it or not."
"Perhaps, but for now we have hope that somehow she will revive her spirits, and until such time we shall just pray to the gods for her quick recovery. Now, if that is all, I have a great deal of things to attend. Your teleporting guildmates at the TGS are demanding a lot, and nearly extort gold from me these days. And it appears that Miss Pewter's people remain all aflutter in fear of what will happen if magicians are allowed on their world. I've just come back, and I can tell you, everywhere we went the lights dimmed and the buzzers buzzed, and doors opened randomly at times. They actually had the audacity to ask that I take off my armor. I should think more than a few assassins would enjoy such an opportunity. Who on earth would want to kill you? There's no reason for it. You are aware of the number of lives that were lost there, are you not? She said. Hundreds of thousands. Their previous director paid the price and will rot in jail for life. They're still fighting over his fate, as many are calling for him to be executed publicly, although they've made a big fuss about that not being appropriate. They are a people squeamish about death in that regard. I can hardly believe they consider doing anything but. However, it is not my world. So, if they want to feed him until he dies, so be it. But there are those who feel I should be sitting in that cell with him, and it seems I have many enemies on both worlds these days. I have this from Director Bahri's own Master-at-Arms, or whatever they call him. It is a threat that, of course, comes with the territory, so to speak. But it was an astonishing moment of clarity when I found them all bewildered by the fact that I would not take off my armor. What was it, they suppose, that had me wearing it to begin? Your Majesty, said Alton, I realize that ruling a continent, exploring space, and engaging in interplanetary diplomacy is stressful and time-consuming, but we really must bring Yellow Fire back. In the name of decency, you must give us your permission. Orly has already agreed on the wedding ceremony. That is what you said. Please, there are so many people who have worked on this. And, if we are being frank with one another, you are right about my intentions to keep my word. I promised her that if our attempt to bring Yellowfire back to life failed, I would end her suffering. If you refuse to let us try, then I will have failed to bring him back. You would trap me in my own honor, and so fate will right the rest. So I beg you not to set us on this course. I could have my assassin finish you in an instant. I can be gone in half of one. Please, your Majesty, it is the right thing to do. She gave so much to us all. And if somehow it doesn't work, I'll find you another hostile world. We'll get you more stone. He hated saying it even as the words came out. He hated the fact that she'd ever found out about the stones at all. Everything that was happening was exactly why Titaman had gone to such lengths for so many centuries to keep the secret of the liquefying stone his own. And now the Queen had 800 of them. Hells, the priests of Anvilrath even had one. The one they'd found. The one he'd lost, assuming they dug it out from under the wreckage of the temple somehow. He was fairly sure they would have made a point of it. The simple truth was that liquefying stone was a secret that somehow Titaman had just known Alton would let out, as if he'd resigned himself to it, even though he'd hoped otherwise. It was a lure to corruption that the great mage knew Alton would release. And now Alton had just vowed to get the War Queen replacements, even more than the 800 she already had. He was the pawn of the very corruption he wanted to avoid. It was a thought so perverse and horrible that he might even have recanted his promise. But he couldn't. And he hoped the prospects of finding another hostile world were unlikely to the point of being impossible. The Queen glared at Alton for a time, her eyes narrow and her lips taut as bowstrings. Alton was prepared to teleport himself and Orly out, the spell poised in his mind, shaped and ready to go off with a thought. The least flick of her finger, the least movement of her head that might have the assassin moving, he would be gone. But she did not. "You are either very brave or very stupid to talk to me that way, Sir Alton. But since the day I first met you, I have never known anyone to be more honourable and worthy of tolerance than you. So, very well, I grant my permission, on the condition of the wedding, just as before, of course." Orly rolled her eyes and shook her head, but she said that she would agree, like she already had. "And with so much at stake, I will provide what assistance I may," the Queen offered, as if she hadn't just run them both through the grist mill. "Do you need anything from me to ensure the success of this work?" "Yes," he said. "I'd like to have Atterbury do the transmutation that will bind Yellowfire's heart in place." The Queen harumphed at that, the sound resonant beneath the bright golden breastplate. "That is impossible. He is busy." "But he is the best transmuter in the land. His hand is the one we need." "Well, his hands are full on Citadel. Find someone else.
Alton shook his head. There was no one else. No one he knew well enough to trust. He was better off doing it himself if they couldn't get Atterbury to do it. His own transmutation abilities were made better than his rank would indicate due to his access to 7 of the 8 magical schools. What he lacked in the artistry of Atterbury, his raw power could make up for. Or at least they had to hope so, given that there was a life at stake.
"Then there is nothing that we need beg of you," he said, "except perhaps that you might get word to Director Bahri that you have given your permission for us to be under way, and that it has begun."
"Done!" she said. She whisked him away with a backhanded flick of her fingers.
"Now be off with you! The two of you have given me a headache, and I wish to close my eyes." "Yes, Your Majesty."
He bowed, Orley curtsied, and together they backed out of the room. When the doors were shut behind them, Orley allowed herself to grin.
"Finally," she said. "Finally, Blue Fire has a chance at happiness."
"Yes," Alton agreed, "so long as I don't botch the transmute."
"You won't."
"Let us hope that you are right."
Chapter 34. Anison lay beneath the strange spotted tiles, staring up into them as he had so many times before. So many days had passed that he'd lost count. He'd developed a reflex for looking up there during the first few months of his capture. A revulsion reflex that made him want to look away from the monitor showing the exposed dome of his brain where they had cut away most of his skull. But he was over that now. Mostly these days, he looked up there, dimly absent of thought, the horror of what they did to him numbed to passivity. It was almost as if he watched from a distance, as if his mind had gone elsewhere and locked itself in a different room, some place inside his head, where things like having people peeling away parts of your brain didn't matter anymore. He looked back to the monitor anyway. The big one showed the table behind the reclining chair he still occupied, the same chair he'd been in since he first arrived. The upper parts of his brain had been removed, the parts halved, pulled out, and chopped up like some sticky gray cabbage. The parts now floated in shallow trays of fluid, connected by shimmering strands of tiny silver wires to the portions of his brain that remained in his hollowed-out skull. The wires, thin as spiderweb, were attached to metal pins and long needle probes, each of which was nearly as thin as the silver fibers themselves. All of those things, those alien wires and probes, had been stuck into his butchered brain. At night the people in white coats filled up his skull cavity with the same fluid that was in the 2 trays holding the left and right portions of his upper brain. But when they came in during the day to monitor him and investigate, they'd suck it out with a loud rasping tube. He found that he couldn't channel mana anymore, not even with the pain-inducing electrode now removed from his throat. Whatever they'd done when they pulled out those brain parts seemed to have snipped his ability to do magic anymore, though that's not quite what they said. Dr. Gaspar, the taller and leaner of the 2 women who worked on him, came in just as he was moving his gaze from his paired brain to the smaller monitor, which showed his emaciated body lying there. He doubted he even made 5 stones weight anymore. 4 might be a stretch. To his eyes, he looked like nothing more than a skeleton lying beneath a drapery of skin. "Good morning, Anison," the woman in the white coat intoned as she came to his side and looked down at him. "How are you feeling today? Strong enough to do some magic for us this time?" He knew better than to let hope rise. "So, today we're going to try communicating with your friends again. I want you to try to communicate with those men you told us about, the ones who said were trying to find you. Are you ready to try?" Oh, he was so ready to try, but he knew it wouldn't work. He'd tried 1,000 times since that lost contact on the stage. He could remember it so clearly, more than any other memory. It was the clearest memory he had. Him lying there, staring at El Segador's shoes as the theater lights dimmed. And to think how much he had hated being there, doing those magic shows. He would have done anything to be the incredible spectacularo now. He could have loved those patrons if he'd wanted to. They were just people, after all, perhaps victims of circumstance like he was. But now it was too late.
"Speak up, my friend. Are you ready, or do you need a jolt to get your energy up?"
He didn't need a jolt. They'd attached the electrode that had once been in his throat to a pair of them in his feet.
"I can try."
"Good," she said. "1 second while I pull up the telepathy file. Now, be a good boy and don't try anything else. We already know what the patterns look like. Jefe is very pleased with you, but El Segador thinks you are stonewalling us a bit." If there was anything like humor left in him, any place in his soul where the possibility of mirth or even irony remained, he might have laughed. Stonewalling? The energy for any such thing had died in him well over a month ago. Probably longer than that. "All right, that's got it. Go ahead, try to call them up, and give me the name of which one you are going for."
"Alexander,"
he said, his voice barely audible. "You said you can't reach that one. Do the one with the Z. You seem to do better with that." Anderson just lay there. The effort of speaking made him tired. He started to drift off to sleep, but the short zap of electricity in his feet snapped him awake again. "Go on. The Z. Do it." He let go of the breath that had locked in his lungs when the electricity hit and exchanged it for a fresh one. He closed his eyes and let the air out slowly as he once again reached out for the Marchioness's telepath, the man with the frenetic undertones in his mind. He reached for the mana as he had done so many times throughout his life with hardly more effort than it took to see something or notice a sound. The effort of smelling something cooking on a stove. Hardly so much effort as even that. He felt nothing, though. The familiar sense of probing, of finding resistance or acceptance of his thoughts. All of that was gone. He could try to smell the pot on the stove, could even feel the air passing through his nostrils, but there were no odors there. So it was with his attempt to communicate. There simply wasn't anything there. "Very good," she said. "Now keep it up. Don't let it die down like you did last time." She looked up from her monitor, where zigzag lines striped a chart in one quarter of the screen and lines of data scrolled in the bottom half. "Carman," she called, "reduce the filter another 6 hertz. Give him a little help." "Okay, he has it," the other woman said from her place at a workstation across the room. Both women worked quietly for a time. Anderson kept trying to reach out to the Z-class seer somewhere on Prosperian, the habit of hope still working even in this hopeless state. "Look," said the woman, "they're coming together. Give me another half. We might actually get a match." The sound of his fingers on glass followed, and Anderson nearly gave up, but then both women simultaneously cried out. "There! We've got it, oh blessed mother! We've got the match!" said the woman across the room. "And look," said the first from her place near Anderson's head. "Look there! What is that? See? It's coming from outside. That's not us." "Oh my God," said the first. "He must have got them! It's working! It's finally working!" Her fingers beat a rapid-fire thrum on the console as she worked. "Call them," she said as she worked. "Tell them it's finally happening." Anderson found himself distracted by their noise, but fought to hold on. What had he done? Had he connected with the Marchioness's seer somehow? He couldn't feel a thing. But what if he had? He pleaded for help in the same instant he allowed himself to ride the wave of his captor's enthusiasm. He sent cries, weeping cries from the core of his most desperate soul.
"Please save me,"
he sent with thoughts that throbbed with tortured agony.
"Please."
It felt like shouting into a pillow. Pointless. His real sobbing broke his ability to concentrate, but apparently not the elation of the women in the room. They were both still jubilant when Jefe and El Segador arrived. Chapter 35. "Dude, you owe me," Roberto said as he stared at Alton's image in the monitor before him. "Look at all this stuff I've done for you guys on Red Fire already." He lay on his stomach as he spoke, a buxom woman in the suggestive uniform of the Glistening Lady's crew providing him with a rather rough massage that made his voice surge in volume as she dug into back muscles that lay atop his ribs and lungs.
"It's not for lack of willingness,"
Alton replied.
I'll gladly accompany you to Murdoch Bay or anywhere else you should like to go, but Orley made me promise specifically that I won't go back there unless it was on the orders of the Queen. She insists it's too dangerous for someone of my profile. I promised."
"You make too many big binding promises, dude. But I've got you covered. Technically, I'm on the Queen's business selling this stuff. And now it's finally been approved by the NTA Department of Health and Agriculture, which means I've only got a few months to build a strong brand in the market before some dickhead company clones it and starts opening up their own chain stores. You know someone is going to try to hose me, man. That's what these big global companies do. You really think the NTA needed all this time to put it through quarantine?"
"I don't think the NTA will go directly against Her Majesty's first trade venture on planet Earth. That's hardly in keeping with good diplomacy."
"The NTA won't. At least not directly. But they will sell it to someone else and have them do it for them. I've actually got my first maid looking for signs of it being shopped around down here already. Dequa knows people. Hell, she's related to people who would do it in a heartbeat. Trust me, if there's anything these people are good at, it's making money. They ain't the Northern Trade Alliance for nothing. They already brought down one world order for cash. Don't think they can't get you guys, too."
"Well, I think you sell Her Majesty short, but I do understand your concern, and your reason for haste in getting your next load. It's been a long time in coming for you, and you deserve your rewards. Do you really think your people can possibly make an imitation variety of goblin tea that will taste as good and have all the same effects? There are creatures of Prosperian involved with growing it, you know. Pollination and that sort of thing."
"Oh, they'll make something close to it enough. I get all that right air, right soil, right bugs thing, but there's nobody down here that's had it before. If someone beats me to establishing the brand, I'll be the knockoff trying to capture some gourmet niche or something. They'll have set the palate, and worse, they can afford to run non-stop net ads convincing everyone that drinking anything else makes you a total loser. People believe that crap. You can't out-info-war the super rich. They'll get all the everyday sales if I don't execute this perfectly. You of all people should understand that I don't want to lose."
Alton nodded. "I do understand."
They exchanged grim nods. "Good. And that is why I need you with me in Murdoch Bay. Something is up down there, and the last 2 times we went, we've had people trying to sneak onto the ship, like right there at the plantation. One of them even tried to do one of those icicle things you guys do, tried to hit one of my girls when she caught him. Dequa had to shoot his ass." Alton's lips drew taut and curled in on themselves as he considered that.
"Have you told Her Majesty?"
"I have no way to tell her. I sent a message through the TGS depot, just like everyone else trying to communicate with your government does. It's all bureaucrated up now. The TGS might as well be the NTA now, at least when it comes to procedures, forms, and delays."
"Well, I can get word to her for you. She can send a contingent of mages to accompany you."
"She won't. That was my first request 4 months ago when the 2 dipshits tried to sneak on board the first time. They thought they could turn invisible and just walk right in. But we can see that crap on sensors. You guys might be able to scramble our brains or whatever with your illusions, but they don't do crap to surveillance feeds."
Alton hummed. "Then you do have a problem, and I can certainly see why having me along would help."
"I'm telling you, man, I don't want to cause an interplanetary incident or anything, but if those assholes keep trying to screw with my people or my ship, I'll burn them down in piles until I get some respect. I know how it goes with blanks down there, especially in Murdoch Bay. And I have Her Majesty's permission to do it, too, although she made me promise to use some restraint, which is why I'm calling you. I guess that bony old hag the Marchioness is already pissed off about me being there as it is, so I'm not supposed to be a diplomatic problem."
"Yes, you're walking more than one fine line in that particular town, to be sure."
"Yeah, so I need you to keep it peaceful. I don't want Her Majesty to think I can't handle it, and I don't have time to wait to hear back from her anyway. The way I see it, if they know you're there, they won't even try anything. Who's going to screw with you?"
"Well, you might be surprised, but again, I see your point. Let me talk to Orley about getting out of that promise."
"I'll talk to her," Roberto offered, as his masseuse was working her way down his spine. He seemed to think about what he'd volunteered to do for a second, then said to the woman working on him, "Go back to my neck and shoulders.
Orly's attitude is already making me tense, and she's not even on screen yet. Alton hummed a second time, though this one sounded a different note as he watched the captain of the glistening lady being rubbed down by a member of his crew. "I should think it might be better if I spoke to her just now," he said. The look on his face seemed to convey his meaning, and Roberto laughed. "That's true. I think living with your people is turning her into more of a prude than she already was." He winked before going on, though. "Fine. So tell her. But don't mess around. If you guys want me to go back to Earth and pick up the science team for the Yellow Fire meld next week, then I have to pick up my next Goblin Tea shipment tomorrow. If I don't, then I won't have time to get it through customs and security. In a way, it's your schedule I'm trying to work with here more than mine, so I could really use your help in Murdoch Bay. It's technically the Queen's business, and I mean, not to be a dick or anything, but you kind of owe me. I need you, and I don't think we can keep throwing bodies out of the hatch every time we leave, you know. At some point, someone is going to get pissed." "Well, murder is fairly common down there, but I take your meaning perfectly. Let me talk to Orly, and we'll get right back to you." "Hey, it wasn't murder. That dude tried to shoot a magic ice arrow through one of my girls. He's lucky he was dead, because it might have gone worse if I got my hands on him." Alton nodded. "Yes, I understand. That's not what I meant. I'm confident Miss Daw acted in the right." Roberto nodded. "Damn right she did," he said, "and my crew depends on me to keep them safe, not just from thugs, but from authorities. Which I will, but I'm not giving up my Goblin Tea gig just because it's getting a little rough. I'll wait for your call." He reached forward to cut the feed. Alton shook his head as he stared into the monitor mounted on the tower wall. He still counted it a strange object to be found there, an alien object in his second-floor study, the place where he'd once more began to assemble his own personal collection of magic books. Although the technology itself was strange here, amongst those wooden shelves, mounted between a pair of ancient tapestries that Kettle had brought up and hung there to decorate, hide, the brushed steel walls, it seemed especially so. But times changed, and this was an exciting time. His tower, which even he had begun thinking of as the boot, after having seen it settled upon both red fire and yellow fire so often in recent weeks, was the nexus of two worlds. He was still getting used to the cross-pollination of the two planets even after so much time. It thrilled him, but it also vexed him some. He could see in the aesthetic asymmetry a cultural metaphor, one suggesting that there were some things that would never fit together well, never mix properly, some things that would want hiding. Roberto's problems were evidence of that as well. He headed downstairs to find Orly and discuss those problems, figuring she'd be in her garden tending to a very late crop of squash and a pumpkin patch she'd had going since summer began. Sure enough, she was there, crawling about in the dirt with a spade, old Nipper nearby, the two of them working somewhat head-to-head as they tried to counter an invasion of weeds.
"And a fine thing to see you settling in, young miss," Nipper was saying as Alton approached. "There weren't enough in one world for some, but most ice folk find life right fine near enough to home. As if the mountains ain't high enough to explore, or the forest been all seen as yet." He saw Alton approaching, and raised his voice in a way clearly meant for Alton to hear. "Sooner you both plant roots, the better. With all the dying round this place these last few years, 'tis about time for the pitter-patter of little feet again. I actually thought I might like the silence what come from little Perny being gone off with them elves, but I dinna care for it no more." He looked up from his work, his tired old eyes rheumy and ringed with lines of age mainly. But he was tired, too. Everyone at Calico Castle was. For those who lived and worked here full-time, who had done so for decades and decades, there was little excitement in the discovery of new planets and new people. Only change. Only loss of everything they'd known for all those years. Just over 2 centuries for Nipper, if Alton made his guess, which was pretty astonishing for a blank.
"Well, if that damn woman in crown ever stops lording over my wedding," Orly replied, unaware that Alton had come up from behind, his movements made silent by his habitually bare feet. "I might be able to get working on that. Hell, I could have had one by now if the stupid elves hadn't shown up when they did.
Well, missy, Nipper said, way Kettle tells it, if and they hadn't come when they did, well, you'd be laid out in the ground feeding the weeds from underneath. Weren't no baby-making from there.
Orley nodded, yanking out a clump of wiry vegetation as she did.
Yes, that's true. But you know what I mean.
She never meant to do it, you know.
Orley looked up.
Who? The Queen? Yes, she did. She's a stubborn old harpy, just like you always say.
No, not her. I mean wee Perny. She's a strange one, weren't no lie, and I'll grant you that, but she didn't mean that shot. I just know it.
Orley made a face at that, but went back to work.
I don't know. I keep telling myself that, too. Kettle insists it's true, but there was sure something scary in her eyes, like she really meant it, like she hated me.
A wee child like her don't know nothing about hate, he said, glancing up at Alton as he did.
Alton could tell the old man didn't approve of him standing there unannounced so long. Alton said in response. As usual, the old man was right enough on the moral compass side. Orley turned back, beaming a beautiful smile up at him over her shoulder.
Come to help, Sir Bookworm? Working in the dirt would be good for you. Help prepare you for the meld on Red Fire next month. Get you in tune with nature and growing things.
Well, as much as I'd love to join you two, I've actually just gotten off the comm with Roberto.
Roberto?
She straightened, upright on her knees and rubbing her back absently.
From where?
From Orbit. He's here to pick up another shipment of goblin tea. He wants me to go with him. I guess some of the magicians down there are giving him some trouble.
Well, he can just get his business partner in Crown City to kick down a wizard to help him out. He can't have mine.
Alton smiled, but he pressed the point anyway. She won't send anyone. She's got problems with the Marchioness as it is. Sending a bunch of Crown City magicians is not a good idea, assuming she's got any to spare given all the reconstruction in the city, and the TGS depots going up. She's already flatly refused his request.
Tell him to ask again. Have him try being polite this time.
He already has, several times. He can't get through to her, and he's running out of time.
So he called you?
Yes, he did. She made a huffy face and blew out an audible breath through her nose. She looked to Nipper to confirm the exasperation that she felt, and she found by his sardonic countenance and sad, resigning nod that he clearly understood.
God damn it, Alton, she said. God damn both of you! You and Roberto! What is wrong with you two? Can't you just live? Does everything have to be a life-and-death adventure all the time?
He put up his hands defensively. Hey, it's hardly life and death. He winced the moment that came out of his mouth. Well, all right, it has been actually, but that is why he needs my help, to ensure peace.
And how are you going to do that?
My presence will dissuade the locals from attempting to prey on what they obviously think of as a ship full of blanks. The fact that I was there the first time, but not subsequently, seems to have given them nerve. She narrowed her eyes at him, glancing once more to Nipper, who shook his head, indicating that he thought Alton's story was as full of holes as was the ancient burlap sack in which the old man had been stuffing the weeds he pulled.
That's all? Just you standing there, and suddenly a whole town full of kidnappers, cutthroats, and slave traders is going to behave itself?
Alton frowned, a little agitated at her tone, and he too put his hands on his hips. He's your friend too, Orley. If you prefer I tell him he's on his own down there, so be it. I gave you my promise not to go, and I will keep it if that's what you wish. But I hope you will consider releasing me from it, because I do believe that I will make a difference by simply being there. There is little enough of use that has come with this infernal rank and the title the Queen thrust upon me, but I should like to think bringing it to bear for a friend who has risked his life for me on numerous occasions would be one of them. Orley looked from Alton back to Nipper, but this time Nipper suddenly found a weed that needed to be pulled. She glared at the age spots on his bald head, one eye narrow and twitching a little at his sudden abandonment of her cause, but she sighed and shook her head. He was right. They both were.
Fine,
she said.
But I'm not going this time. I'm not going to watch it if it all goes wrong.
It won't.
It better not.
It won't.
Alton,
she said, looking up at him with the frustration already fading from her eyes.
Someday, I hope you really will settle down with me. It's all getting, kind of exhausting.
I will,
he said, but he cut himself off before he could say the words, "I promise," again. Promises had begun to take new meaning in his life. They were things that bound, given in earnestness and with best intent, but often undermined by unforeseeable reality. He truly did want to settle down, at least in a way that made what he chose to do less risky than running down to Murdoch Bay to play magical bodyguard for Roberto, while he did his business amongst a den of thieves. But it seemed that's not what fate decreed. So he kept the promise to himself, and kissed her softly on the mouth instead.
"I love you,"
he said. Then he ran back upstairs. Chapter 36. Jovive circled warily around the wall, her knives out, one gripped for thrusting, and the other held point down, its blade nearly long enough to pass her elbow. Her spear lay on the ground under Perney's boot, and Perney glared at her, crouched like an animal about to spring. She might have were Seawind not approaching her from the left. Seawind thrust at her with his own spear, and she batted it aside with the haft of hers. She kicked gravel up at him as she did, using the distraction to snatch up the weapon she'd just taken from Jovive and throw it at the elf. She cast a teleport spell right after, came up behind Jovive, and mashed her in the back of the head with the butt of her weapon. The woman, still fast enough to defeat most anyone, wasn't fast enough for Perney anymore, and the blow struck with a hollow thud that sent the ancient assassin to her knees. Seawind's spear struck the wall in the fraction of a second after Perney ducked, sparks glowing briefly as it did. Perney pitched herself forward, rolling away, but muttering the teleport that would put her right behind Seawind again. He teleported himself out of the space where Perney's spear tip was, putting himself 3 paces behind her, where he snatched up his weapon and hurled it again. She sprang backward, a twisting flip over the flight of his spear, and tried to kick him in the head. He vanished again as she came down. She dove for the floor the moment her feet hit the ground, knowing already that she couldn't avoid the strike that was about to come. The sharp point of his knife pierced the leather jerkin she wore. Only a nick, though. She spun in time to see Jovive throwing the spear that Seawind had thrown, and she slapped it aside with her forearm. Seawind vanished from his place in the middle of the room. Perney flipped her spear in her hand and jammed it behind her, into the place she knew he would have gone. Her spear shaft thwacked against his as he blocked it, and she muttered the 2-word teleport and jumped across the room. But he was there before her, and she only just ducked a 2-handed jab with the center of his weapon's haft that would have blunt force bashed her in the forehead. She punched for his groin, but he was gone again, and she dove forward anyway. Jovive was there, anticipating it, and made to kick her in the face. Perney flipped over on her back, grabbed Jovive's ankle, and yanked, pulling the woman off balance and dropping her hard upon her back. Perney whipped out her little knife and leapt on the woman, but Seawind kicked her off and set her rolling across the gritty cave floor. She teleported out of that roll as well, this time into the empty space above his head, and she fell toward him with spear tip down, intent on skewering him cranium to crotch. He vanished before she could. Jovive wasn't moving, so Perney wheeled back looking for where Seawind went. She muttered her own illusion and became invisible, just as he surely had. She knew her illusion was gauzy in daylight, but it worked well enough in dim caves like this. She moved as silently as settling dew as she worked her way around the room. Seawind had a knack for finding her, even down here in the caves, and she had to resist the urge to thrust blindly about with her spear. The blow struck hard, dazing her, and it knocked her right out of her illusion spell and down to her knees. She shook her head, trying to clear it, but it was already too late. Seawind's knife was at her throat.
"I can hear your heartbeat, little Sava. Silence is how quiet you are, not to your own ears, but to those of creatures listening for you. Most creatures have better hearing than you do."
Her head drooped, her long hair flowing like silken sunlight into the grit. She sniffled once, then a second time, then filled the cave with the sound of her crying, the echoes of a tantrum, of frustration and rage. Seawind withdrew his knife and shook his head.
"That is disappointing. I'd thought—"
he began to say, but her spear butt caught him in the stomach even as she leapt away. He laughed, actual laughter from the chest, as she crouched halfway across the room, glaring at him with animal ferocity, not the least stain of a tear striping the grit and grime upon her cheeks.
"Oh, clever little creature you are," he said, "and with a trick human females have been fooling their men with since the dawn of time."
Jovive was just sitting up, rubbing her head and the back of her neck.
"It seems that it works perfectly well on elves."
"So it does."
He looked very pleased. Jovive turned to Perny and smiled warmly.
"You see, child, you have the advantage of your gender, and are wise to use it when you need. But don't lean on it too heavily. Few of your enemies will have compassionate hearts."
"I won't,"
Perny said, also pleased with herself, but not willing to lower her defenses.
"Your magic is still too slow,"
Seawind said, right back to business.
"You're fast enough for the aging Sava-an Lansum, but not for one who hasn't lost a step."
Jovive couldn't hide the impact of that efficient remark, and her old shoulders drooped a little then. Perny threw her spear at Seawind for it, and the elf only barely teleported out of the way.
"You're a mean old pointy-eared Latakasokis,"
she snarled at him, then went to Jovive and helped the woman to her feet.
"You've gotten very fast, little Sava,"
Jovive said, already beyond having been confronted with her age.
"But he is right about your magic. You've got to learn to see."
Perny turned and glared at Seawind, but looked back at her human mentor and asked,
"What do you mean? I don't have sight magic. I can't just learn it."
"No, Sava, like the sugar shrimp. Do you remember how patiently you had to see?"
Perny nodded.
"In much the same way, you have to start watching the manner as you fight. You, as I once had to, must learn to fight with creatures whose magic comes naturally, which means they need no words at all, not even just two. So you have to see it coming before it's cast."
"How am I supposed to do that?"
"You have to look."
"Look at what? The manor? It's all just waves and chubby pink stuff."
"What were you looking at with the sugar shrimp? There was nothing to look at there either, was there? You had to look at what they weren't. They seem to be seawater and rocks, but they aren't. Their patterns shift, no matter how slightly, and you learn to see it. And now you must do it with the manner, too. You must learn to watch the currents as you fight. You must open your mind to them even while you are in combat."
"Well, how can I do that? I can't watch two things at once. Seawind said as much himself."
"He said you can only focus on one thing at a time. But you can be aware of many things. Power comes from choosing the right thing to focus on at any given time, shifting from one instant to the next."
"I can barely focus on two of you. How am I supposed to do that and watch the manor too? Much less look for sugar shrimp in it."
"In time you will see. I did. It will take practice and lots of work, like anything worth knowing does, but you'll get it in the end. But you must start. You must learn to watch for the movement of mana toward a source, the first movements of it, like the twitch of muscle or flick of the eyes that indicates the blow about to come."
Perny's eyes narrowed, and it sounded like another boring thing to learn. She'd only just begun to think she might actually be able to beat both of them together, and now Jovive was telling her to do the impossible. to find the first movement of mana in a tempest of nothing but motion all around.
"I don't want to,"
she said, thrusting out her chin.
"I'm tired of learning now."
"You must," Seawind said. "You're nearly to the test. This is the last thing you will need to try the orc. It is difficult, but I will show you how."
"I don't care about the stupid orc," she said. "Let him go for all I care."
"He's got magic, little Sava, and unlike Jovive and me, he will use it on you when you fight."
"Then I will cut his throat and pull his heart out through his neck,"
she said, with such savagery that Seawind actually smiled again. Twice in one day. Perny's eyes narrowed when she saw it, and the way she cocked her head gave her the aspect of a snake about to strike.
"You'll never let me go home," she said. "You're just tricking me again."
She turned and stormed out, already calling to Knot to unroll himself and meet her at the mouth of the cave. Chapter 37. In a time not so long ago, Black Sander would have thought the bright light he watched was a meteor, a daylight shooting star, rare and interesting, but nothing more. But not now. In these times, especially here, he knew exactly what that streak of fire was, and he'd been waiting for it for quite a while. It had been several months since the glimmering silver Earthship had last settled down outside of Murdoch Bay, and he knew what had kept it away. He'd spent those intervening months rooting out the origins of attempts to board the ship last time it arrived. Someone had tried for it, and he'd heard about a body being found. Of course, he should have known that others would have the same ideas he had, as surely as others had tried to get onto Tinboa Base and aboard ships as well. Already there were 35 men in Crown City jails at last report, 11 in Leakant, and 12 in Hast, plus 3 who had been jailed in Murdoch Bay, though of course 2 of them had escaped, and the other bribed his way free. He'd heard it was the same on the west coast as well, though he hadn't gotten any numbers from Day, Pompost, or Norvingtown, much less any of the smaller port cities or farming towns. Regardless, it was obvious that the Queen's efforts to stifle attempts by the underground to reach any trade or travel arrangements with like-minded people on Earth were going splendidly for the War Queen. And those efforts had the complete cooperation of the NTA, as far as all the information Black Sander could gather confirmed. When it came to locking down access, Crown City was in complete control. Despite the time and frustration he'd put in, and the badgering from the Marchioness, he was more determined than ever now. Chinks in the armor were beginning to suggest themselves, and he thought he might finally have found one that he could exploit. If there was anything that he had learned in the time he'd spent trying to get aboard Earth spaceships, it was that they could sense magic to an increasingly large degree, and they could absolutely see right through illusions, or at least they could with their technology. In a way, that fact simplified things because it seemed to make boarding a ship a basic matter of brute force. If deception couldn't get it done, then brawn would have to do. He'd had a group of men waiting on standby for well over a month, and the cost of their silence, not to mention their room, board, and booze, was beginning to infuriate the Marchioness. But at last, there it was, a ball of fire entering the atmosphere, and with it, finally, an opportunity for a ship that he knew for certain was headed all the way to Earth. He was going to get on it, and subtlety was no longer the goal. He rose from his seat, tossing back the last of a warm glass of wine, its contents having sat in the sun untouched for the last hour. He strode across the boards and back into the little tavern that stood at the end of the pier. A greasy little man with a dirty apron worked behind the bar as Black Sander came through. The barkeep reached up with nervous hands and combed back the wet mess of his tar-black hair.
"See it coming yet?" he asked. "Or need a splash more wine?"
"Send a homing lizard to Belor. Tell him to bring the rest of them. It's time."
"Yes, sir,"
the man said, a serpentine smile drawing itself tightly on lips that were stained red by wine. Black Sander left a silver piece behind him as he passed by the bar and made his way through the sparse crowd. A murmuring bunch of criminals, the lot of them, each too well acquainted with the courtesies of their respected trades to look up at a fellow passing through. This was the end, a place for the best in Murdoch Bay, and only those who knew well the value of silence came in more than twice. Black Sander made a point of not looking up and over his shoulder at the descent of the bright ship, now no longer a burning streak of light, but instead a blinding starlight reflection of the sun. His black boots sounded hollowly on the pier as he made his way toward the shore, and by the time he'd reached the cobblestones of the waterfront street that ran the length of the seawall, Belor was already arriving with the men. Belor was by far the most conspicuous of the group, not for his size, his mass, or even the sinister aspect of his countenance, for had he had any of those, he might have fit in quite well. No, Belor was the softest one of the lot, slightly round of belly, round of shoulder in a sloping sort of way, and with a furtive and rather fearful element to the way he moved. The rabble behind him seemed as if Belor might be some wayward innocent from the merchant parts of downtown Crown, who'd gotten a gang of thieves on his tail, neighborhood ruffians and brutish deckhands on shore leave for a while. But Belor walked before them without fear, and they followed immediately behind, quiet but for the sound of their feet on the low boardwalk. Black Sander joined them, falling in beside Belor silently as they passed together along the waterfront and then up a street that took them through the food district, and then upwards through neighborhoods heading toward the decline. Their passing became conspicuous after a time, and whores peeked out from brothels, and drunkards raised their heads from where they sat against walls or upon street corners. The few riders who passed by on horseback reined in their mounts, as the group strode purposefully past, silent while the group was near, but then leaning together to speculate where the little troop might be headed to. Sometimes trouble was obvious, even in that part of Kerr. Hits and large-scale beatings were not uncommon in Murdoch Bay, and a small army of thugs sent from one crime lord to another was familiar enough. But Black Sander's presence lent the circumstance something extra sinister. Men wealthy enough and connected enough to ride horses into town with an expectation of keeping them would recognize him immediately. They also knew well enough to turn and ride away if he looked back, despite nagging curiosity urging otherwise. But Black Sander did not bother with them. He had work to do.
"How's your earth tongue coming?"
Black Sander asked, looking to Belor as the group began its ascent up the decline. He said it in the language of that world, the language they called English. "Mine's coming, master. I've worked on it, as you said."
"Me too,"
said one of the ruffians in the pack, their leader in an undisciplined kind of way. Leader by the way of being the biggest and meanest of them, and perhaps a tad smarter, too.
"That bitch you stole from Crown School teached us good."
"Well, I'm not sure that's quite how you say it," Belor corrected, "but you do have it better than the rest." He glanced sideways at Black Sander to confirm it, though not for long, as his effort was mainly bent on enduring the climb. His round, fat cheeks were already red and huffing, and they'd hardly made it a quarter way up the slope.
"The three of us will be adequate," Black Sander said. "You are called Twain, are you not?"
he asked of the man whose Earth English was passing, if not good.
"Yes, sir, Twain, sir," he replied. "'Cause me mum was Twain one husband and the next."
He laughed aloud at that, as if it was the first time he'd said it, and the men with him laughed too, as if it were the first time they'd heard it as well. All but Belor and Black Sander, of course. Black Sander only closed his eyes for a moment, letting a rise of irritation pass. They were who they were, and the mnemonic was how he had recalled the brigand's name. He turned back and looked skyward, seeing that the ship was now low enough that he could make out its long, graceful lines, the gentle sweep of modest wings lying back along its body like an eagle in a dive, though perhaps a very slender one, for the craft seemed a long sliver of mercury as it swooped down from the sky.
"Listen up, Twain," Black Sander said. "You will be taking 3 of these men with you in one of the crates. You're going to keep them all quiet. You will keep them that way the entire time. You'll relieve yourselves in the jars we've put in the boxes for that purpose, and you'll keep them corked when you are done. You'll eat quietly and not make one peep, no matter how long you sit in there or how dark it gets. You keep them calm if they get antsy or start feeling too confined, and if any of these gentlemen sniffles in such a way that might be overheard, you are going to break his neck. And I mean break his neck. Not cut his throat, not gut him like a fish or anything else. I don't want blood running out and giving us away."
He nodded that he understood. Belor had explained it to them several times.
"Good," said Black Sander. "Do any of them have anything enchanted on them? Any weapons, any armor, any lockets, trinkets, or amusement devices? Even a sunscreen enchantment will get us all killed."
Black Sander watched as Twain processed the Earth words, watched him grapple with the gaps in diction that he surely was suffering.
"Say it back to me, in common,"
he demanded as he watched. To his credit, the burly sailor had the essence of it right. Black Sander repeated the last part in the common tongue of Kerr, the part about any last bit of magic spelling doom for them all, or at least spelling the likely ruin of the plan. If the crew of that spaceship found out there were stowaways packed into 3 crates of goblin tea, they surely wouldn't go straight to Earth. Not without stopping first at a TGS depot and getting the group sent straight to Crown City and the guillotine. Twain nodded that he understood and confirmed that everyone had been checked and double-checked. There was no magic on any of them.
"Good,"
Black Sander said, once again in English.
"And you understand how to work the bellows pump, and how to get out when it is time?"
Again the man nodded.
"Good. Then let's be quick and get this underway. The time for talking is done."
They stopped about halfway up the decline at a small shop, the front of which was made of faded planks, the rest of which was cut deep into the cliff. The sign above the door read, "Govender's Candle and Lamp." Black Sander went in, ordering all but Belor to wait in the street, and Belor to wait just inside the door. He had to blink into the ironic darkness of the place. It seemed the shopkeeper was stingy about burning down inventory, as well he should be, for his employer was a master of accounts, and the least drop of candle wax unaccounted for would cost the man a finger, if not a hand.
"Is the teleporter here?"
Black Sander asked the man working in the back, bent over a box of sand into which he'd shaped a mold for a tabletop candle to be poured.
"He is," said the candlemaker. "He's waiting for you."
Black Sander had to duck as he neared the back of the narrowing hollow that housed the business, a crude passage cut into the rock and little more. A sharkskin hung from a wooden frame, creating a room beyond. He pulled it aside and peered into the small space. A thin man in his middle years sat on a stool and looked up at him with fearful eyes.
"You're the tea?"
Black Sander asked.
I am,"
replied the man, brushing nervously at wisps of hair hanging by his ear.
"And I got H-class healing, should it come to it."
"It won't if you keep your mouth shut and do what you're told."
"I will, sir. Please, just don't let them hurt my wife."
"They won't. Just keep quiet and don't lose your head. She'll be fine."
He nodded, quick, anxious movements that were barely perceptible.
"When are you due back to TGS?"
"Not for 2 more months,"
he replied, stammering some.
Misty, my wife, she's due to give birth any day. Councilman Gange arranged me to leave for the delivery and, help with the baby for a time."
Black Sander smiled as he watched the man's nervousness mount.
"Relax," he said. "I give you my word. Do as you're told, and you'll be there for the baby, and in time to be back at work. And so long as you never mention the least part of this to anyone, your baby might even make it to university some day. You hear me?"
"I do," rattled the man. "I truly do."
"Good. Then we have an understanding."
The man nodded again, like the last, almost more of a facial chatter than a nod.
"You've checked the boxes?"
"I have."
"Mass will be right?"
"As near as I can tell."
Black Sander nodded. That was the biggest risk as he saw it. The weights. That and the smell, if it came to it. But they'd be packed with leaves, too. He studied the teleporter for a moment more, watching him and knowing that it was all the man could do to keep from curling up and cowering on the floor. He'd do his job.
"All right. Bring them in,"
Black Sander called out to Belor, who was still waiting near the candle shop door.
"It's time to get crated up."
Chapter 38. The glistening lady flew in low, Murdoch Bay shrinking in the aft video feed, and the blue-green line of the southeastern stretch of Gallenwood growing on the horizon ahead. Alton stood behind Roberto's chair as the Spaniard piloted them in. Dequadar, seated beside the glistening lady's captain, was already shutting down some of the ship's systems in advance of the teleport that would send them straight back to Earth, a particular convenience of having Alton Meade along. The 5 hours it would take to restart the ship were nothing compared to the 15 to 40 hours they'd have to wait at Tinpoa TGS Depot, not to mention the indignity of a ship-wide search. It wasn't that they had anything to hide from the authorities, but both Roberto and Dequa chafed at authoritarian intrusions on principle.
"It's beautiful, man,"
Roberto said as they approached the sprawling goblin tea plantation, which spread before them like a quilt over the rise and fall of gentle hills, miles and miles of them running up a continental slope that disappeared beneath the southern edge of Gallenwood and eventually became the teeth of the Galspire mountain range.
"They told me this is the only place on Prosperian where goblin tea will grow. Maybe the only place in the universe. I'd sure love to have a spread like this to retire on someday. Not even this big, but enough to, have something to do during the day, then sit out on my veranda and just look over it into the sunset or something."
"It is lovely," Alton agreed, "but it's too fraught with tension and and not so petty feuds and turf wars. You'd be ever on your guard for thieves and smugglers trying to get in and steal from you. Vigilance would be constant and fatiguing. Hardly a relaxing way to settle down in your last decades."
As if to prove Alton's point, they flew over the first of several wide moats that drew shimmering bands across the landscape, dug into the last of the flatlands before the foothills began to rise. Each canal was guarded along its forward bank by a palisade. Sharp pales like rows of wooden fangs, and mounted patrols moved back and forth along them at regular intervals, all of them bristling with weaponry. Roberto, like Alton, peered down at the security and shook his head.
"Yeah, well, based on our last 2 trips, apparently they need more than moats and dudes on horses to keep all the douchebags out. Yes, security is difficult in wide-open spaces like this. The cost of maintaining foolproof enchantments would be nearly impossible to sustain, even with the price of goblin tea."
"Prepare for touchdown,"
Dequa said into her comm, alerting the crew.
"Chelsea, Betty-Lynn, you set?"
"Set," came the replies. Roberto brought the ship over a broad, flat expanse of bare dirt, which had been cleared and leveled just for him. The landing site was some 50 yards south of a huge wooden building, the first in a series of 10 exactly like it, in which goblin tea was dried and processed. Men were running out from a much smaller outbuilding off to one side.
"Look at them,"
Roberto muttered as he set the ship in place and began shutting the engines down.
"They come like that every time. Crossbows and swords everywhere, like we're alien invaders or something. You're right about that tension thing. These guys' assholes are so tight, I bet they fart bird songs."
Dequa laughed at that. But Alton was too busy watching the men approach. There were 6 of them, all armed, as Roberto had observed, and a 7th man with them who approached more casually and was therefore well behind.
"Who is that?"
Alton asked. "He's the tea-master. He told me his name the first time I met him, but everyone just calls him T."
"Some and Fallowfield,"
Dequa supplied.
"That seems contradictory, doesn't it?"
Alton observed. "It does, doesn't it?" said Roberto. "Anyway, he's the plantation big shot. Actually a pretty decent guy. He's only one of 3 plantation masters down here, apparently, that are entirely loyal to the Queen. I guess some of the other ones are less devoted. Makes for even more tension around here."
"Where there is gold to be had, that's usually how it goes,"
Alton said.
"Especially between the Queen and the Marchioness."
"Well, all I know is I'm going to get me a big fat heap of it back on Earth, so these guys can piss over each other's fences all they want." He shot a wide, gleaming grin across the console to Dequa, who reflected it right back at him. A few moments passed, and then Alton felt the ship settle beneath his feet. A thrum that he'd not been aware of since teleporting aboard suddenly gone, making itself conspicuous in its absence. "That's it," Roberto said, rising from his seat. Dequa shifted from her seat to his as he moved out of the way. "Let's go. Dequa will watch on sensors for any sneaky crap like before, anyone trying to creep aboard invisible or anything else our eyes don't see." As he spoke, Liu Chun came in, ducking through the hatch. The prominent display of cleavage afforded by her uniform glistened with sweat, and her hair stuck damply to her forehead in places above her dark eyes, suggesting she'd been hard at work somewhere. "Both additional post detectors are up around the core," she reported, as she slipped past Roberto and took Dequa's previous place at the comm. "Our little blind spot is gone." "Good." Roberto glanced from her to Alton with a satisfied grin. "We may be blanks, but we aren't stupid." Alton smiled back and nodded, and then the 2 of them went out the way Liu had come in. 2 brawny guards, Chelsea and Betty Lynn, met them at the top of the ramp, both bearing heavy laser cannons braced on their hips and supported by wide straps around their backs.
"You girls ready?"
Roberto asked as he hit the switch that sent down the loading ramp. "We'll be sure to smile and act nice," said Betty Lynn, a big fake smile pushing up her lightly freckled cheeks.
"Not too nice,"
Roberto replied. Then, into his comm button, he added, "Going out."
"We got you,"
came Dequa's voice.
"Well, for a deal set in motion by the Queen,"
observed Alton from his place at Roberto's side,
"I might have expected a bit less formality between you and your contacts here."
"Yeah, me too," Roberto said. His 2 guards were already making their way down the ramp, the long, thick barrels of their weapons laid out before them, and causing them both to lean back some against the straps.
"Let's go."
By the time Alton and Roberto were standing on Prosperian soil, the tea-master, Sormand Fallowfield, was waiting for them. His 6 men formed a semicircle behind him, a respectful 5 spans away.
"Well met and welcome, Captain Levi,"
the tea-master begun. He noted Alton with a smile and a polite nod of the head.
"And Sir Alton Meade. We were unaware that the Galactic Mage would be gracing us with a visit today. Welcome to my humble farm." "It's magnificent," Alton said. "I had the pleasure of observing it from above as we flew in. An astonishing bit of work to keep it all healthy and growing. I should guess a testament to your expertise."
"Why, thank you, Sir Alton. We do work very hard to please Her Majesty."
"I can assure you, you do please her. I don't think there is anything the people of Crown City enjoy so much as the products of your labours."
"That is good to hear, Sir Alton. I had feared that the incidents of Captain Roberto's last visit might have put Her Majesty off of us a bit."
"I have seen her quite recently, and I assure you she didn't mention it at all."
"Oh, thank the gods," he said. He was visibly relieved, too, after which there was, to some degree, a decrease in the rigid formality. "Sir Alton, would you care for a tour of the plantation? I would be happy to take you around personally."
"I would love that," he said, "but I fear that my dear Orly would have my hide were I to do such a thing without her. She rather fancies growing things. I suspect seeing it done on this scale would send her into a fit of giddiness that I am not fain to deny her. I should like to hold you to that offer at another time, however. At your least whim, it will be done. I understand that her beauty is famed across the galaxy, and I'm sure such radiance can only be good for the harvest."
Alton laughed and glanced at Roberto, who shrugged, long used to the ass-kissing the Prosperian big shots passed back and forth before getting to anything.
"I shall tell her you said so," Alton said.
The man called T gave another brief tilt of his head, a last formality it seemed, and got straight to the purpose of the visit.
"Then let's get to work. Captain Roberto, you remember the way to the packing house, I'm sure. Sir Alton, please, this way."
He turned and led them toward the huge building nearby, Alton looking it over as they approached. He gauged it to be perhaps 200 spans in length, and while he was too close to estimate its width from here, having seen it from the air and those like it in the row, he speculated it must be something near another 100 spans across. It was easily 40 spans high, an expansive place for doing business, and he was eager to see inside. Soon enough he did. The tea-master pulled open a small side door and led them in. Alton was immediately struck by the rich, earthy aroma of goblin tea, albeit struck nearly blind with it for the magnitude and overpowering degree to which it filled the air. It was so strong that it seemed to have a solid quality, as if it weighted down the air.
"Good Lord," Alton said, his eyes watering. "I hadn't expected that."
The tea-master laughed, as did Roberto.
"You get used to it,"
Roberto said, beating the plantation manager to the punch. He'd been told the same thing the first time he arrived.
"Well, I should think there's no need to drink it in this place. Do you simply come in here and take it right in through your skin? Oh, I will be shocked if you tell me your people ever sleep at all, Master T." "It's not quite that strong," the tea-master said, "but I admit it takes some adjusting to."
"It smells like money to me," Roberto said. "Speaking of which, where's my crates?"
"Over here, Captain."
The tea-master led them down a narrow space, just wide enough to walk through one at a time, the space made by the stacking of wooden crates that were a full span higher than Alton's 2-span height, and equally as wide all around. They rose high above them, stacked 4 high, nearly to the roof, and eventually across. They turned left and right and left again, weaving through the maze of them until they came to the far end of the building. They emerged abruptly and found themselves in a clear space some 20 feet away from a simply massive set of double doors. Without word or visible signal of any kind, the doors swung outward, opened from beyond by 2 of the men that had accompanied Sormand Fallowfield to the base of the glistening ladies' ramp. Alton sent a glance Roberto's way, accompanied by a single raised eyebrow, but the stocky Spaniard simply shrugged. It had been like this last time, too. Alton had to resist the urge to cast the magic detection spell he'd memorized last night, one he'd learned expressly for the purpose of this trip. He had a feeling an unseen diviner somewhere had attempted to have a look through both their minds as they went weaving through the stacks of crates, the real purpose of an otherwise unnecessary detour. He was sure the blocks he had in place gave whoever might be watching very little to read from him, if they had tried. And he actually hoped that, were there any untoward intentions, the mind-sifters could fathom in some degree the trepidation on Roberto's part, trepidation that had led to his requesting the presence of the Queen's Galactic Mage. They should know that both he and Her Majesty were watching too.
"Bring the team,"
Master Fallowfield ordered one of the men, who turned immediately and disappeared around the side of the building. Spinning around, he indicated the stacks of crates to the left of where they'd just come.
"All those with the blue marks are yours," he said. 10 in all. Shall I have Fleck open them for you?"
He inclined his head to the left, indicating the man still waiting by one of the open doors. "That's all right," Roberto said. "We'll weigh them out before we put them on the ship and let the particle analyzer do the rest. No sense breaking the seal and letting air get in."
"And you're still sure you don't want my transmuter to meld wood on it? I can make them solid as you please, even dip them in wax like we do for shipments travelling by sea. There's no extra charge for it, as I keep mentioning."
"I appreciate your concern, Master Fallowfield," Roberto said, "but we've got it. Save the cost of labor and materials. Call it a tip."
"It's more out of concern for quality, Captain. My name is on those crates, you know. I should hate it if your people's first taste of our wonderful coffee is a stale one."
"Don't worry about that. They're in cold storage all the way, and we're not going to be long getting there anyway." The tea-master nodded, but Alton could tell he wasn't pleased. Alton counted that a good sign, and decided in that scrutiny that the man was genuinely concerned. Nothing untoward in his manner at all. Soon after, the jingle of large harnesses could be heard, and the dull thud of heavy footsteps became tangible beneath their feet. The tea-master led them out of the building and off to one side, making room for the massive flatbed wagon being pulled into place. Two mammoths, their red hair shaved down to short bristles to give them reprieve from the heat, plodded past the doorway. The driver, ensconced in a covered wicker houdah upon the right-hand beast, turned the team as the titanic creatures moved beyond the doors, directing them away from the opening for 15 spans. He urged them sideways with practiced skill then. When the wagon was straight enough, he had the team back it up until a half span of it was through the door. That was all, though, and he stopped there. The work of loading was to be left to one of the plantation's sorcerers. A woman, clad in brown workman's trousers and a dusty brown tunic, jumped down from the back of the long wagon, nodding to the tea-master and his associates as she went past. "Blue, right?" she said over her shoulder, to which Master Fallowfield said,
"Yes."
A young man dressed similarly to the woman pulled a long 3-legged ladder off the wagon and followed her in, the two of them setting it up against the stack of blue-marked crates. She climbed up it soon after and put her hands on the topmost crate. "Clear!" she called out loudly. Then she began a chant that Alton recognized immediately. A production-level teleport. A spell written for magicians with power no greater than H or I. A moment after, the crate vanished with a hiss, then reappeared a half-second later on the wagon with another loud huff of air. The wagon's springs creaked under the sudden addition of weight, and the leftmost mammoth protested with a rattling snort and shifting of its feet. The woman, obviously a teleporter despite not wearing guild colors as she worked, moved down a few rungs on the ladder and began again. Once more she called, "Clear!" and once more cast the spell, loading that crate onto the wagon bed.
"This would go faster if they just let you do it,"
Roberto muttered to Alton as they waited for her to make her way to the ground. But Alton shrugged. It was true, but everyone had need of work, and this was a fair use of talent for a woman of her youth and ability. It was good experience, and the wealth of the plantation would likely see to her comfort for many years. Eventually it was done, and Alton and Roberto were invited to climb up onto the wagon for the ride back to the ship. It didn't take them long to arrive, and soon the teleporter was moving the crates one by one onto a wide, flat gravity sled, which one of Roberto's crew women operated. She powered it down before each teleport so that the magic would not disrupt it and cause some unfortunate, unforeseeable, and unnecessary accident, and then she'd power it back up once a crate was in place. Before moving it anywhere, she would tap up a set of readings that gave the total weight. 2,525 pounds, 11 ounces, she called out for the first. The second was nearly as much, shy by only 40 pounds, and the one after that was 20 pounds heavier than the first. The fourth and fifth were close enough to the expected 2,500 range, but the sixth crate was off by 209 pounds, on the short side, which made Roberto frown. However, he kept his opinion to himself and let the weighing continue, at which point he discovered that the seventh crate was over by 112 pounds. When asked, the tea-master explained it away as bean density, which varied between younger and older plants.
"They're strange plants. Cultivating them is more art than science,"
T told them with a shrug. Roberto hadn't noticed that much bean density variation before, but when Alton shrugged it off, the Prosperian wizard knowing little about the harvesting or processing of goblin tea, Roberto let it go. The next two crates were more in line with the weights of the early ones, and Roberto would have forgotten it all had not the last crate been underweight by nearly 300 pounds. Roberto looked to the woman working the gravity sled and raised the question with his eyebrows. She tapped one icon on the screen and got the total cargo weight.
24,658,
she said. Roberto's eyes narrowed for a moment as he did the math, then stayed that way when he was done.
Listen, Master Fallowfield, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but that makes us shy by about 340 pounds. That's several thousand NTA credits, and I understand you've already been sent the gold.
I have, confirmed the tea-master, looking displeased himself.
That is a bit lighter than I'd call an allowable variance.
Roberto nodded and sent a relieved look to Alton, clearly glad that this wouldn't degenerate into an argument.
Let's open that one up, said the tea-master. Zoe, get that ladder over here.
The young teleporter and her co-worker quickly dragged the ladder off the wagon and set it up against the huge wooden crate. The young man handed the tea-master a pry bar, and the plantation master went up himself to pry open the box. It took some time, and 2 more trips down and back up again after moving the ladder, but finally he had it open. He lifted the lid with obvious effort and then propped it open with a practiced placement of the pry bar. He leaned over the edge and peered into the crate, and immediately began shaking his head.
"Shifted," he said. "There must have been a wet clump in there that broke apart. They've been rushing back there since we started packing for you. You can blame me for that. I should have hired a few extra hands. I'll have a word with the house manager about it, though. There's no excuse. This should have been shaken before it was sealed."
"So what's that mean in English?" Roberto asked.
"I'm sorry?" asked the tea-master. "I'm not sure what you mean." "He means in common tongue," Alton said. "It means we've shorted you 3.5 sacks of beans because I put my crew in a position where they are in too much of a hurry to do their work properly. We will get you another crate at once. Give me some time to have one reallocated. I'll have it shaken myself."
The level of his dismay was obvious, and the faint reddening at his cheeks showed that he was genuinely mortified by how the shortage made him and his business appear.
I truly apologize,"
he went on, but Roberto cut him off.
"Look, just get me 3.5 bags, like you said. I just want what I paid for. I don't care about the box. It's all good." "No, it really should be just as it shows on the manifest. I prefer to keep things neat. I can have another ready in less than an hour. And besides, the bags won't keep as well."
"Throw the bags in the box before you close it up," Roberto said, trying to be agreeable.
"Like I said, we are going to seal it back up and keep it all refrigerated the entire time. The bags will be fine, and if they are inside the box, well, then it's still only 10 crates, right?"
The man frowned, still clearly flustered by the apparent lack of integrity, but he agreed.
"Very well."
He turned to the 2 young workers standing nearby.
"Go on, then," he said. "Get them fresh off the line. 4 of them. They better still be warm by the time you bring them back."
They both nodded and ran off at full speed.
"Shall we see to the paperwork while they fetch them?"
Master Fallowfield asked.
"Sure,"
said Roberto.
"Alton, you want to come watch me sign papers, or do you want to stay here and log those bags in for me?"
He said it with a barely discernible twitch of his eye, which Alton easily recognized.
"No, I think I should be bored by paperwork. I'll verify the last of your shipment while you do that. Orly will be wanting me back soon anyway. We've got a few things to do to prepare for that transmute I have coming up. Efficiency is in order here."
"Roger that," Roberto said.
"Let's go sign me out, T."
He clapped the man on the back, a warm gesture meant to prove there were no hard feelings about the discrepancy. But the tea-master turned back to Alton before he left.
"Don't take it if it isn't warm," he said. "It should almost be too hot to touch. That's as fresh as it can be. It will clump a little, but that's fine so long as they make weight."
Alton promised that he would check, and the Spaniard moved off with the Prosperian farmer, chatting away merrily about the chain of stores he was opening back on planet Earth, finally, after nearly a year of being jammed up by bureaucracy. In the absence of the tea-master and his 2 assistants, Alton immediately cast the magic detection spell he'd recently memorized, placing himself as he cast it into a quasi-mana channeling state, pushing a wide and tall wedge of the misty pink stuff out before him, like an open hinge. He could imagine how unwieldy the spell might have been channeling mana normally, but with his ring, the gift from mournful blue fire, he was able to shape a very neat device. He pushed the angled opening of the construct over the crate before him, moving slowly into the same space occupied by the object, and watching for the misty mana to react to the other magic in the area. He enveloped the whole thing and watched for a time, but nothing shimmered or shifted on the surface of the wedge. There was no magic at work in or on that one. He climbed up the slope of the loading ramp that had been lowered to accommodate the large crates and entered into the bottom of the ship. Purple corseted crew women were already at work strapping the big boxes down with wide yellow straps, and each crate was being fitted with a round metal device that monitored its structural integrity, as well as its location at all times.
"Excuse me, ladies, but would you be too put out if I asked you to turn those devices off for a moment?"
They readily obliged, and soon after, Alton had swept through the whole area with the magic detection spell. There was no magic on or in the crates, and the cargo hold was clear. By the time he was done with his pass and had returned to the singular crate, waiting still upon the dormant gravity sled, the two plantation workers were returning with heavy bags of goblin tea beans draped over their shoulders. They approached Alton, and, as promised, he felt all 4 bags, confirming they were still quite warm from the roasting house. In a matter of minutes, all 4 were added to the open crate. It required a little mashing and packing, but they got them all in. Then the box was shut up tightly again. He thanked them both, then nodded to the busty crew woman operating the gravity sled, who turned it on, logged the weight, and then pushed the sled up into the ship. In less than a half hour, they were done with the transaction. Soon after, thanks to Alton's teleportation spell, the glistening lady was drifting darkly in space, midway between Mars and Earth.
"Man, I'm so glad to be out of there,"
Roberto said shortly after the ship's backup lights came on.
"Thanks for coming with me for that. It got so weird last time." "It was my pleasure," Alton said. "And if you'd like, I'll make one more sweep of the ship with the magic detection spell before you power it all back up."
"If you don't mind," Roberto said. "Might as well, since your damn teleport shut everything down anyway. You really do need to figure out a way to cast that without turning off my ship."
"I agree, and I have, or at least the TGS has, and I'll be borrowing the idea. Orly and I would like to have our own transport platform at Calico Castle as well. It's not as if I don't have the time. We're still waiting on Yellowfire's crystal bed, and, strangely, I am certain Her Majesty is avoiding me. So my time is my own. I've already begun gathering what I need to prepare the Angasta syrup for the tiles. I will have one for you soon enough."
"Yeah, you and Orly both keep saying that," Roberto said, but he grinned. He knew perfectly well having something of a personal teleporter was an extraordinary piece of luck, with or without a big black box. A few hours for restarts meant nothing in the greater scheme of things, especially now that there was no need to worry about some angry hostile swooping in ready to bash in the ship like a tin can. Although he had hopes that the glistening lady could take it, if it came to that. Alton went off to do as he'd said and check the ship for any signs of magic, augmenting in his way what the heat and surge detectors would be doing constantly once main power came back on. In the end, however, all of Roberto's worries were unrealized. There wasn't a jot of mana being channeled, stored, or radiated anywhere aboard, and certainly not after Alton teleported himself back home. Roberto stood amongst his 10 crates after Alton was gone, the robust and shapely figure of Betty Lynn at his side, her hip-mounted laser cannon now stored away, and both of them completely at ease. He laughed, and the dim auxiliary light sparkled in his eyes as he surveyed his cargo.
"God damn, I'm going to be rich," he said. "So rich! And it's about freaking time."
Chapter 39. Perny stood atop the cliff, gazing out over the sea. The wind blew beneath a dark and overcast sky, bending the knee-high grass and whipping her hair out behind her like pale golden flames. It was 3 weeks past the end of winter, and still the winds blew, though the air was warm enough. It had always been. She wondered if the island ever got cold beyond the mild chill of the night. She peered down to the narrow line of sand that separated the tumble of black rocks at the base of the cliff from those that jutted up from the waves, the latter appearing here and there in frothy blue tumult, and looking like volcano seeds. As usual, there were no sargossaganti, the elven word for the horned manatee-like creatures of string, and she began to despair, for they were her only hope of getting home on her own. Other options had been eliminated. She had no way to get to the southernmost tip of string, where Jovive said the swimming blue dragons were, and there was simply nothing else that would do. The whales were all stupid. She'd found that out already. Or at least too stupid for telepathy. The sea turtles were twice as dumb as the whales. The ichthyosaurs were both stupid and mean like the sharks. She had held out great hope for the dolphins, but they were too small to be of any use, even if they had had telepathy. Even if they had, she could hardly make a journey across that open ocean on the back of a dolphin, though she had given some thought to rigging up some sort of chariot. Kettle used to read her stories of the great kings of Ker and the chariots they'd driven into war, and old Nipper had even carved her one to play with when she was only 3. But she had no chariot, and no skill for making watercraft. She knew it perfectly well. So she'd given up on all of it. All but the manatees. But the trouble with the manatees was that the timid creatures were hardly ever here. She'd only seen them 4 times since first coming to this place, and in those 4 times only twice had she been able to get to the beach before they were gone. And only on one of those occasions had she made it far enough to even get her feet wet. She was just about to turn back, however, when fortune seemed to throw a favor her way. A movement upon a rock some 100 spans beyond the beach caught her eye, and she froze and stared with hawkish intensity. She could see it, a tiny lump that seemed a bit too round along the top ridge of the rock. She watched it, placed the curve of it, and set it in comparison to the cuts and sharp protrusions of the dark rock face on either side. She watched for movement in the gaps between every crag and outcrop, anything dark shifting like the least shadow between fork tines. Sure enough, it moved. She muttered the words that would turn her invisible. With the wind stirring the dark clouds above her and the grass all around her, her invisibility would work just fine. She cast the silent parts now, too. Put them into the magic naturally every time. Sea Wind's spear butt thudding into her skull had set that lesson permanently. If he could hear her heartbeat, so perhaps could the Sargossaganti. She remained motionless, even though she'd vanished magically. A long habit now, with her time on string, and she watched. For the longest stretch of time nothing happened beyond the barest motion of that round shape. But eventually, the creature seemed satisfied that all was safe. It rose out of the sea, letting the rise of an incoming wave push it right up to the highest part of the rock, the surface of which it covered like a great fat sausage, if sausages grew to near the size of mammoths or the woolly rhinos that lived on the western steppes of the dagger spines. It lay atop the rocks and spread out wide, grunting and shimmering with wetness as it seemed to ooze over the rock, eagerly extracting what remnant heat it could from the surface. It was a female, Perny recognized, for it had small horns, barely a span in length. After some thrashing and worming about, it finally settled and lay still. Dark spots appeared in the water around it then, movements shadowy and graceful beneath the foamy lace of broken waves. And then, one by one, more of the great horned manatees swam up out of the water and flopped themselves upon the rocks, each taking its own rock in turn. In the beginning it was only the females, and soon all the rocks were covered with blotchy black and green sausages, lying this way and that, like someone had carelessly knocked over a tray of fatlings at some seaside buffet. Perny might have giggled at this idea, or even longed for real food, which she did so often. but she was too focused on the task. Finally, as they had before, the males came in last. There were only 3 of them. 2 young ones and the patriarch, a great vast thing with a pair of horns nearly 3 spans long, each as thick as apple barrels where they came out of its head. It oozed and flopped itself up onto the beach, looking as if it were the mutant offspring of a great green pig and a long black whale. It stretched and wriggled like a fat worm until it was halfway up the beach, where it blew out a blast of air from its fuzzy muzzle, sending clouds of sand and gravel flying up the beach to land in a patter upon the rocks and even the base of the cliff. That was the one Perny wanted, the big one. She could pitch a tent on its fat back if she wanted to, and camp all the way across the ocean until she was home. She'd even have room to dance about and play. She could practice the death dances she'd learned over the course of 11 months, the flips and spins and vaults that the elves had taught her, maneuvers that had at one time seemed impossible, but that she could now do with some degree of competence. She could stay deadly and strong during her voyage, which would be important when she did finally get home. That big Sargo-Sagantis was her way home. She had no need of fighting the Orc to prove anything. She'd fought orcs before, though she still shuddered when she thought about it, about their long teeth and wicked roars, their muscles moving beneath their thick green flesh, hands powerful enough to crush her small head. They were abominations in the shape of men. She knew they could be killed, but the thought of facing one again made the pit of her stomach fill with ash. She spoke bravely enough of it when Seawind was around, but as the days drew nearer to that combat, anxiety began to take its toll, which was why she had to finish what she'd started long ago. She had to tame something to ride away from here, and that Sargo-Sagantis was going to be it. She gave it time to settle, watching its eyelids droop farther and farther down the round black domes of its eyes. Soon the shimmering round bubbles were draped in spotty black and green flesh, with pale eyelashes curving upward along the lowest edge like the warped teeth of a comb. Her plan was simple. She would jump down to the beach, as she so often did here for fun, teleport as close to it as she could before she hit the ground. She gauged she could get within 20 steps or so, and then run up its back. She would keep the words of her next teleport ready on her lips as she ran, and try to watch the mana as best as she could, like Jovive and Seawind were trying to teach her to do, though it hardly worked at all, like they said, at least not so easily. The creature would, just as she would, just as the elves would, try to blink away with its own animal teleport. But Perny knew how far it could go. Not far. Barely enough to jump out of danger from predators. Just enough to get free of their gnashing teeth. It was a defense she could appreciate, but also one she could do herself if she needed to, though she hoped it wouldn't come to that. Her plan relied on her belief that it wouldn't jump until all the others were away. She'd seen that on her last 2 attempts to approach one. So she had a plan for after that. The real danger would be the horns. Once she got on its back, she'd jam her spear into its thick, blubbery hide and hold on for the ride, trying to find its mind in the same way she'd tried with all the other creatures so far, the way she had found knots. She'd do it while watching in the mana, trying to beat it to its next teleport cast. She'd stick it hard enough with her embedded spear to stop it before it could blink away. Timing would be everything, but pain was a very effective tool for training animals. It had worked well enough on Knot, if not for anything else, but she thought there was a chance she wouldn't need it. The Sargo-Sagantis might be smart enough to communicate with directly, just like Master Alton's dragon Teot was. It was hard to predict, though. She'd had such hope for the dolphins, and they had no magic at all. She'd tried other creatures, several just to see if she could carry it off. Her attempt to communicate with the creatures she'd come to call spider apes had nearly got her killed, and trying to communicate with a stump-winged Latakasokis was pointless. She supposed toadstools had larger brains than those dumb dragon cousins had. There had been many others throughout the months with equally unremarkable results, making not legitimately the only success she'd had. Nothing else had mind and magic in the right combination to be of any use, and those that had either hadn't the sense to respond or didn't notice that she was there, or else she simply didn't know how to get to them. Either way, this was her last hope. The Sargo-Saganti were friendly with one another, protective, and seemed to communicate, and they definitely had magic. So this was her lone remaining option, and she was ready for it. With a breath to steady her nerves, and a quick glance at those horns jutting from the big one's head, she scooted along the cliff face until she was as directly in line with it as she could be. Flipping her spear in her hands so that its point was down, she jumped from the cliff and out into the wind, plummeting toward the rocks. She started her spell. In the half-instant before she hit the largest of the rocks, she finished the last word of her magic and teleported herself to the sand beyond them. She reappeared, already running toward the hulking Sargo-Sagantis lying just 20 paces away. It twisted so quickly toward her that she'd only barely begun to reach out for its mind, watching the mana draw in case it tried to blink, when it shot the first of its horns at her. In that split second of her reaching for mana, the 9-pace-long shaft was on her, through her, and carrying her flying down the beach. She landed with a splash in the surf well over 30 spans away, her invisibility spell gone, and her blood being carried into the sea with the receding of the most recent crashing wave. She could see the great horn rising from her body like the trunk of a beheaded tree, widening as it rose up into the air. Her guts felt like they were aflame. She lifted her head feebly and saw that all the manatees were gone. She was dimly aware of how disappointed she was, but the pain made it hard to think. She had enough time to call out to Jovive telepathically before the sky faded away. Though she had no sense of passing time, or even much value for measuring it anyway, 4 days had passed before she woke up again. Even with the spectacular healing power that sea wind brought to bear, she'd still been in great danger for the whole first day after the manatee incident, for it had been that long that the elf had been at work on her. But awake she did, and alive she was. Not surprisingly, the first words out of her benefactor's elven mouth when Perny awoke were,
"Foolish girl, not even the elves trifle with the Sargo-Saganti."
Jovive, however, was kinder, and the thin slit of her pursed and ancient mouth shaped a smile of genuine relief when Perny's bright blue eyes blinked bewildered up at her for the first time in days.
"Crazy brave little thing,"
the old woman said, pushing strands of Perny's hair off her pale brow unnecessarily.
"You cannot ride a Sargo-Sagantis back to Kerr."
Perny rolled her head, looking away from the woman to the elf. The folded silk blankets serving as her pillow made wispy sounds against her ear as she did, soft against her cheek.
"I almost did,"
she said, glaring up at Seawind.
"You'll see."
He looked from her to Jovive seated on the ground next to where Perny lay upon a bed of grass. The convalescing child was covered in a sheet of silk, her slender little body barely a length of lumps beneath.
"She is brave, but if she's stupid, she'll die before she is of any use. You make her stay away from the Sargo-Saganti. They cannot be tamed. If she won't hear it from me, you'd better find a way to make her hear it from you, or there will be more of that water spilling from your old eyes."
"You brought her here,"
Jovive said.
"You did. You picked her. She is your responsibility. I only teach her what I know. Neither of us asked to be here in our time. You'll do well to remember that. Your people, your prophecies, chose us. You choose humans because we are not elves. That is why. So don't stand there now and bemoan the difference. You make her understand. And hitting her with something won't help. She's past that now. Some lessons can't be taught with the blunt end of a spear."
He frowned across the intervening space at the ancient Sava an Lansum, and considered what she'd said. It had been a long time since he'd trained Jovive, and it was possible that some of what she had said he'd not been considering. He nodded and left the low-ceilinged room. Jovive turned back to look at Perny, who was smiling up at her.
"You told him good that time,"
Perny said.
"He's been needing a talking to."
Jovive leaned back and laughed.
"Yes, child. I did tell him good, didn't I?"
They shared a moment in that happy thought, until finally, once more she spoke.
"And you must do it too, when the time comes, little Sava. You'll tell them what they need to hear. They will need your candor, just as they have often needed mine. It is not for the spear and knife alone that they bring us here. It is for what only we can see."
"You mean like sugar shrimp and manatide?"
"In a way. You see, the elves have no intuition. Not like we do. At least not the males. They simply can't trust a guess like humans do. They can't go with their gut. They will be the first to tell you they are creatures of reflex. But their reflexes are based on certainty. That's why they fight so well. They don't guess. They know."
"But I thought certainty was why they always win. They're very smart, or at least Seawind is, though he's mostly the only one I know. Sandu and the others were smart too. I saw them fight the Latakasoki, lots of them, and with no fein gossa like I had. They never make mistakes. Guessing is silly, because they already know everything."
"But they don't. They don't know everything."
"Then how come they never lose a fight?"
"The dead ones lose."
Perny had to think about that, but she supposed it made perfect sense. She'd never seen a dead elf, but then she'd never seen a young one or a female either. There were all kinds of elves she'd never seen, so she'd just never really thought about that before.
"How come they never let me see anyone else?"
she asked after a while.
"Are they ashamed of me?"
"I cannot tell you that just yet, little Sava. But if it is meant to happen, then you will. They are an amazing race, beautiful beyond reckoning. The first time I saw an elven woman, I fell in love."
"What?"
said Perny, sitting bolt upright.
"With another woman?"
Jovive took her by the shoulders and pushed her back down into the bed, smiling but insistent.
"You must lie still for another day or two, child. There is a bit more healing that must happen on the inside still."
Perny grumbled about that. Nothing hurt when she sat up. She made a face at Jovive, but didn't try to sit up again.
"And yes, little one, I did fall in love with a woman, though there was nothing I could do about it. I simply was. But elves don't love the way we do. They don't hold each other or kiss each other in the dark."
"I know about what happens in the dark,"
Perny said, a bit indignantly.
"You can say it. Besides, I've seen the critters at Calico Castle doing it all the time. They climb on top of one another, and Gimel says they will keep on until a baby comes out."
Jovive had occasion to laugh again, but Perny mistook it for disbelief, which she wasn't having any of.
"It's true,"
she protested.
"All the time I see Nipper's old bull get up on that bald-faced cow Gimel brought back from Lakent, and it followed her around and went after her constantly. And that cow had a calf by the end of the year. It just came right out all gooey and covered with snot. And people aren't any different, and even Kedal says it was true, because I asked, and she never lies to me."
Jovive patted her on the cheek and nodded that it all was true, or at least close enough.
"Of course you are right about all of that. People do, just like many animals as well, though not all by any stretch. And elves are like those creatures who don't make love. At least, not until a very specific time."
She sat up straighter then and cleared her throat, though there was nothing in it to be cleared.
"The rest of that you will just have to wait to learn. I've said more than my vow allows as it is."
Perny didn't care about vows, though. She was still trying to imagine how any woman could be so beautiful as to make her fall in love. At one time, she'd thought Orly Pewter was beautiful, but not enough to be in love. Or at least she didn't think so, anyway. She had liked following her around because she was nice to her. But then she tried to take Master Alton away, so now Perny thought Orly was uglier than Gimmel's bald-faced cow. Thinking about life at home made Perny a little melancholy, and for a while she lay back, trying to remember things she used to like to do. Much of it was the same as the things she liked to do here, as she thought about it. Climbing trees and jumping streams, swimming and chasing animals about, hunting and practicing with whatever weapons someone would let her at, or that she could make herself. She had to admit the elves and old Jovive were actually much more generous about that last part. Plus, she got to use poisons when she wanted to. Granted, they made her drink the poisons she practiced with, dosing her for months and months first to build up her resistance, but eventually they did let her, and she did suppose being immune to them was probably a good idea. She didn't like barfing very much, though, although sometimes the strangest-looking things came up, which made it not so bad. She'd also found Knot here, and she really did love him. Thinking of him made her worry, and she sent a thought out in search of him. He'd unrolled himself from her pack and gone back to the fern meadow where she'd gotten him. That was fine. She could get him to come back now. It was funny to think about it, but in the light of the recent conversation about mates and mating, she thought the little monster sort of saw her as its mate, or something like it anyway. She thought about how Jovive must have felt being in love with a woman who could never love her back. It made her sad inside. She imagined not loving her like that, hopelessly, and thought about not calling him back to her. But then she knew he was just a bug. She'd been in his head before. There simply wasn't that kind of emotion there. Still, it was a sad thought, unsettling, and she looked up at Jovive, wondering what it must be like to love someone and not have that love ever return. So she asked, "What happened to the elf woman that you loved?" Jovive shook her head and gave a wan, breathy sort of smile.
"Nothing," she said. "She's living her life perfectly happily beneath—"
She stopped abruptly, saying instead,
"We're even friends in our way. In the end, I might as well have loved the sky."
"Was it magic that did it to you?"
Perny asked.
"Were you under a love spell, like Lord Thorogood used on Miss Pewter all that time?"
"No, not magic. At least not directly, not intentionally. They're all like that. The females, I mean. That's why the elves always take human women to be the Sava and Lansum. It is said that if a human male sees an elven woman, he will simply give up and die. Apparently, they just lose the will to live. It's what happened to the very first assassin of the Vale."
"Because of how pretty they are?"
"Yes, because of that. As I said, you will see. And if you are weak like I was, you will carry the heart wound with you always, as I do, like a scar in your heart's memory. But the heart heals over, and you will be stronger for it in the end. It doesn't happen a second time."
She looked off into the distant space of memory for a moment, and when she spoke again, her tone was tutorial again.
"But only if you pass your test."
"The test of seeing an elf woman, or of killing the orc?"
Jovive's brow wrinkled a little, only for an instant, before she nodded.
"Yes, most of that, anyway."
Perny couldn't decide if she wanted to see a woman so beautiful she'd have a wounded heart, but she supposed Seawind could cure anything. And what could be worse than a giant manatee horn through the guts anyway? She did, however, dread that rotten orc. Chapter 40. Black Sander sat upon the wide lip of a clay jar as if it were a stool. He stared across the pale yellow gloom at his three companions, 2 men he'd hired for muscle, and the teleporter, who still trembled as much as he had at the candle shop before making the teleports. His companions sat, as he did, atop their own clay jars, and at their feet were 4 more small jars, one filled with almonds, and the other 3 with water, each corked tight. The only light came from the cap of a yellow mushroom, which one of the thugs held in his lap as dearly as a child might a favorite bedtime toy. The man's fingers twitched as he held it, the tips of them caressing its glowing flesh in a searching sort of way, as if he were certain that at any moment it might disappear.
"You're going to break it apart if you keep fiddling with it,"
Black Sander said in a voice so low it was barely a hiss. The man started at the sound, his eyes wide and the whites jaundiced by the mushroom's light. He followed the direction of Black Sander's gaze to the cap in his lap, and jerked his hands away as if it might bite him.
"Don't like it in here," he muttered back. "It's too dark and too tight. I can hardly breathe."
"You'll breathe just fine if you stop thinking about it,"
Black Sander hissed back.
"Just relax. We'll be there soon enough."
He turned to the man to his left and watched the sand in his hourglass run out. He waited for the man to turn it over, which he did immediately. The brawny fellow saw Black Sander looking at him and gave a grim nod. 26, he mouthed silently. Black Sander lifted his wide-brimmed hat and pushed his long, agile fingers through the dark hair beneath, nodding back at the man. He would have liked to have stood and stretched, but there was no room for it. The small space, a square cube made of taut canvas stretched over a wooden frame, would not accommodate such a thing. It was even worse now than it should have been. The unexpected near collapse of one corner of their little hiding place had reduced their headroom substantially on one side. Someone on the outside had thrown in additional weight, and a knot in one of the 4 main poles had proven a nearly fatal flaw for the plan. Were it not for the quick reflexes of the man now holding the hourglass, they might all be sitting in Crown City jail. But he'd caught the drooping canvas and held up that side of their tiny room, all upon his back, his legs trembling and his arms braced against his knees as he held up the weight of well over 30 stone and goblin tea beans. They'd had to scramble to aid him, Black Sander and the claustrophobic lad, but they'd strapped a pair of daggers in place with 2 belts and somewhat splinted up the pole. It still drooped, and they all knew it might give at any moment, but at this point in the plan they had no other choice but to trust to chance. The man with the mushroom got up and went to a length of bamboo sticking through a hole in the side of the canvas wall. It had a small bellows-like device affixed to it near its end. He wrapped his lips around the opening and pumped the bellows hungrily, sucking in the air it brought from outside the crate they were hiding in.
"Sit down, you fool. They'll hear you panting like a damned dog. There's plenty of air in here."
He did as instructed, but he mumbled,
"I can't breathe."
"Calm yourself. We'll be off the ship at any moment now."
The man slumped back on his clay pot, too late to prevent the aroma of urine from mixing and even overwhelming even the mask of the goblin tea for a time. Another 2 turns of the hourglass passed after that, but at length, and such a length that even Black Sander began to grow anxious, there were sounds from outside their confinement again. Faint sounds, dull and muffled, but clearly something was finally happening. He glanced to the teleporter sitting there, the man having not uttered one word since they'd left, and gave him a look that promised death to him, his wife, and his unborn baby if he uttered so much as one magical word. The man nodded that he understood. The crate jolted a moment after, and Black Sander quickly yanked off the bellows from the tube and slid a long wooden dowel through it, stopping where a mark on the dowel lined up with the tube opening. The hole was now plugged up tight. The crate rocked several more times, then settled. He could make out the faintest hum of voices, but there was far too much wood crate and goblin tea in between for him to make out what was being said. They all tipped at a shallow angle then as someone outside moved the crate. The man with the mushroom looked as if he might cry out. The fellow with the hourglass set it down and slapped a hand over the mushroom-bearer's mouth. Black Sander smiled as their tiny apartment leveled out again, and for some time there was no movement again, or at least none they could detect. The crate jolted once again, then all was silent. No one said a word. After a time, there came another jolt, as if something had been slammed up against the side of the crate. Then silence followed yet again. This sequence repeated 8 more times, and after the last, a new type of rumble commenced. They were all jolted once more, this time in a distinctly directional sort of way, as if a wagoner had just whipped a team of draft horses into motion. They bounced along long enough for half the sand in the hourglass to fall, and once more came to rest. A few more jolts and jostles, more mumbling from outside, and finally all was silent again. Silent for long enough that Black Sander decided it must be time.
"You ready?"
he said to the man whose composure had been so admirable all along.
"I am." "All of you get up and come over here," he said. "Get in close."
When they were all stuffed into the corner of the little canvas box, Black Sander drew a dagger from his boot, leaned across the small space, and cut through the canvas where it began to droop near the broken part of the frame. The pitch-black beans of the goblin tea began to pour in like mud. The man with the mushroom actually made a whimpering sound, and Black Sander had to suppress the urge to cut his belly open just like the canvas, so they could all watch his frightened guts pour out. With his foot, Black Sander pushed the heaping beans into the far corner as best he could. Confident with the process, he cut the gash a bit longer still. He made a longer cut along the bottom of one canvas wall, near where they all stood, cutting the long, angular gash nearly to the height of their knees.
"Give it a push,"
he told the old timekeeper. The man did as told, pressing into the tarp between the crossed wooden braces and causing the beans to pour in more forcefully.
"Can you feel the top?"
Black Sander asked.
"No yet,"
the man replied. It was the matter of some long and admittedly nervous minutes, letting more beans in, letting them pile up beneath their feet, until at last the man found the top of the crate. They let out a collective breath of relief, the man with the glowing mushroom most of all. Black Sander cut away the remaining tarp above them, and with some cringe-inducing volume, they were able to pound the crate open from within. They were immediately met with a rush of chill alien air cooled by the electricity-powered machines of planet Earth. In minutes, they had the rest of his crew out from the other crates. All 12 men had made it without a hitch. After so many months of trying, he had finally arrived. Chapter 41. Alton placed his hands on the new crystals that the professor and his team had grown. It was the first time he'd felt them without the mediating layer of a spacesuit glove. His breath blew in foggy plumes, giving him the aspect of a sea dragon blowing steam. The clouds of each breath played amongst the gray formations of the crystals like clouds around miniature mountain tops. He looked to his left, through the clear plastic sheet of the atmospheric tent that separated him from the rest of the team. Orly stood centermost among them, her spacesuit helmet spotlight glaring in at him along with all the rest, the combination of them making it so that he couldn't see her face. He knew she'd been chewing on her bottom lip, though, like she often did when she was nervous. He made a point of smiling and gave the thumbs-up gesture that the people of Earth often used. The new crystals were just as Professor Bryant had said they would be, exactly like the rest of them had been when they first arrived. They were a little smaller on average, but otherwise they seemed no different, and the professor had assured him they would grow a bit more in time. Alton hoped it wouldn't make a difference for what he had to do. He scooted to his left a little and got down on his knees, peering as he did into the prickly-seeming expanse of dull crystal, where it butted up against the pulsing purple mass that was Yellowfire's crystalline heart. The science team had done their part, and now it was time for Alton to finish off the work. He leaned forward and had to stare very closely to find the hair-thin line that traced the edge of the new growth crystals, the tiny line of separation between the transplanted heart and the regrown skin, as the professor had been calling it. He placed his hand over the crack, his right hand, upon which he wore his ring. The silver touched the tip of a crystal with a clink. He let go another long, foggy breath, and opened his mind to the mana, the calm endlessness of its pink entirety. He swept at it with his thoughts, as if waving away a breath of smoke, and in this way he wafted it into the crack between the heartstone and the newly formed heart chamber skin. He spoke the words of the spell he'd learned from Atterbury's book, forcing himself to cast the magic slowly, meticulously. There was so much at stake. He let himself lean on the rhythms of the spell, since it was so new to him, and soon enough, by his measure of it, though a matter of nearly an hour to those observing from outside, he'd traced the gap all around the heartstone. He filled it all with a gentle mist of mana, shaping the surface of the heartstone as he saw it in his mind. When the mana was all wrapped around and the gap was full, he spoke the words that anchored the transmutation spell in place, the first portion of it anyway, and then opened his eyes, staring down at what he had done. So far there was nothing to see, just a hairline crack that was nearly impossible to locate with the naked eye. "Well," Professor Bryant asked, "did it work?"
"He still has to do the other half,"
Orley snapped.
"Be silent. Don't you listen?"
Alton couldn't help the smile that came upon his face. Be silent. She sounded like the Queen. But she was right, and he needed to stay focused on the spell. He turned to his right to reach for reagents, a simple task made still difficult by the heavy spacesuit he wore, despite having the helmet and gloves off. The environmental bubble they'd made for him around the Heartstone was perfectly functional, but nobody on the team would let him take any more chances than that. Just the helmet and the gloves. Beside him were 2 jars. One was filled with soft clay taken from the bed of a hot spring north of Hast, and the other held 3 cocoons, containing the pupae of the rare Endoru moth, found in the northwestern parts of Great Forest, where the Gulf breezes cooled the trees and prevented frost come winter-time. First he applied the clay, smearing it into the crack with his fingertips as best he could, then evening it out with a small brush made of artificial fibers, something manufactured on Earth that was much softer than horsehair. He worked carefully, brushing the clay evenly so that no gaps or holes were in it. The spell instructions had been clear on that. There must be no part uncovered. He pulled a magnifying glass out of his belt and carefully examined the work all around. There was one tiny gap, barely a pinhole that had opened up where the clay had been brushed too thin. He was glad he'd had the discipline to check. He only got one chance at this, and if he failed, both the Heartstone and the crystal for several spans around would crumble and turn to dust. This was an all-or-nothing spell. Quite terrifying. He brushed more clay into the crack, carefully blending it with the rest so that it was all even and smooth again. To be sure, that pinhole having made him nervous, he went around the whole thing again, adding just a little more. It was good. The work was patient and thorough. He put the brush down and wiped off his hands with a chemical-coated towel that Dr. Singh had handed him before he'd been zipped into the atmosphere bubble. The doctor had not looked him in the eyes. He wouldn't any more. Not after, as he saw it, Alton's cold-blooded murder of Thaddeus Thorogood. Alton wondered if the doctor would ever understand, if he would ever forgive him. He wondered if maybe this time this spell would be enough, the 2 of them working together with the rest to bring another life back from death. Surely that would be redemption, wouldn't it? He finished cleaning his hands and tossed the towel down, giving his hands a moment to dry. The cold air within the plastic bubble felt even colder as he waved his hands to expedite the drying process, though he hadn't really needed to. Alton realized he was stalling a little, and stared down into the jar with the 3 pupae inside. They wriggled like swaddled things. He didn't have a lot of time to wait. He had to cast the spell before they started to come out, yet just as they were ready to emerge. Such were the dictates of the spell, and thereby the dictate that he do it now. He reached into the jar and took one thumb-sized cocoon out. It might as easily have been a very large grub or a maggot of extraordinary size. He could feel the life inside of it. It made him wonder if he was really redeeming the life he'd taken after all. He would still be down by 1. Perhaps Dr. Singh would never have reason to release Alton from his moral pillory.
"Oh my God, go already," he heard Roberto say. "What's he waiting for?"
It wasn't a direct link into Alton's suit speaker, though. Roberto's impatience was transmitted indirectly through Orly's helmet feed. She'd been about to ask Alton if everything was okay just when Roberto spoke, giving Alton a glimpse of the tension outside the plastic room. Orly cut off her transmission immediately, leaving Alton in silence again. He held the cocoon in his fist, firmly but not enough to harm it. Slowly trickle mana in, shaping it like a heart, the spell had read, so he turned his hand and pressed his closed fingers against his chest. He closed his eyes once more and reached out for the little plume of mana that drifted like a bit of string caught in an updraft, emerging from the mana cocoon he'd constructed around the heartstone. He took the strand up again and once more attached it to the rest of the mana all around, pulling it through the endlessness that seemed all the mana in the universe. He pulled it back out again, as if threading an eternal needle. He pushed it through his hand and wound it around the wriggling object that he held. He poked the strand into the very center of the creature, the life that was seeking to be reborn, and he prodded with it until he found the creature's little spark of light, the singular pink dot of the mana that animated it. Alton attached his thin filament to that. The chrysalis popped in his hand. He could feel it, the damp of its innards there. He had the presence of mind to catch the wisp of mana before it unraveled back and slipped beneath the surface of the crystal stones, if barely before. He locked it into place again, leaving it to dangle its lengths into nothingness like a lone wisp of hair. He opened his eyes and unfurled his fist. He saw the broken chrysalis lying there, gooey and unfortunate.
"What happened?"
Orly asked.
"I'm not sure," he replied. "I think I put in too much mana."
He picked up the towel and wiped off his hand, pulling off his ring to clean inside and out. The green marble of the father's gift that Blue Fire had given him was buried within the thick silver block. The ring was a crude piece of jewelry made by Alton's own hand, but the stone pulsed steadily, visible only on that underside. It was beautiful and powerful. He wondered if the phrase, "slowly trickle mana in," written into the spell meant more slowly than what he had done with it. He'd gone very slowly, as slowly as he could. But he thought that perhaps the ring made it too fast. The stone did change the nature of mana significantly, and surely the wizards who had designed the spell hadn't been channeling mana with the hostile heartstone. Perhaps the timing had simply been off. Spells cast over long durations had that kind of temperament, so to speak, and if there was a downside to the stone, that might be it. Usually it was healers, not transmuters, who complained of such things the most, of over-channeling and impatience with patient spells. Still, he supposed he was healing in his way, even with this transmute, so he decided to give it another try. This time he would do it without the ring. Perhaps all he needed was to get the timing right. He placed his ring atop the towel on the ground and took the second of the 3 wriggling cocoons out of the jar. With it gripped in his fist as he had the last, he once more reached out into the mana stream. It had been some time since he'd seen the mana this way, the thick smashing swells of it churning in whirls of pinks and purples, sometimes so dark they were nearly black. It moved in eddies and curling licks like splashing waves and tongues of flame. Yet even in doing so, it moved like syrup on a cold plate. Compared to the unchanging pink mist, it seemed something else entirely when he looked into it this way. Nonetheless, this was how the spell authors had seen it when they'd first cast the spell, and Alton was confident that he could channel the mana in its thick and slow-moving waves precisely as it was written in the spell. So he did so, and once again reached out for the tiny wisp of mana that he'd left attached to the surface of the joint he was trying to make. But now it was no longer a tiny wisp. It was a massive thing, huge, as big around as a palace tower. It was colossal, and it waggled about in a massive space within the mana stream like the decapitated body of a serpent grown to titan size. It nearly startled him to see how much perspective had changed. He might have laughed were the situation not so delicate. Surely that strand was not quite what the spell designers had in mind either. Still, he felt it might work best for the merging of the Heartstone to have it that way. Usable in its magnificent size, but he understood now why the chrysalis had been destroyed. It wasn't even that he'd delivered too much mana, so much as he delivered the correct amount too fast. Apparently, slowly meant really slow. He began the words that the spell had put down for those who channeled mana naturally, slow casters like Alton had used to be, like he forced himself to be now. He took the end of that mighty mana stump and carefully whittled it down to size. Without the ring, it was the work of some time to shape it down to a point, shaping away mana as if he were sharpening some giant wooden stake. At last he had it reduced to a thin thread, a thread so small that he wondered if he could even see it while he wore the ring. Nonetheless, he gathered it up and once more fed it into the new chrysalis that he held. Again he reached into the wriggling thing, probing and seeking the point of its tiny mana core. The little speck of mana he'd seen in the previous pupa blazed in this one like a great bonfire in the magic eyes of Alton in his ringless state. He nearly lost his concentration for seeing it, and he regarded the conflagration of pink and purple roiling in the tiny creature's mind, its soul perhaps, with awe. He marveled at it for a time, marveled at the brilliance of the spell itself, but he caught himself and stuck to the task at hand. He said the words and thought the thoughts of joining and becoming something new, of being one thing and then another, in a sequence insistent and orderly. The transformation thoughts came clearly as each phrase of the spell argued for the certainty of a change. Each word guided the images in his mind, the concepts and very visceral understandings of what it was he sought to make the gap become. One. In time, much time, he finally had it. The nature of the clay became the nature of the crystal, which became the nature of the Heartstone. One thing must become another, which becomes another yet again. He could see it, even feel it in his chest, sensing what it was to be that thing, to be that physicality. Each phase of it he understood perfectly. And so, with no hesitation, with certainty born of the recognition that it must be now, he thrust his hand forward, a punching motion with his hand, opening it as he thrust, palm out. He mashed the chrysalis against the center of the Heartstone. "Ka ana fin stora mor!" he shouted in the ancient tongue, and then his eyes flew open, and he stared at what he'd done. For a moment he couldn't see anything. The spotlights and even the glow from Yellowfire's pulsing heart seemed blinding to him. But he squinted and leaned forward, peering into the shadowy cracks around the violet light. The red-brown clay he'd brushed on was turning black, black like Angusta syrup tiles. Absolute black. It seemed to fall away, like the center of a square of wax being melted from underneath. It melted into the crack all the way around, and little wisps of smoke came out in places, emitting a noxious smell. There was a faint hissing for a time, and then nothing, for several minutes more. Then, simply nothing. He waited. Those standing outside the swollen arc of the pressurized plastic bubble waited. If they were speaking amongst one another, Alton hardly knew. He craned his neck forward, tilted his head, pressed his ear against the rock. He listened. Nothing. He sniffed around the edge for a time. The noxious odor was gone, sucked up into the evacuation vent that was filtering everything in this frigid little room. It occurred to him that maybe the cold temperature wasn't good for the process at this point.
"I need to get out of here," he said. "We need to take this chamber down. It is usually hot down here. Some of the gases in the air are different. I think it should be that now."
After reclaiming his ring, he pulled his gloves on and reset the seal. He snapped his helmet back in place as well. All the lights were green on the panel on his left.
"Okay, take it down," he said.
"Come here first,"
Orly said over the comm.
"Let me check your suit."
He would have argued, but knew it would be faster to comply. He'd put this suit on enough times over the last year to be quite capable of doing it properly by now.
"Turn around,"
she ordered, as he went through the ritual she always put him through. When he was done, and she was, she said,
"Okay, drop it, Rabin."
The grad student drew down the pressure in the bubble, enough that it could be unsealed from the rock face, and soon after, Alton was standing beside the rest, waiting anxiously as Rabin and his twin brother detached the rest of the bubble and rolled it up and out of the way. Orly and Professor Bryant were the first to be peering point-blank down at Alton's work. "Don't touch it," the professor and Alton said simultaneously as Orly began to reach toward the Heartstone. The professor straightened after a few moments of looking at it and pulled out the blocky device he'd used to take readings from it on his first day at Yellowfire's original home. The device Alton knew emitted the green light beams.
"Stop," Alton said. "I think it best if you not bombard it with anything at all. Not now."
He couldn't help but glance around at all the small crates of explosives lying around the edges of the regrown area. The fleet had already insisted on enough potential bombardment as it was. Poor Yellowfire's life, if he got one, was going to be lived under the specter of death for a while. Alton hated that it was so, but understood why the explosives and detonation apparatus had to be there, at least for a while. "Well, this won't do anything to it," the professor said. "We've been taking readings off these things since we got here."
"They weren't infused with tissue-thin mana before," Alton said. "I have no idea how your device works, but I should think if my channeling mana makes your equipment do strange things, then it is likely your equipment might make my channeled mana do strange things too, especially in a procedure as delicate as this. Given what's at stake here, I think patience is called for."
"He's right,"
Orly said.
"Put it away, Professor. Please. You've done amazing work here. The team has. But it's time to let this stuff we don't understand run its course."
The professor looked like he wanted to protest, but then the lines that were forming upon his brow suddenly reversed themselves. "You've probably got a point," he said. "But we're sure going to lose a lot of data about what's happening, especially if it works."
"As a man of science, you of all people know how observation can alter things,"
Orly said. "I do," he said. "Which means there's nothing left to do but have a drink and celebrate what I'm sure will be our incredible scientific victory." "I don't know," said Rabin as he came to stand next to Professor Bryant and Dr. Singh. He stared like the rest of them down at the work that Alton had just done. It didn't look any different than it had before. "What we did is cool and all, but it seems like maybe we should pray."
"Pray?"
Alton asked. He could see the deep and gentle way that the young man was gazing down at Yellowfire's heart. "Yes," the grad student replied. "We should ask God to help Yellowfire find his way back. Maybe even ask him to forgive Redfire for what he had done. For his sins, you know. We could ask for Yellowfire's sins, too. I mean, We don't really know who he was before. Not that it matters. We should ask for all of us, really, for what we might be doing now. Meddling."
He paused and looked around, watching them all stare at him as he somewhat lost track of what he was trying to say. He resigned himself to concluding simply, "It can't hurt. A little humility is all. And what can it hurt to ask?" "Nothing," said Dr. Singh. When they began, even Alton bowed his head. Chapter 42. Social stratification is a constant in the nature of human societies, and it is in the seams between those divisions that the criminally inclined find leverage. Location and patience are all that is required, and a carefully placed strategy can break apart any structure with a very small amount of effort. When water freezes in the tiny cracks of a castle, it can, with time, crumble the mighty thing. Black Sander knew it would be the case as much on Earth as it was on Prosperian. For the first 3 days on Earth, Black Sander and his men had struggled to stay out of sight, doing so the old-fashioned way, as it were, by ducking behind shadowy things and creeping along at night. He could not admit to his men that he was lost, but he was, and it took them some time to find their way out of the freight yard into which they'd been deposited as part of the glistening lady's cargo. And that might have been acceptable to Black Sander alone, but it had then taken a considerable amount of additional time to locate the less well-manicured parts of town. The parts of town where people could go missing and nobody would care, or at least where anyone who did care had enough issues with the authorities to keep their mouths shut anyway. Black Sander and his associates had had to snatch a few people off the streets for a time, and had to knock a few heads together for a while, but eventually they were able to sift through enough wanderers, transients, and prostitutes to find a few with enough wits remaining to be of use. It didn't take them long after to learn that they needed what the Earth people called a grid pass, or a net ID. In addition, to make any of it matter, they also needed an account in which to put and store NTA credits. Black Sander's man, Twain, continued to grapple with the idea of how on Earth nothing actually served as money.
"But how can we buy stuff if we ain't got no coppers, silvers, or gold?" he asked. "They don't use that here. There are no coins. It's all done by machines." "What is?" Twain had asked, scratching his head. Black Sander would have ignored him, but the others were watching too. They had to be confident Black Sander was up to the task for being on an alien world. "The currency. It's all in the machine. The net. The damned grid. It's not that difficult to see." "But that's just it," Twain argued. "There's nothing to see. You give them a card and they give it right back when you buy something. Sometimes they just shine a light in your eye. I've seen people buying things like that. Just a light. Or even a fingertip. Where's the money, then?" "There's no money. It's all made up," he said. "It's all one big tally kept track of in the machine." "So there ain't no gold nowhere in the whole world?" "Good gods, man, of course there's gold. They just don't pass it around. You're in an alien culture. You need to relax and accept things how they are. You'll start to make sense of it in time." Twain never could quite get that down, but Belor had, and Black Sander, of course. None of the others cared. As long as Black Sander had it down, they were content to follow along. Their ignorance did make them loyal, though. They knew they were in it very tight. With the help of a trembling young man who they'd found on the 3rd night, they found a proprietor who sold generic citizen numbers and access to net accounts, which they paid for with lumps of gold they'd made by melting down gold crowns from Kerr. Soon they had clothes, credits, and a small Earth device known as a tablet, with which they could access the grid, though Black Sander was still frequently frustrated in his efforts to master it. And it was around this tablet that he, Belor, Twain, and the teleporter sat,
their faces lit up and blue in its light, as if it were the Earth equivalent of a campfire. He was flipping through slide after slide of satellite images, each depicting various coastal cities of nations within the NTA. They'd been at it for several hours now. Black Sander, frustrated, sent another telepathic thought to Prosperian, to the addled mind of the Marchioness's seer, Califrand.
"I need to see it again," he conveyed. "Think it back one more time."
"I've sent it 100 times,"
Califrand sent back.
"Can't you hold it in your head?"
"I'm not a Z-class seer, idiot. Just do what you're told."
"I'll tell my lady if you keep being mean to me."
Black Sander had no worries about incurring any wrath from the Marchioness on Califrand's behalf. Not now. Not on Earth. That was what she'd been desperately waiting for. But he let the man think the threat had won him some small victory.
"I apologize. Please just think it back to me."
With a sense of smug satisfaction unfiltered from the thoughts, Califrand once more conveyed the images of the city from which the missing Anison had been trying to contact them for some time. According to Califrand, Anison tried to reach him every day. He did reach him, apparently, but every time the seer opened his mind to the telepathic nudge, Anison said nothing. In fact, rather than saying anything, he simply kept trying to open contact, and nothing more. It was as if he had no idea he'd gotten through. It was an odd situation, one that was so odd and unaccountable that Black Sander suspected it might have more to do with Califrand's oddness than any quirk of telepathy across all that space. On the positive side, however, the Z-class seer was able to track Anison's telepathic footprints back, so to speak, and as before, he found where the magician lay, strapped to a barber's chair with his head half-hacked away. Apparently, someone had opened up his head and pulled apart his brain. Califrand had conveyed images of it to Black Sander shortly after the discovery. Images of Anison lying there with his skull but a bowl of bone, and parts of his brain floating in liquid-filled trays. He'd also sent Black Sander other images, memories gotten when he pushed his magical sight around the complex in which Anison was held. He saw that, and eventually, he'd pulled his vision up as high as a griffin flies, up through the rooftops, and high enough that he could see the city all around. That was the city Black Sander was looking for. Though some of the buildings were tall and angular, and looked to be made from mirrors and nothing more, most of the city was a collection of lightly colored structures that climbed up the hillside and looked down upon a bay. Black Sander found it oddly comforting to see another bay city like that, different from the crime hub of Kerr, but in a way sister cities across the stars, connected by him. Or at least they would be, once he found the damned thing. The trouble was, there were many bays on this planet, and too many cities, and they needed to find one that matched the images in Califrand's mind. They needed to get the name. They were looking for one that had a series of strange towers jutting up from the water, near the mouth of the bay, ragged and rusting. They'd been looking for it 3 days already, when he'd started up again today. Now, nearly 4 days in, he was growing frustrated and losing patience. But still he looked, and it was nearing midnight on the same 4th day on Earth that Black Sander pushed one image aside in exchange for another in his tablet. And there it was. The city, its rusting red towers reaching skyward from the water, and its hillside covered with plain, squat homes.
"There,"
he announced, pointing at the screen.
"Finally!"
He saved the image and immediately tapped up the corresponding data.
"It's called San Francisco," he read aloud, "in an area known as California, in the northern part of a country called Mexico. It says here that its trade status is friendly, but it's not a subordinate state of the NTA."
"Whatever that means," Belor commented as Black Sander fell silent for a time, scanning through information about primary local resources, trade, population numbers, and the like. Eventually, he found the feature their captive junkie had shown them that would allow the tablet to make a comparative map for them. When he called it up, he could see that they were on the wrong side of the continent, though he did count himself lucky that they were at least on the continent. Some luck was better than none. He stood and walked the tablet to where the junkie lay on a sagging mattress on the other side of their dark and filthy motel room.
"Hey," he said, prodding the junkie with his foot. "Wake up."
The youth, whose name he hadn't bothered to ask, looked up through eyes so red they could have been hot coals. He slurred something in response, and the movement of his tongue pushed a rivulet of saliva out of his mouth and down the side of his face.
"By the gods, how long does that confounded stuff addle them so?" Blacksander asked. "He's useless to us like this. I told you we shouldn't have given him what he asked for."
"It seemed like a good strategy at the time," Bello replied, it having been his idea that they keep the man, since he seemed so willing to do anything if they'd just supply him with the money to procure the liquid he injected into his veins. He'd promised to do anything for them for that. It had seemed a very reasonable price to pay for a willingly complicit slave, but, as it turned out, not a particularly lively one.
"I'll go ask the innkeeper,"
Blacksander said, and with it exited the room. The motel manager looked up over the stub of a foul-smelling cigar when Blacksander came in, but he did not turn down the volume on the net show he was watching on the big monitor hanging on the wall nearby. Blacksander laid the tablet on the counter before the man, turning it around so the man could see the map of the continent deemed North America. He pointed to the mark on the map where San Francisco was.
"There," he said. "How do I get from there to here? Where can I book passage or post to carry me?"
The man frowned at him, glancing right back to the television show, which was now depicting a fiery crash between two vehicles, around which men were running and shooting at one another, while noise that Earth people called music played loudly over it all.
"Hey!"
snapped Blacksander.
"Answer me!"
The fellow reached up and scratched at his shoulder, a big, round, hair-covered thing, with a hand that was just as hairy as the itch-afflicted joint. He moved his cigar into the corner of his mouth as he spoke.
"Take the 80 tube,"
he said, without peeling his eyes away from the battle waging around the burning wreck depicted on the screen.
"What is the 80 tube?"
Blacksander was forced to ask, holding his rising frustration in check. That had the man looking away from his television show.
"What do you mean, what is it?"
Blacksander wanted to grab a fistful of the curling black chest hair that crawled out from the low neckline of the man's grimy, sleeveless shirt. He wanted to hurt him and cut the answer out of that greasy neck with a knife. But he did not.
"I mean, as I told you when you asked about my accent a few nights ago, I am not from around here."
"Well, how far you gotta come from not to know the 80?
"Just tell me where it is, for the love of gods, man. Where is it?"
The feral nature of the Prosperian manifested itself fully in his eyes, and Blacksander didn't even have to cast an illusionary red glint of fire in his eyes to augment the effect. A man operating a motel the likes of this one knew that look well enough, and danger was as obvious on Earth as it ever had been on Prosperian.
"Hey, I just never seen anybody didn't know is all. Maybe you got amnesia or something. Fried something with too much hooch. Not my problem. 80 is upriver, on the other side of downtown. You want to avoid people? Go up the river through town till you see the tube. You can't miss it. Follow it east until you find the station at Northwest 6th.
Blacksander didn't bother to thank the man. Chapter 43. Watching them work on his brain was something of an out-of-body experience for Anison these days. He lay there in the loose wrap of his skin, which clung like wet muslin to the skeletal apparition he had become, and observed the proceedings with no emotion left. He had already tried to die several times, but it wouldn't work, and the unfortunate efficiency of earth medicine continued to find ways to deny him the relief of simply shutting down. So he lay there watching, numb, the molecules of fear and hope in him only rarely flickering to light these days. His captors no longer tortured him. They did still ask him each day as part of the routine to try contacting someone. And he did. He tried to contact someone, anyone he'd ever known on Prosperian, but it never worked. He did what he was told, but he'd long ago given up on getting a reply. The doctor they called Gaspar came to him as he watched her in the monitor, and she asked him to try making an illusion spell. They'd been very interested in that particular school of magic recently. "Go on," she said, not gently, but not with animosity either. She might have been talking to a potted plant. "Let's see if we can get one of your mind tricks to work this time." He didn't resist. The electrocutions left him feeling exhausted now, yet they wouldn't let him sleep, so it was best just to try. He closed his eyes and reached out for the mana. Even that familiar pink void was gone. He couldn't see it any more. "That's it," she said. "Keep going." She always said that, and yet he never saw a thing. But he knew how to channel it by long habit, so he did what he'd always done, moving through the spell like a blind man walking through a once visually familiar room. He thought it would be nice to see the Sandsun River, flowing by the pastures south of North Fork Manor, a place where he'd spent much happier times. He focused on the memory and set the illusion with a few muttered words, the air that passed through his lips barely shaping them, the sounds of them perhaps sapped by the desert dryness upon his tongue. With his eyes closed and his expectations buried in the darkness beside the corpse of hope and fear, he was mildly surprised to hear the women shouting happily. He heard them less by the rise in volume than by the presence of their glee. Nothing was gleeful here, and so it was that acidic emotion rather than the escalating pitch that had him open his eyes and see. Sure enough, he'd cast it. He found himself lying upon the riverbank. He could hear the water running past, even if, from where he lay, he couldn't see that it was there. He looked up into a sunlit sky, and for a moment knew one small morsel of happiness. He pulled in a long breath, wanting to smell it all, the rich scent of the land, the wet, muddy riverbank, the faint hint of salt from the not-so-distant sea. But there was none of it, and he knew in that moment why. He'd never fallen for his own illusions before. He thought that was almost an interesting oddity, but he didn't have the energy to be curious. He did, however, have enough knowledge of his own magic to recognize it for what it was. And just like that, it was gone.
"Aw,"
both women moaned. "Did you get it at all?" the one called Gaspar asked.
"I did,"
said the other.
"Finally."
"Finally what?"
came a voice from the window. Anison recognized it immediately. There followed a scraping sound, and something heavy hit the floor, followed by the breaking of glass when a rack of test tubes followed suit. And then Black Sander was before him, looking down and shaking his head.
"Don't say no words,"
said another voice Anison didn't recognize, though it was thick with the accent of someone from the south of Kerr, speaking in Earth English. He glanced up at the monitor and saw a large man with a handheld crossbow trained on the doctors.
"They've got cameras,"
Anison rasped.
"They've got what?"
Black Sander asked, then turned to the window as another man was crawling through.
"Cover the door,"
he ordered, then leaned down nearer to Anison's mouth.
"Speak up."
Anison repeated what he'd said, his voice like crushing old dry leaves.
"Well, I can't understand a thing you are saying,"
Black Sander said.
and you look like all 9 hells. I take it they haven't bothered to feed you since you arrived."
He glanced around the room before his eyes came to rest on Anison's brain, all neatly quartered, and most of it in dishes placed on the tray.
"And what have they done to your head? I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this."
He had seen it in the images from Califrand, but the reality of it was significant. He walked to where the women were, and glanced past them into the row of monitors along the back wall. Several of them depicted 3-dimensional models of the parts of Anison's brain. The most frequently graphed and illustrated among them was the mythalamus, which Black Sander had seen on occasion in drawings in books or doctors' offices back on Prosperian. He turned to the 2 doctors, who were surprisingly calm despite their situation.
"What's all this?" he asked. "What are you doing to him?"
"Studying him," the woman said in English, though she had something of an accent in the way she pronounced the words. It sounded different in her mouth than it did in those of the Earth people Black Sander had dealt with in the city called Des Moines. Anison struggled to wet his lips and called out again.
"They have cameras,"
he said again, more clearly now.
"They're going to come."
To suggest his claim might be true, there were 2 loud reports from outside, short pops of noise that echoed off the walls. There followed a few shouts, some in English, some in the common tongue of Kerr. Black Sander went to the window and looked down the rope up which he had climbed. 2 of his men lay dead, and there was a dead Earthman on the lawn with an arrow in his face. 2 of the men from Murdoch Bay were already dragging that fellow into the bushes, though.
"Well, that's done it,"
Black Sander said. He went to the flat box-like object on the counter between a pair of monitors and pulled out the thin wires in the back. He tossed it to the man with the crossbow, who caught it one-handed and stuffed it into the back of his pants. That's when the door into the room burst open, and 3 men came charging in. A bright streak of red light cut through the space between the first of the men and Black Sander, even as the attacker was running for the left corner of the room. Black Sander muttered 4 short words for an illusion, casting a block of blackness around the man and locking him in absolute darkness. The second through the door had a longer weapon, one made of wood and black metal, like a crossbow without the bow. From it spouted flashes of white fire and loud concussive reports. It was a weapon the Earthmen called a gun. All the gunfire was directed at Twain, standing near the window. This was hardly the first time the burly Prosperian had been in a room being raided by a group of armed men, and he was already diving for cover when the first shots rang out. He fired his crossbow as he rolled, and his first shot, aimed through the legs and rods of the tables and monitoring equipment around Anison's chair, shot the gun-wielding man right through his ankle, which sent him sprawling to the ground. The 3rd Prosperian, who had been in wait beside the door, stepped out from behind it and silently slit the throat of the 3rd Earthman through the door. Then he leapt upon the man with the long gun and plunged his knife into the man's heart. He took the gun, and finding a smaller handheld gun in the man's belt, he took that too. He immediately tossed the smaller one to Twain, who had just regained his feet. Blasts of red light sprayed out from the black block of the illusion spell Black Sander had cast. The random fire caused everyone to dive for the floor, even the 2 doctors, who huddled together in a corner where rows of low cabinets met, looking scared but not remotely hysterical. Anison let out a cry as one blast of laser fire blew off his left kneecap, and another burnt away part of his shoulder, sending him into absolute agony.
"Stay at the door,"
Black Sander barked, and he crawled across the floor to where the man in the darkness spell was. When he was near enough, he snatched the man's ankles out from under him with a hooking swipe of his arm. The man fell like a rock, his head hitting the wall first, then the corner of a counter before he landed with a thump. Black Sander dismissed the spell as he drew his dagger, and the man had just enough time to stare up wide-eyed at his killer before Black Sander's knife was in his throat. Black Sander took the man's weapon and stood up, studying it for a time. It was much smaller than those the fleet soldiers he'd seen on Prosperian had carried. This was a remarkably concealable device. He smiled as he tucked it into his belt. He turned back in time to see 3 more men arriving, though these came slowly, and looked warily through the doorframe. One of them turned back and said something to someone out of sight, and perhaps just coming up the hall. Black Sander could not tell what they were saying, but he quickly cast a spell of invisibility on himself and his 2 men. When the men looked back, he saw that they were gone. He took the time to look quickly around the room to confirm it, then ducked back behind the doorframe again. There followed more talking. It was a language Black Sander did not know. Then came a loud voice speaking in one he did. English, clear and audible. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," the man outside the room called in. "I had no idea you were from Prosperian. Why didn't you just come in through the front gate?" Black Sander didn't answer. Anison moaned. Black Sander figured he was in agony. Blood ran freely from his leg and shoulder both. The emaciated magician was twitching his finger up toward the roof, or toward the monitor near where he lay. He was pointing. Black Sander followed the direction of the skeletal finger, looking into the monitor there. It was the monitor that showed the room and the table behind Anison, the one showing Black Sander as plain as day.
"They can still see you,"
Anison rasped.
"In the cameras."
His hand trembled as he tried to point again. Black Sander saw it and realized his mistake. From that angle, the men in the hallway couldn't see the monitor. He didn't believe there were any monitors like it outside the room, either. He'd been through this whole complex in his mind. He'd had Califran run him through in the memories from his seeing spell. "Gentlemen," continued the voice, "you cannot escape. Put down your weapons. No one else needs to die." Several loud gunshots followed, and the Prosperian guarding the door fell forward, his blood leaking out onto the floor, tracing the shape of his body, despite the invisibility spell. There were 3 smoking holes in the wall behind where he had stood. Clearly the men outside the room had some kind of monitors after all. "There's no reason for everyone in there to die," said the voice in the hallway. "And I'd rather not have to throw grenades into the lab. We've got a lot of nice equipment in there that would be a shame to waste. Jefe would be upset." Black Sander muttered the words to a seeing spell. For this situation, his D-class sight was more than adequate. In moments, he'd assessed the threat. Gunfire sounded from outside, below the window, along with the hiss of laser fire cutting through moisture in the air. He hoped he'd brought enough men. They weren't magicians, but they were streetwise and experienced. As if in answer, he heard Belor shouting at one of them to get the weapons off the dead Earthmen. He sent his magic vision out through the wall and confirmed what he had hoped. The men arranged around the side of the house had worked efficiently. 4 more of the locals now lay dead. He let the seeing spell go and looked back at the monitor where he was clearly visible. Invisibility would be pointless within most Earth buildings. That much was becoming obvious. He glanced to Anison, lying there with his brain all carved out, and shook his head. It was also obvious that the Earth people wanted magic for themselves. His hunch had turned out absolutely true. He wondered how much they'd learned, how much was in that little box he'd tossed to Twain.
"Break it, Twain," he called across the room. "The box I gave you. Stomp it into 1,000 bits. Shoot it with that gun."
Twain did as he was told. Black Sander's black brows knit together, his mind ticking through possibilities.
"Do you seek the secret of magic?"
He called out to the man behind the wall. "I do," said the man.
"You're going to need more than one mage to figure it out, you know. Different schools, different powers, combinations change what they can do."
"Yes," said the man. "We've learned that much from your friend there." Anison began to squirm. It was as if he recognized something familiar, something terrible in the lilt in Black Sander's tone. A silky smoothness that the procurement specialist used when negotiating things. Things like the price for Orly's capture, for example, and things like more than a few of the ingredients he needed for the siren's blood elixir Lord Thorogood had ordered Anison to make.
"Blacksander, don't," he said.
Blacksander dropped the illusion and came toward the chair where Anison lay. The illusion would have failed them anyway. The men had tablets. They would see him and his men, and they would disbelieve. But he didn't need to hide from them anyway. He grinned. He drew his knife out again, placing it at Anison's throat.
"They're not encouraging travel between the two worlds yet. You understand that, yes?"
He spoke it loudly so the man in the hall could hear.
"Yes,"
the man called back.
"We are aware of that. It's very, inconvenient."
"It is,"
Blacksander agreed.
"May I come in?"
asked the man in the hallway, this time sounding entirely polite.
"I'd prefer not to be shot if we are going to negotiate."
"Just you," said Blacksander, "and call off your men downstairs."
There was a brief jumble of voices from beyond, muttering and words in a melodic language Blacksander did not recognize, all of which ended in the negotiator yelling at someone to be still and get it done. That last he understood clearly enough.
"All right," said the man. "I'm coming in. I have no weapons."
Blacksander cast his seeing spell once more and studied the speaker carefully. He was a heavy-set man with blond hair and a bulbous nose. He wore expensive clothing in the style of the affluent class on Earth.
"Yes, I see you," Blacksander said. "What's that lump near your ankle? Lift your pant leg and let me see."
The blond man actually grinned at that.
"Yes, I forgot about that,"
he said, then reached down and pulled a very small version of the laser pistol Blacksander had acquired from the man he'd stabbed in the throat.
"Now you can come in,"
Blacksander said. The man moved between the group of his fellows, which had now swelled to 5, and came inside, his hands held up near the level of his head, palms out and fingers splayed wide.
"They call me El Segador," he said. "If you are not familiar with the local tongue, that means the harvester."
Blacksander nodded.
"And is it your job to harvest magicians from Prosperian?"
The man nodded.
"Nothing personal, of course, and certainly not for any ill will toward your people or your government. Think of it more in the cause of curiosity, and understanding, of course."
Blacksander smiled.
"Of course."
"And who are you, my friend? What brings you to our humble estate with all your medieval Prosperian weaponry? It seems a long way to come, and a risky trip, given the measures the NTA is going to. Is our guest here so important to you that you would risk angering the power structure of 2 planets? Or are you here on the orders of someone else?"
Blacksander smiled and shook his head.
"He is a traitor and nothing more. My reasons, and those of an employer, were I to have one, are none of your business. Yet. But I had hoped to arrange some, shall we say, mutual harvesting. I'd planned to start with this one, since he has managed to fall through the NTA cracks from the start."
He looked down at Anison again and shook his head.
"But it seems you people had beaten me to it. Honestly, you've rather ruined him for my purposes anyway."
"Yes, I am sorry about that. Curiosity makes people do crazy things, you know, especially when specimens are in such short supply. But we've gone to great lengths to keep him alive, as you can see."
Blacksander laughed.
"Indeed."
He pulled the handheld laser from his belt, which caused El Segador to take a step back.
"I thought we were being civil here,"
El Segador said, lifting his hands higher still. Blacksander smiled again, though his eyes held a predatory gleam.
"I believe we may well be. For you see, from where I stand, where my employer stands, Objects like this are in far shorter supply than chaps like him."
He lifted the weapon slightly, then tipped his head in the direction of Anison lying there, a sequence of movements like tipping scales. El Segador's eyes glinted too.
"It's interesting that you say that," he said, "because we have the exact opposite problem here."
Both men were laughing as Black Sander put his knife and his new laser away. Chapter 44. Perney streaked across the ridgeline, balanced easily atop Not's smooth, slightly rounded back. She rode with her knees slightly bent to absorb the undulations that ran through his body in waves wherever his sinuous length scrambled over some stone or stump or mound. She did it reflexively now, and she did it at full speed. Her hair blew behind her, and her loose silk tunic snapped in the wind of his motion as they scuttled along faster than any horse could run. She ran because today was the day she needed to get away. Tomorrow would be a whole year on string. Tomorrow they were going to make her fight the orc. So today she had to leave. She didn't dare turn her head back, for she knew Jovive was following her. She'd seen the shift in the mana when the old woman had turned from her jaguar form to that of a flying squirrel. Perney was much better at noting the shifts now, and she could see them with the least dip into the mana stream. Doing so was not quite so easy as spotting sugar shrimp, but she'd learned to trust her instincts when it came to deciding what was a pattern shift and what was merely a natural eddy, drift, or roil. And so, knowing full well that Jovive was chasing her through the underbrush, Perney had directed Not up a ridgeline. In places, it was as sharp as a razor's edge, so narrow that Not had to scramble along the sides. Perney shifted easily and hooked her heels over the edges of his shell, her back parallel to the stone rushing by. The shift came to her as naturally as if she'd been born with the instinct beneath her instead of her own feet. But the veteran assassin wasn't thrown off her tail just yet. Not so easily as by a run along a narrow ridge. No, the downside of Perney's plan was that she was highly visible up there. It was true Jovive's cat form wouldn't work on the cliff, but the squirrel form would get her high enough to jump to the trees once Perney was down to the canopy. She nudged Not down the cliff face then, straight down, requiring that she slide all the way to his rounded rump and stand upon that, leaning into the rock face, which whistled past her so closely that she could not have put her hand between her shoulder and the rock. There was only room for one of her feet to stand upon him when he went perpendicular in that way, so she stood on one and held the other out for balance. She tapped the cliff from time to time with the butt of her spear as well, leaning on it like a rudder, using it to compensate for the shifts Not made as he went down, S-curving around cracks or brambles or sometimes predators, any of which could come upon them suddenly when traveling at such meteoric speed. They plunged toward the canopy so fast it felt like freefall. Every second counted. Perney knew that Jovive would struggle to find her once she got beneath the leaves, if she could just get far enough ahead. She was gaining time now, and the squirrel form would take time to glide down too, even be subject to air currents along the way. Soon they were down far enough that they came level with the canopy, something of a shoreline, where the uppermost foliage pressed against the cliff. The moment they were in the shadows of it, Perney teleported both herself and Not some 15 paces away, across an open space between the cliff face and a long kapok bough that thrust even deeper into the sea of leaves. They shot along its length until it narrowed and began to bend beneath their weight. She spied the dangling length of a vine some 20 spans away, the long, sturdy variety preferred by the spider-apes. She stabbed the end of her spear out in front of Not, who recoiled from the unexpected sight, curling back on himself as he tried to stop. Perney dropped to her bottom and slid along his back with the momentum she still had, right up the curve of his recoil. She wrapped her legs around his middle as she hit the upturned part, and she gripped him tightly just before she teleported them both to the vine. Not, in terror, curled up into a ball, wrapping himself around her feet and shins, She could feel all his legs twitching like so many spiny bristles of a brush. She grabbed the vine as they reappeared, and they fell together toward the jungle floor, plunging in free fall for 5 full seconds before the vine began to draw tight. Bernie knew she would likely lose her grip when she and Knot hit the length of it, so she began the teleport spell again, right as the jolt of the fall tore her hands loose from the vine. She spoke the last word with the precision she'd learned from jumping off cliffs, and in that barest blink of time she put them back on the vine again. They swung so low she had to curl up her knees, pulling the rounded mass of Knot up against her belly as tightly as she could. He was heavy, and her toes clipped the fronds of several squat and bulbous palms. In a long and graceful arc, so long and graceful that it would have appeared to an observer that it was quite slow, despite the wind-whistling velocity, they swung across 70 spans of jungle floor and then back up again. At the top of the swing, Bernie let go of the vine, just as upward momentum waned. They hung there for a moment, for the barest time feeling as if released by gravity. Then Bernie nudged Knot with a gentle telepathic threat, which had him opening by the time they began to descend, falling toward the next limb. This one a long, sturdy bridge provided by another of the massive kapok trees. Knot landed softly, the strength of his little feet always amazing to her, and she came down without the least shock or jolt. In that same motion they were shooting toward the tree trunk, and then down they went, around and around, spiraling their way down its fluted altitude in a winding trek that took them barely a minute to complete. Once again they were darting through the brush, silently but for the rare slap of leaf clusters that Bernie could neither duck nor leap. Bernie blinked, looking into the mana again, careful not to touch it or stir it herself, merely looking, flitting in and out of that place as Jovive had taught her to do. It was the only way to win a fight with an elf, the old assassin had said, and Bernie had finally begun to believe. Watching the mana in this way was difficult, though, for it was like seeing in both positive and negative space, like watching lightning and trying to recognize both the shape of the lightning's forks and the shapes formed by the darkness those blinding flashes outlined. Lose one, and you lose the other. Then you see nothing. Jovive had told her most humans couldn't do it even if they tried. None could focus on 2 things at once. By now she'd heard that time and time again. But some, a few, could effectively alternate between. And Bernie was coming along just fine. And so it was that she saw the shift in the mana again. Barely. Jovive somewhere far at her back. She cast a scent illusion, the smell of herself and Knot, and she sent it spinning up a tree like an olfactory fireball. She set another upon a cluster of sea pods that were floating down a stream. For a time she wove back and forth, doing the same sort of thing everywhere, perhaps a full 5 minutes, and with the speed of her insect mount, she covered a great deal of space. When she was satisfied with her misdirection, she masked herself and her roly-poly ride in total silence. She covered their smells and then shrouded them in invisibility, then set out to the north, bent on getting herself that horned manatee. 3 weeks had passed since her injury, and Jovive had been tailing her ever since. The woman made no secret about why, and must have repeated 50 times that Bernie not mess with the Sargosaganti. Jovive said it was because they were dangerous. Seawind, who had been something of a nag on that topic too, said the same. He explained over and over that they could not be tamed. But when Bernie asked if he had ever tried, he'd had to admit that he never had.
"Why not?"
she asked.
"Because they are not to be trifled with."
"But why?"
she'd pressed.
"Because they are dangerous, and because they do not wish to be tamed."
"How do you know? Have you ever asked one before?"
"No."
"Then how do you know they don't want to be?"
"Because it is known. They are wild things. They are peaceful and timid, and, as you have seen, able to pin you to the beach easily and instantly."
"But that still doesn't mean they don't want to be tamed. Not if you never talked to one before. And Kettle says that everyone is different, so even if one says they don't like people, other ones might feel differently.
At which point Seawind had turned his head slightly to the side, something of a bow in deference to Jovive, and said,
"This is where you must deal with your own species."
Then he left the cave. But Perny didn't care what they said. She knew she could do it, and now she needed to. She'd tamed Not, and she was fairly sure she'd just completely escaped the current Sava an Lansum for the first time since she'd started trying. She looked into the mana and saw nothing at all that didn't appear as it should. There were a pair of garrote spiders making webs across the spider-ape corridor high above, but that was all. Jovive was nowhere to be found. Soon enough, Perny found herself once more atop the cliff that looked down upon the favored beach of the Sargosaganti. She stepped off of Not and crawled to the edge, peering down through the grasses toward the beach. There they were again, all of them, a whole herd of fat black and green sausages reclining in the late afternoon sun, only partially filtered through a thin haze that was common in the autumn months here. The titanic mass of the alpha male stretched out on the beach like a 50-span seawall of fat and flesh, the blotches of his rough hide appearing as if some painter had thrown a fit. Leaving her invisibility and other illusions in place, she stood and gripped her spear, once again point down, ready to strike. The big one was closer this time, and she thought she might be able to make it all the way onto its back if she got a running start. So she did. She took several steps back, then ran full speed and threw herself off the cliff. She was going to be close with this teleport. The rocks grew and grew in her vision as she fell. She watched patiently as she plunged downward, the wind whistling in her ears. She spoke the words, the largest of the jagged black rocks only a half-hand's width from her face, and then there she was in the middle of its back, the king of the manatees, her spear already plunging into its skin. She blinked her eyes, looking into the mana, and saw it whirl only a half-instant before the creature teleported itself away. She had just begun to drop toward the beach in its absent when she spoke her own spell, nearly as quickly as the Sargosagantis had done, and once again she stood upon it, gripping her spear where it dug into its flesh. She fluttered her vision back and forth between sunlight and mana sight, watching the titanic beast gathering mana again. As it did, she drove down with all her weight upon her spear, pushing it even deeper into the blubbery hide. The great Sargosagantis jumped across an incoming wave 10 paces out to sea. Perny was nearly underwater before she could speak the words again, and once more she was on its back. It blinked away again. She chased it, and again she drove down on the spear. She twisted the shaft with her hands, trying to drill down through its thick, fatty flesh. Her spear was already a third of its length in. She watched back and forth, in and out of the mana as she worked, her breathing coming quickly now. She saw the mana move and jammed down on the spear, wanting to hurt it, and still it got away. Salt water splashed into her mouth as she uttered the last word of her teleport, and again she set to work on the spear. It jumped. She followed. The spear was into the giant Sargosagantis more than half the shaft's length now. The creature jumped again. She echoed the cast, this time pounding on the butt of her spear, hammering at it with her palm, until what protruded from the sea beast's fat bulk barely reached her knee. She saw it draw mana again, and she knew she would be too late. She leapt into the air, anticipating its teleport. It blinked away, and once again she started to fall, but she was halfway through the spell when it vanished from beneath her, so she caught it before she'd fallen far enough to get her toes wet. She appeared on its back again, and this time she stomped on the butt of her spear as it was gathering mana again. It let go a loud huff that sprayed water in great clouds of mist, white sheets that blew back and soaked her from head to toe. It tried to escape again, twice more, and both times Perny stomped on the spear and stole its focus away. Then it dove. It was only then that Perny realized that she was now well over 100 spans from the beach, and the seabed now dropped precipitously away. With a few powerful strokes of its wide, flat-finned tail, the Sargosagantis was streaking like an arrow shot for the depths. The force of the water rushing up at her swept Perny right off its back, but she muttered the words even with a mouthful of water and teleported back to her spear, gripping it for all her worth as the monster sped into the darkening water at unfathomable speed. It was all she could do to hang on, flapping in the wake of its dive like a little human flag. But she wasn't going to let go. She pushed her mind into the mana and strove to find the manatee's will, its conscious thoughts and its mind. She just knew it had one. It had to be at least as smart as not. She found it. She found fear, and something that, in a greater intellect, might have evolved into hate. But it simply ran, and as with naught, the only sense she got of its thoughts could be translated to an essential negative. It simply told her no. Her ears were in agony as she was struck by the absolute intractability of that mind, the massiveness of its negativity, its conviction to run to the bottom of the sea. Then it blinked away from her in the moments that she'd forgotten to watch. The air in her lungs began to burn, and she had to think twice about whether she should blink after it again with another teleport, but it was already nearly vanishing into the dark water below. It blinked a second time, and was but a tiny bluish spot. She felt herself making a gulping sound in her throat and chest. It felt as if someone had buried coals in there. She thought her ears might burst. They hurt so bad. She looked up toward the surface and saw that it was very far away, the sun wearing a hazy blue veil. That was something of a surprise. She began to swim for the surface, stroking upwards with her hands. Again came the spasm in her chest and throat. It occurred to her that she might not have enough air to make it up that far. She mouthed the words of a teleport, expelling the last of the oxygen in her lungs. The sun still looked very blue up there when she reappeared. She kicked with her feet, wishing she could be rid of the boots she wore, now heavy and water-soaked. She pulled with wide sweeps of her hands. She tried another teleport, though she could only mouth the words. Again her lungs convulsed, and a second time. She had to take a breath. She tried to pull upwards with her arms, but they wouldn't move any more, had become things of inert lead. She really, really wanted to breathe. Another convulsion. She had to breathe. She had to. She looked up, saw that she had started to sink again. Everything in her mind told her not to breathe. Something in her heart told her that it would be okay. And besides, her body was starting to feel as if it burned. She looked up, thought about nothing. There was nothing she could do. So with one last convulsion, she resigned herself to it. It hurt too bad not to. So she took a breath. The water burned like acid in her lungs. They hurt worse than the rest of her. But only for a while. She watched with an odd curiosity as the sun began to blue again, the white wriggling of the surface growing darker and dimmer as she sank. She even, absently, wondered if she'd see the manatee again. But she never did. Chapter 45. Alton looked up into the bright sun, now high above him. It was a hot day for this early in the year, and he wiped the sweat from his brow with a sleeve as he contemplated how tired he was. He could hardly believe how complicated the spell was for making Angostura syrup, and even with the added benefit of his ring, it was still the labor of several hours to move all the components into place and transform them, merely to make one single tile of the stuff, just one. Not even a half-span's length on a side, and less than a half a hand thick. While intellectually he'd understood the process to be laborious and expensive, it wasn't until his third day working to build his own private platform that he began to fully understand why this particular activity had gotten the Transmuters Guild guildmaster elevated to the rank of second on the TGS Council in recent months. If Alton found toting around heaps and heaps of stone, barrels of pitch, and wheelbarrows full of wisteria and blackroot, along with 13 types of clay, one of which happened to be the very same as that which had been used to merge the crystals around Yellowfire's heart back on Redfire, then he could hardly fathom what building enormous platforms in space must be like. And that was just the labor. The cost was frightening. A primary constituent was tarwood, which was absurdly expensive, and he'd had to bribe 3 people to get it, despite being the Galactic Mage, and ostensibly, if not actually, working on the Queen's behalf when requesting it. Yes, the desire to have a platform at Calico Castle was turning out to be a much larger project than he'd anticipated. It did, however, keep him near home while working on it, which made Orly and Kettle happy. Kettle was just coming around the corner of the castle with a tray of mint tea, as Orly dumped another load of roots at the base of the stone heap, which Alton had just meticulously stacked, as dictated by the spell. She, too, was covered with a film of sweat and dust, and the 2 of them plopped down atop the newly made stack of stone, and watched Kettle's approach eagerly.
"I thought the both of you could stand for a draught,"
the woman said as she strode through the knee-high grass, a trail of flower dust blowing out behind her like smoke in the light breeze.
"Well, your timing couldn't be better,"
Orly said.
"It's warming up fast today."
"Aye, it is. And a fine day it would have been, were it not for what it is, what it's about to be."
Alton looked around and thought it a fine day altogether, if warm for heavy work.
"Well, what's wrong with it?"
he asked as he took a tall wooden mug filled to the brim with tea and chips of ice. Kettle looked to Orly, who nodded, her cheerful expression dimming momentarily. Alton saw the exchange between the 2 women, and glancing from one to the next, asked his question again.
"What's wrong with today? And what does what it's about to be mean? What am I missing?"
He gestured back and forth between them with his hand.
"They're all the same, aren't they, dear?"
Kettle said, her words directed at Orly in a way that made it seem as if Alton weren't standing right there.
"'Tis all the work and the duty, and ne'er a thought for the living being done all round themselves."
Again Orly nodded and seemed perfectly aligned with whatever the mystery was.
"Oh, for the pearls of string, what is it?" Alton asked. "Out with it already!"
Kettle looked shocked that he'd said it, and Orly just shook her head. It was as if he'd said the most offensive thing.
"Pearls of string is the right of it," Kettle said. "My little pearl is there on string. And do you know what tomorrow is? Tomorrow is the day they stole her from me, the same day the 2 of you were to wed. And while there's still something for the wedding, there's not for me wee girl. Yet here you are, building your fancy spaceship box, and not a thought of poor Perny gone a whole year away."
Alton resisted the urge to point out that they had already been over that topic what must have been 1,000 times. Instead, he looked to Orly, thinking she might understand. Perny was fine. He was sure of it. If anything had happened to her, they would have gotten word. He'd even cast a divining spell to check on her a few months back, just to calm Kettle down. The indications were certain that Perny was alive, and at least for the time, feeling fine. Orly's expression didn't exactly gush sympathy. He gulped down the rest of the tea and put it back on the tray.
"Thank you for the tea,"
he said, then returned to his work. With rather more violence than he had before, he once again began mixing the various types of clay, preparing the blend for the treatment of the stack of stones and roots he and Orly had made. Once it was coated with the mixture, he could convert it into another Angusta syrup tile. Perhaps as a show of mercy, Kettle changed the subject as she looked to Orly and asked,
"So how's your friend Yellowfire doing out there on that red world you planted him on? Have you had any luck with the magic taking hold?"
"Not yet,"
Orly supplied.
"Alton checks in on him every night before we go to bed. But it's always the same. Still nothing."
"Well, Things take time, Kettle said, and no telling what kind of time for a critter such as they are, no doubt. What with the two of you talking about millions of years living for them things, it don't seem too surprising that they'd be a while getting started again.
Orley nodded.
That's very likely true.
She turned to watch Alton adding water to the large tub where they'd been mixing clay for the last several days.
Which is why we won't be doing anything rash to Blue Fire for a long time to come.
The elevated pitch of her voice made it clear who that comment was really directed to. Alton glanced up from his work, his eyes shadowed by the angle of his head and his lowered brows. But he did not take the bait. They'd already had this fight several times. He'd given his word. Orley thought it was reprehensible. Both sides understood both sides perfectly. There lay underneath their relationship now the tension of that conflict. Orley had stopped complaining about waiting for their wedding anymore. Instead, on that front she seemed relieved. The timing of the wedding, past attempts and future dates, was not a source of trouble anymore. However, he also knew that barbs like the one she'd just thrown were going to keep coming as long as they waited for Yellow Fire to wake up. That was a source of trouble still. She was still angry about Alton's threat to kill Blue Fire, and she just couldn't let it go. He understood. He didn't blame her. It was the collision of two ideals. He also understood that she tried very hard not to say that kind of thing, and that mainly it happened when she was tired, which after several long days of labor under a hot sun and the frustration of having so many things, well, if not quite gone wrong, not quite going right either, made such remarks nearly inevitable. The nature of tomorrow's anniversary, combined with the fact that he had forgotten all about it, made it a certainty. And Kettle was right about Pernies being gone. The castle had never been the same since she was taken by the elves. Hells, it had never been the same since Titeman was killed. Kettle had simply lost too much. Even the death of the miner, Ilbay Spadebreaker, in the Citadel accident, had hit her inexplicably hard. In a very short period of time, Kettle had lost a great deal, and with it, some big part of the spirit that had animated her. Alton had wanted to fill the void of lost Titeman, and he'd hoped having Orley there at Calico Castle would give Kettle something new to care about, someone to do things with. And in a way it had. Kettle did enjoy Orley, but there were just too many holes in the kitchen matron's heart these days. A heart that had been, in its way, the very heart of the castle. He thought it a strange and sad sort of parallel, the grief of Blue Fire and Kettle. Two creatures moved entirely by love, both living at the center of worlds made of stone, a planet and a castle, and both gentle beings wanting nothing more than to give love, to pour great galactic quantities of it into someone else. And yet both were stymied by a universe, by gods, by something cruel enough to deny them. Both now lived on hope, or perhaps more accurately, survived. Both merely waiting. Orley was right to fight for Blue Fire's life. The promise Alton had made to Blue Fire was meant to be a merciful one, and it would be merciful if the time was right. But when is any time right in the absence of certainty? And who can be certain of anything that has yet to come? How could Alton know when Yellow Fire would finally wake up? If he ever would? How could he possibly ever know? What day was the right day to end the suffering for Blue Fire out there? Today? Tomorrow? A year from now? The chances that Yellow Fire would wake up in the hour after Alton killed her were as great as the chances that he would wake up right now. That he would never wake up. There was no stretch of time that would make it any different. His ignorance made his promise an agony. With a sigh, he silently cast a seeing spell back into the dimly lit heart chamber on the world they still called Red Fire. Two small spotlights were directed at the dimly pulsing core that was Yellow Fire. A small camera had been mounted on one of the spotlight stands and attached to a transmitter, beaming images to Dr. Walters on the glistening lady in orbit high above, as if to remind him of the uncertainty of it all, of the lives at stake. The spotlights also illuminated the plastic crates filled with explosives and stacked around the heart chamber, too. Certain death for him if he even twitched wrong. Each with an entanglement trigger, as Roberto had explained. They cost more than all the rest of your equipment combined, but there's no chance of interference from the atmosphere. So, the fleet isn't going to screw around. Alton moved his vision to the edge of the heart chamber and saw the twins loading up crates and stacking them one atop the next. Everything that could be taken apart on the water saw had been, and it now awaited Alton in pieces, ready to be sent back into the glistening lady's cargo bays. Professor Bryant had proudly proclaimed it in great shape, and assured Alton that he would get all of his deposit back on those pieces of equipment that had been rented rather than bought outright. Alton could hardly care. Money didn't matter. For all the expense and effort that had gone into it, they had what now? They had no way of knowing, possibly ever, if there had been or would be any value in any of it for Yellow Fire, or Blue Fire, or for anyone. That's what they had. He turned his sight away from the brothers at their work and watched the dim, steady pulse of the Heartstone again, once more moving close to it. He'd always thought this was a work of optimism, and he'd done it only because Orly had pleaded with him to try. She was so passionately sure it was going to work. Her heart, like Kettle's, beat for the service of others, where his seemed to beat only for his own curiosity. They'd been right about him a moment before. But how can one be a creature other than oneself? He was a creature of curiosity. His appetite, like Teyat's, was dictated by nature beyond his control. And if truth be told, even as he reflected on it, it was working on him now as he stared at the purple pulse of Yellow Fire's heart. Why hadn't it worked? Why wasn't it growing or taking hold? He must have done something wrong. But what? It was clear that Yellow Fire's heart still had life left in it. Wasn't it? Or was that pulsing light simply some ambient quality, like the glow of metal that's been heated in a forge? That might be said to have life too, but left alone long enough, that life, that glow, fades away. Perhaps the light in the heart of a dead hostile simply took a great deal of time to fade away. Still, if that were the case, then why did the crystals on Yellow Fire's old moon in orbit above R3 have different properties than the crystals in dead Red Fire? If Yellow Fire had been completely absent of life, then those dull gray liquefying stones around him on that moon should have been brittle like the ones in dead Red Fire's world were. But they weren't. In fact, they still weren't. Even now, with Yellow Fire cut out and transplanted into the heart chamber of the Red World, the stones on the old moon were exactly as they had been. Alton had already checked and rechecked several times. The professor and Stacy Walters had looked in their machines. Nothing had changed beyond the movement of Yellow Fire's heart. Professor Bryant had originally said the life force must flow from the Heartstone through the crystals and back, in some kind of loop. But that loop was broken. Yellow Fire was out and transplanted. He was on another world. And yet, apparently, there was still some kind of connection to the old. He wasn't connecting to the new. But Alton had connected him with the spell. So something was missing. There had to be something else. Or else it just wouldn't work. Maybe it couldn't. Maybe it was hopeless. Which Alton refused to believe. Too many people believed. Too many smart people, too many loving hearts had said that it ought to work. People of faith were praying for mercy's sake, which meant it had to be something Alton had done wrong. He thought back through the spell he'd cast. It wasn't so long ago that he couldn't remember it clearly now. He was confident he hadn't missed anything. He'd been careful with the clay, spread it evenly. He'd double and triple-checked all of it. He'd even done it without the ring, channeling the mana exactly as the spell had been written, to the very last phrase, the very last syllable, all precisely as designed with no deviation in any way. He thought about that, the part of the spell he'd done with the ring, the filling of the seam with mana. He wondered if perhaps he shouldn't have worn the ring for that part either. Perhaps somehow he'd changed the texture of it. It didn't seem likely, but one never knew about such things. Mana had certainly never operated any differently for casting other spells. Ice and fire conjured perfectly with the ring. Teleportation worked exactly as it should. But those weren't spells over time. He wondered if maybe that could be the difference. Some of the mana had been channeled with the ring, some hadn't. Then he'd joined them. He wondered enough to verify.
"We should go back,"
he said suddenly, looking up at the two women still conversing over tea. Their vacant and surprised expressions prompted him to go on.
"I need to go back and check something. I may have made a big mistake."
"What mistake?"
Orly asked. "On Yellowfire. I might have channeled the mana wrong from the start."
"But you couldn't have,"
Orly said.
"You said yourself that if you cast the spell wrong, the Heartstone would have turned to ash. All of it would have."
"Dust,"
he corrected, biting his lip much like Orly sometimes did.
"I did say that, though, didn't I? Still, I think I want to have another look."
Orly set her mug of tea down on the tray that Kettle still held out like a shelf. She couldn't help the look of hope that came into her eyes.
"I'll call Roberto and have him tell the team we're on our way."
She ran off immediately. Alton and Kettle watched her go, her shapely legs carrying her swiftly through the meadow grass.
"She's a beautiful creature,"
Kettle remarked.
"'Twas a time I didn't look so different than that."
Alton smiled and looked down into her ruddy face.
"You're still beautiful, Kettle, and there's not one person in this castle that doesn't love you through and through, myself most of all."
She smiled up at him, some remark forming on her lips, but she checked it and seemed to relax a little bit, her shoulders rounding a little like some burden had been lifted off, or perhaps at least been set down for a while.
"Thank you,"
she said.
"And I'll be myself in time." "I know you will," he said, "but no rush. We'll have you however you are, for as long as you'll have us."
She smiled again and reached up and stroked his cheek with her rough, gentle hands.
"You're a good boy,"
she said.
"Now get off with you, afore your space friends grow weary waiting on you out there in the stars. What sort of galactic mage is late for a thing like that, eh?"
He smiled, feeling better than he thought he deserved to, and headed for the gates after Orly, who was already inside. Chapter 46. Perny had never seen Jovive cry before. She knew that the woman could, because Seawind had remarked on it before, after the last time Perny had nearly been killed by the great Sargosagantis. But this time, as she coughed out water into the sand, she saw the tears running freely down the old woman's cheeks. Jovive cried, and yet she looked overjoyed, as Perny coughed and coughed and coughed. The more she coughed, the more water came. It came and came. She could hardly believe so much water was in her, as if she'd choked on the whole ocean. Jovive began choking too, on her own salt water, and as she saw Perny's blue eyes fluttering and beginning to focus on her, she tried to scold her. She tried, but the words simply couldn't make it past the sobs that came instead. She clutched Perny to her bony old breast and held her, half yelling, half weeping for joy.
"Infernal child,"
she finally managed as the sobs subsided some.
"Stupid, brave, amazing little child."
Perny felt a little dim, and she was marginally aware that she'd likely nearly drowned. Her chest hurt very bad, and she suddenly had to throw up. She twisted in Jovive's arms and puked even more salt water for a while, puking so hard she saw spots swimming in her eyes. After a time, that passed, and she sat up and stared at the red-eyed woman, blinking and trying to get her vision right. She realized someone was standing behind the old woman, and looked up to see Sandu there, the lean young hunter, shaking his head ever so perceptibly as he leaned upon his spear. Voices blew in upon the wind, coming off the sea as well, and Perny turned to see the lithe figures of 3 women kneeling in the surf, elven women, wet skin shimmering, a pale green hue that reflected the sunlight as the surf came and went around them. Their slender bodies were unmoved by the passing of the waves, and when the bigger waves came and rose nearly to their necks, crashing past and flowing up the sand, their long opalescent hair flowed in and out with the water like strands of liquid pearl. Their hair was the only motion caused by the movement of the waves, even the big ones, and despite the power of the surf. Their bodies remained unwavering, as if they were part of it, or part of the world. They were beautiful. Perny sucked in a breath upon seeing them. She pulled it in so hard it burned nearly as bad as when she'd breathed in all that water not so long ago. The effect of their beauty wasn't much different than a physical blow. It was jarring. She thought in that instant that she might get wounded in her heart like Jovive had, like an arrow or the penetration of a knife cutting right through. But she did not. She waited for it, though, remembering what Jovive had told her about falling in love with them. Perny stared right at them, trying to somehow see them more. A strange tightness gripped her in the chest, an anxiousness she could not explain. Their beauty was inexplicable, astonishing, even painful. But she didn't think she loved them. The most recent wave drew back into the sea, and Perny realized they were naked. She looked upon their nude figures admiringly. She did not love them, but she hoped someday that she might look like that, strong, toned arms, pert breasts, and a tummy with subtle lines where the muscle lay beneath. She felt certain that if she did, Master Alton would love her instantly. Seeing their graceful strength made her want to climb more trees and run longer in the sand while carrying her pack with Knot rolled up inside. One of them raised a slender arm and waved at her. She waved back, and the other 2 did likewise. She smiled at them, and they smiled back, speaking to one another in voices that once more blew inland like songs, melodies swept in from a ship full of music, sailing by somewhere out of sight. She wondered if her voice would ever sound like that, be its own melody. She looked down at her own body, skinny and straight as a spear. Her blonde hair hung dark and lank against the silk tunic, which in turn lay plastered against her skin. She wriggled her lips contemplatively, then looked up at Jovive, who was wiping the last tears from her eyes.
"You've scared the very last years of my life from me," the ancient Sava an Lansum said. "I should think you've cost me a decade with that little stunt. How many times must I tell you, must we all tell you, not to approach the Sargo Saganti?" "I almost rode it," Perny argued. "I did. I was very close." "You were more than close, little Sava," said Sandu unexpectedly, and with more than a touch of awe. "I was there, and I saw you." He pointed with his spear to the far end of the cliff, where it curved and sloped away out of view. "I heard the caterwauling of the females as they all struck out into the sea, and I watched as you fought with him. You rode him all the way out there, past the shelf where the seabed begins to fall away." Perny looked back to the ocean, following the direction of Sandu's spear, but from here she couldn't tell where the water deepened.
She did note that the elven women had all gone away. She glanced up and down the shoreline, but there was no sign of their having walked away.
"Well, she nearly got herself killed for it,"
Jovive said, and Perny could tell, by the timbre of the woman's voice, the initial shock of fright was fading, and real anger would be coming straight away. It worked the same with Kettle, but Perny was used to it by now. Jovive wouldn't try to paddle her behind like Kettle would, and if she did, Perny knew perfectly well that she could get away. She could paddle her back if she wanted to. If there was one thing that had changed for the better since coming to the land of the elves, it was that Perny would never be subject to a spanking again. That made her smile, and just thinking it actually kept the smile upon her lips the whole trek back to the cave, which Jovive made them walk, because she wasn't going to let Perny try to run off again, as she put it,
"on that obnoxious bug of yours."
When they arrived at the cave, they found Seawind waiting for them with an unexpected guest. The War Queen's royal assassin, Shadesbreath, returned from the land of Kur. It was he who spoke first to her, as they came into the dim interior of the cave.
"I hear they are calling you Sava an Sagosagantis," he said.
She frowned and wrinkled up her nose. Nobody ever called her that before.
"Word travels quickly, Sava," he said, "and riding Sagosaganti has never been done."
"And it shouldn't be done,"
Jovive said.
"It is disrespectful and disobedient."
"And very brave," he said. "All three traits of a proper Sava an Lansum."
"A dead one, eventually,"
Jovive remarked.
"Perhaps," he said. "But we will see. One thing is certain. She is ready for the test."
Cold fear gripped Perny then, colder than lungs full of salty seawater. She hadn't gotten away in time, and now they were going to make her fight the orc.
"I don't want to fight the orc,"
she said, her voice rising to near a whine. Her body, cold and tired and exhausted, seemed to have finally given up its last ounce of strength.
"I don't want to. Please, don't make me fight it. I just want to go home."
The two elves looked to Jovive, who took the child into her arms.
"She's tired,"
she told them defiantly.
"and today she nearly died. She might well be the great Sava an Lansum you all are so cocksure she will be, Titlerat's very champion, I am sure. But today, right now, she's simply a tired, frightened little girl."
"Well, tomorrow,"
Seawind began.
"Damn your tests, and damn your prophecies!"
Jovive's voice was the snap of a whip, a loud crack that struck him to silence.
"Get out, both of you, before I put a spear in you and ride you both out to sea."
Chapter 47.
"I won't do it,"
Perny said, as Seawind brought in the orc captive they'd been threatening her with all year. Threats were how she saw it, anyway.
"I won't fight him. You'll just have to pull his knives out of my guts, like the Sagosagantis' horn."
"He hasn't got knives," Seawind said. "He'll only have his magic, which you can see if you choose to look. The Sagosagantis was proof enough of that."
"Then why must I fight him? You said yourself there's a difference between killing and murder."
Jovive laughed from her place next to Perny.
"You see, she does listen."
"You must face this creature and be rid of your fear."
"I'm not afraid. I rode the Sagosagantis. Jovive and Sandy saw."
Even she didn't believe it, though. The very sight of the orc, even as thin as it had become for want of proper exercise, filled her with memories of dread. Her whole body shuddered, nearly convulsed, as she thought about it touching her with its green hands, its bruising, powerful fingers biting into her flesh before its wicked fangs got hold. It would eat her if it could. She knew it not just in her guts, but in her memories. She could still feel the coarse flour they doused her with as they readied her for the cook-pot, not even 4 short years ago. She would have been eaten, too, were it not for Master Alton coming to the rescue. He'd even apologized later that she'd been hurt, which is when she knew that he loved her. Maybe he'd finally come and take her out of here. He had rescued her from orcs before. He might come, though she knew he wouldn't. Seawind took the silvery chains off the orc's wrists, neck, and ankles, and pushed him into the center of the chamber. A bare room, barely 40 paces across, roughly round, with a ceiling a little less than 2 spans above Perney's head. Shadesbreath stood near the entrance where Seawind had come in, holding a spear and a long knife made of steel, a human-made weapon rather than the volcanic glass the elves preferred.
"I can see the fear in your eyes, little Sava," Seawind said. "So can this creature here. You cannot move on in your preparations to become Sava Unlansome until you are over this. The time has come. As you said, you have ridden the Sargos Gigantes. This orc should take you mere moments to dispatch."
"I won't," she said, crossing her arms over her chest. "You can't make me."
"We shall see."
Shadesbreath came across the room and tried to hand her the spear and the knife. He studied her outthrust lips and the petulant defiance in her eyes. She seemed a most curious object to him, judging by the look that moved his features ever so slightly. He made no other expression and simply dropped both weapons at her feet. He resumed his position by the door, though only briefly, and then he vanished without a word. Seawind vanished as well, and Perney blinked her eyes and watched the wisps of mana curling around where he'd gone. She couldn't find him in it now, but she saw what he had done. Jovive took her gnarled hand off of Perney's shoulder.
"Just get it over with, child," she said. "You're more than a match for it now. Respect its power, but have it over and done."
She sang a few lines of a spell she knew, and became a crane-fly, which flew up and disappeared into the shadows somewhere near the upper reaches of the room, leaving Perney in the silence and the near darkness of the cave. She crouched and grabbed the weapons, then immediately muttered an illusion, her familiar variety of sight, sound, and smell. Then she stood and watched the orc as she fidgeted with the spear and knife. The knife was longer than she was used to, but she could wield it well enough if she needed to. She slid it carefully into her belt. The orc was just standing there, rubbing its wrists. Her heart was pounding as she waited for it to do something to her. She also thought that one throw of the spear would end it. It wasn't even moving. Her eyes fluttered as she watched the movement of mana around the orc. They were rumored to have magic more like animals than men. Raw magic shaped by emotions rather than thoughts and words, though she didn't know if that was true. She'd had animal magic at one time, too, barely a year ago. It was surprising how quickly that had been lost. She kept watching the orc for quite a long time, but it simply stared into the place where she stood. She wondered if it saw her. It wasn't channeling any mana that she could see. She moved carefully around it, silent on her feet, despite the silent spells. Illusions failed constantly, especially when cast upon those who knew enough and had reason to disbelieve. She snuck up right near it, her whole body trembling as she did. The stink of its unwashed body struck her like a blast of wind, driving her back a step. It smelled like death and misery. She could not help remembering the terror of that day in the courtyard back at Calico Castle. All the screaming and the blood, fire and smoke everywhere. Titaman lying on the ground and looking dead, Sir Alton almost cleaved in two, and Kettle. Perney heard the snap of Kettle's forearm breaking, loud in her memory like the sundering of some great tree branch. With those images in her head, those sounds, a vision of Kettle standing there, bones jutting through her sleeve, blood stains spreading dark and terrifying, Perny thrust her spear straight into the orc, right between its ribs. One rib cracked as the weapon drove for the orc's lung, echoing the sound in Perny's mind. She yanked the weapon out as the creature fell. A rattling gasp came from the wound she'd made, and the orc slid down the wall and landed on its back. It lay there doing that for a time, gasping, gurgling, both from its mouth and from the hole she'd made in its side. Watching it reminded her of the monkey and the Latakasokis she'd killed. She watched it staring up at the ceiling, its green brow wrinkled in pain, shaping little V's in its skin, like angular ripples in the wake of its nose. Perny watched it, and her fear slipped away, the terror inside her evaporating like steamy condensation from a plate of glass. Clarity followed, and fear was replaced by recognition of a simple fact. The orc wanted to die. Perny wondered how that could be. But if the orc wanted death, then it wasn't going to get it from her. She dropped to her knee and let go the invisibility. She touched the orc on its clammy green shoulder, and she sang the healing spell she knew, the simple one she'd learned before coming to live with the elves. She sang the song and funneled mana into it, and in the course of a few moments, the hissing gurgle from the orc's lung had disappeared, as had, to a large extent, the wound. She stood and stepped away from it, prepared to fight it now that it could see her, fully expecting it to leap up and attack. She wasn't going to kill it, though. That's what it wanted her to do. And that's what they wanted her to do. But the orc just lay there. It didn't get up. It didn't move. It lay prone, motionless, its big dark eyes staring into the black shadows in the ceiling of the cave. Then Perny noticed the strangest thing. She saw a tear running down its face. She couldn't believe that such a thing could be real, for it defied everything she'd ever heard and seen. With no thought for her own safety, or perhaps with absolute confidence in its security, she approached the orc again. It didn't even look at her. It simply stared up at the ceiling still. She wondered if she hadn't healed it properly. She did know that broken ribs could be very painful things, so she put her arm back on its chest and cast the spell again. She didn't know if it did anything or not. Her training with healing magic was non-existent beyond her single bit of magic, and that really intended for unwilting daffodils. The tear had run down and fallen into the grit of the cave floor, and there was not a second to follow. She saw merely the empty sadness of the creature lying there, which frustrated her to the point of speech.
"What kind of orc is it that cries?" she asked. "I've never heard of anything like that before."
The orc stared at the ceiling.
"Hey,"
she said, prodding the orc in the hip with her boot.
"What's the matter with you?"
Still nothing. She looked around the room, expecting Seawind or Shadesbreath or Jovive to appear, but none of them did. She called out for them.
"I already killed him," she said. "Well, sort of. Then I brought him back, but that means I passed the test, so you can come back now."
She turned full circle, but nobody appeared. She harumphed at that and looked back down at the orc.
"Is it because you want to go home?"
she asked it after a while. When it didn't answer, she very nearly gave up and left. Orcs were probably too stupid to speak anyway.
"Home,"
it said as she started toward the exit where Shadesbreath had disappeared.
"Death."
She turned back and retook her place, looking down at it.
"You want to go home to die?"
"Yes, home to die."
"You speak pretty good human for an orc,"
she said, cocking her head sideways and rather caught up with such novelty.
"Nobody ever said you could. Is that so you can talk to your food?"
The thought came out before the ramifications did, and she took a step back suddenly. Her spear pointed at it again,
Kill Grumph, it said, or take home. Kill Grumph, or take Grumph home.
It sounded more agitated now.
What is Grumph?
She asked.
I, Grumph. You, Sava. Sava, please kill, or take to Northclan for die.
It was actually a mix of the common tongue of Kerr and the elven tongue, which made Perny wonder where it had learned any elven words. She wondered if it had been listening somehow while Jovive worked with her at night. But the most striking thing to her was not the common words or the elven ones that it spoke. It was the please. The very thought of an orc saying please was the most confounding thing Perny had ever considered before. She had to think about that very hard. Why would an orc say please to her if it would eat her when it got the chance? But as soon as she thought it, she realized she often talked to animals that she liked to eat as well. She'd had a pet frog once, yet she could kill them by the basketful when gathering frog legs for Kettle's pot. She'd been quite good friends with the calves that Gimmel's cow gave birth to, and twice they'd had them for dinner, and many other things. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that people often talked to their food. And while she wasn't quite happy about the fact that orcs would pick on little girls, she supposed she could understand it in the way of natural things. She knew for sure she wouldn't let an orc ever try to eat her again. And as she realized it, she also realized that her fear was truly gone. The orc was no more dangerous than a man, or an elf, or even a Sargosagantis swimming in the sea. Likely less so than the last. Likely less so than any of them. She supposed they might always give her the shivers if she thought about them wrong. But in a way, they were no different than poisonous parrots, pythons, or giant mantises. Things to be wary of, but nothing to be feared. Once again she turned around and looked out into the empty spaces around the room.
"I'm not killing it,"
she said again.
"It's sad, and it wants to go home. Keeping it here all this time was mean. You should have killed it or let it go."
She turned and looked back at the orc and shook her head, then corrected what she had said.
"You should have killed him or let him go."
Then, as if realizing the possibility of a mistake, she asked the orc,
"You are a boy, right?"
The orc didn't have any breasts like human women did, or like the glistening bosoms of the splendid lady elves. It wrinkled its brow at her, less in agony than as if for the first time its own interest had been piqued.
"Human whelp?"
It seemed like a question.
"Whelpling?"
"Well, I don't think that's a polite way of saying it," she said. "But I am a child, if you must know."
She looked down at herself, at her skinny little frame, and frowned. She looked back at him.
"And I'm a girl, just in case you want to know."
He sat up and stared at her for a time, and for some unknown reason, he began to laugh. It was a great, bass, throaty thing that filled the whole chamber with noise, larger than his emaciated body ought to have been able to produce.
"What's so funny?"
she asked him, her hands on her hips. He said something, 5 words in a coarse, guttural tongue that she knew was Orcish, but that she didn't realize were the words to a spell until it was too late. A ring of fire appeared, just a half step behind where she stood. Its heat beat upon her back. Her spear was already swinging butt end around in the instant it appeared, and before she realized the wall of fire was washing outward from the orc, she'd already knocked him flat with a solid thwack to the forehead, delivered by the butt of her spear. The fire spread across the room, and as it passed over Seawind and Shadesbreath, they both emerged from their invisibility spells. Jovive dropped down from somewhere near the ceiling just before they appeared, apparently not wanting to risk melting her fragile little wings as the heat filled the room. Grumph sat back up, rubbing a plum-sized knot that was already growing on his head, and he laughed as he saw the two elves glaring at him with wisps of smoke rising from the leather of their armor.
"Golden Queen's elf not like Grom's fire still," he said. "Elf need human whelp female for kill Gromf."
This apparently was the height of all humor for the orc, and once more he lay flat upon his back, forced back this time by the power of unchecked hilarity. The elves and the old Sava and Lansum came to stand beside Perny and watch.
"I think you broke him,"
Jovive said after a time.
"His wits have snapped."
"I confess that I have not anticipated such an outcome," Seawind said, "but it appears you may be right."
Perny looked first at Jovive, then at Seawind, tilting her neck back for each. She looked then to Shadesbreath, who was still simply watching her. He was kind of creepy, she decided, like something in a nightmare. But in a good way. Or maybe not. She wondered if she really could someday be like him. She thought it would be fun to look at people and make them feel that way. She'd love to see Kettle or Nipper try to shuffle her off to bed if she could look at them like that. They'd never even say anything. In fact, she was fairly sure she could walk straight into the kitchens and eat all the tarts and berry pies she wanted, and nobody would say a thing about it again. Ever.
"So what shall we do with him?"
Jovive asked.
"Shall I drag him out and leave him for the jackals and the Latakasoki?"
Perny snapped round to face her upon hearing that.
"No,"
she said.
"We have to send him home." "We?"
Jovive asked with an arched eyebrow.
"And how do we plan on doing that?"
She spun and pointed at Seawind with a slender little finger.
"He said that if I could beat the orc, I could go home. Now he has to send me home, so he can send the orc back with me." "We ought to just finish it off," the old woman said. "You know the Queen's army and the warriors from Earth have all but eradicated its people anyway. It has no home."
"It's the difference between killing and murder," Perny said. She glared at Seawind as she said it. Jovive crooked an eyebrow, but she grinned a moment afterward, glancing up at the two elves standing there regarding the child.
"Well," she said, "she's got a point. And she's your weapon, not mine. I'm only helping you sharpen her. You do what you please."
She backed away from the orc and took her hand off her knife. The two elves seemed to be communicating between themselves, though Perny didn't know for sure. Humans couldn't speak to elves telepathically. For some reason, it just didn't work. Unexpectedly, Seawind agreed.
"Very well. We'll send him back when he recovers his wits and health. I'll see to his wounds myself."
Perny smiled. She hadn't won a battle of any kind with the elves since mastering Knot and running with the hunt.
"And for you, little Sava, the time has come to complete your test."
Perny looked stunned. Complete? What did he mean by that?
"Where would you like to go?"
he asked.
"You already know where," she said. "I want to go home."
"So be it," he said. "Give me your hand."
She did. He placed something soft and cool upon her palm and whispered into her ear. Then, just like that, she was home. Right back where she'd been standing the moment they took her away. Chapter 48. To their credit, neither Ramachandran twin complained about being asked to unpack the equipment needed to set up the bubble for Alton again. It was a great deal of work to go through the stacked crates and find the pumps and hoses and filters and sheeting, and then get it all affixed and airtight. They'd taken down the power grid and atmosphere purifiers they'd set up, and getting it all going again, even with everyone pitching in, and Alton's generous use of teleportation spells to move the inert pieces around, was still the work of 2 full days. It felt like déjà vu, as Alton once again slipped off his helmet and gloves and knelt before the pulsing purple light of Yellowfire's heartstone.
"All right," he said to it. "Now we've gone to a lot of trouble for you. Why aren't you cooperating?"
He placed his left hand against the crystals embedded in the cavern wall, half his hand on the luminous edge of Yellowfire, half on the dead gray crystals all around, his middle finger touching the place where the hairline crevice had been sealed. He felt nothing. No heat, no anything from any part. Leaning forward, he peered into the gray clumps of the crystals that Professor Bryant had grown, just as he had before. The light from the spotlights behind him, as well as those on the helmets of the others outside the bubble, shone into them, lit them up a little, but mostly shone right through. Not the least bit of color in them. Definitely not liquefying stone. He drew in a long breath of the cold air being pumped into the chamber and closed his eyes, letting his mind slip into the mana as he had before. The endless pink constant of it was there, just as it had been ever since he'd gotten his own gift of Heartstone from Blue Fire, the father's gift that Blue Fire had melded with a tiny bit of her own liquefying stone. It was with that gift, that ring of Heartstone, that he had shaped the first part of the melding spell. It was with that mana, the misty form of it made possible by his ring, that he'd infused the crack. But he hadn't used the ring when he'd shaped and finished the cast. The ring had been off for that, and he wondered now if that was the difference somehow. He sought the shape of the cast he'd made to finish it, thinking that perhaps it hadn't completed itself somehow, that the joint he'd made between the two halves of the spell was not complete, the texture of the channeled mana different on each side of the joint. He hoped to find some small part of that unconnected or undone, some last loose end in need of being tied off or melded into place. But there was nothing there. There was no spell for him to connect to, no thread to find, no joints or loose anything. The spell was complete. There was nothing left for him to do. He let go of the mana for a moment, and on a lark, asked, "Turn off the spotlights, please." "Why?" someone asked, but someone else hushed the lot of them watching there. The lights went off, and were it not for the dim luminescence of the panel on his spacesuit's chest pack and sleeve, the darkness would have been absolute. He had to think for a moment, trying to recall the magic detection spell he'd learned to help Roberto last month, looking for spells or magical devices that might have been planted in or upon the goblin tea crates before they were placed in the glistening lady's cargo hold. If the transmutation spell was still in effect and in process, or frozen mid-process, if somehow it remained as magic rather than finished physicality, then he thought he might be able to detect it. He had to know. If it truly was complete, if it truly simply wasn't working, he would know that as well. He spoke the words of the spell, though he hadn't really needed to, and in his mind he saw the wedge of mana, a shimmering pair of planes pressed together in the shape of a V. He pushed the magical fabrication into the wall of the heart chamber and watched it for signs of interactivity. There were none. He let go of the spell and pushed himself away from the rock, his head drooping to his chest as he sat back on his heels. No evidence of anything either way. Just nothing. Which meant his spell simply hadn't worked.
"So, what's the trouble, dude?"
came Roberto's inquiry.
"You got everybody's butt puckering up here. Is it going to work or what?"
"No," Alton answered, even as Orly was scolding Roberto for his insensitivity.
"I don't know what I've done wrong."
"You haven't done anything wrong,"
Orly said.
"It's just going to take time."
Alton let go a long, slow breath, frustrated and resigned. In the darkness, he couldn't see the foggy plume of it, but he knew he blew one just the same. Absently, he reached his hand out to feel for it, For what reason he had no idea why, and there in the darkness before him was the gentle pulsing light of Blue Fire's gift to him, a dim green light tracing the inside edge of his ring. It lay there upon his finger, like a tiny beacon of hope, the very pulse of everything that had brought them all here today. Orly's hope and his. Blue Fire's. The hopes of people long gone for centuries, whose only legacy was the names they gave to stars. Alton filled with it as he looked at that small green light. He knew what he needed to do. It was all he could do to keep the euphoria of epiphany from his voice when he said calmly,
"I do have one more idea."
"Yeah? Like what?" said Roberto.
"Because we need to wrap this show up and get out of here. I'm due to pick up another load come the end of this week."
He preempted Orly's next remark, adding, "Not that I'm not in here with you guys until the end, of course. It's just, you know, I get tired of restarting my ship all the time."
"Give me a moment,"
Alton said. He turned toward the bubble where the others stood, each of them shaped by the lights blinking on their suits.
"I need a pair of those small shears you people use for clipping wire."
There was a brief pause before Rabin said, "One pair of wire cutters coming up." He jumped on one of the gravity sleds, and then the lights on the back of his suit vanished as he dropped below the edge of the heart chamber for a while.
"So?"
pressed Roberto in the breathless silence. Being up in orbit seemed to have left him unaffected by the sphere of optimism that Alton had inspired. "You going to tell me or not? Because, I'm just saying, once you turn off all the lights, this show got pretty boring up here."
"Roberto,"
Orly warned for yet the third time.
"let the man concentrate. For all we know, he's holding on to half a spell."
"Oh, I hadn't thought about that,"
Roberto said.
"Sorry, bro."
Rabin was already rising back to level with the rest as Alton muttered that it was fine. Rabin held out the clippers and switched on his light to illuminate them in his gloved hands. "These, right?" he said.
"Yes, those are the ones. Give them to Orly."
Rabin did as he was told.
"Orly, I'm bringing you inside."
"All right,"
she said.
"I'm ready."
A moment after, she was at his side, quickly removing her helmet and gloves. He pulled off his ring and held it out to her, gripping it by the thick silver block into which he'd carved her name.
"Cut it,"
he said, indicating the bottom of the band.
"Really?"
she said.
"I'll fix it later. Just cut it, please."
She could hear the urgency in his voice, so she reached down and snipped the ring, the cutters parting the silver easily, directly opposite the setting that held the green stone. He pulled the two halves of the band apart, opening them as far as he could until both were bent up alongside the setting itself. He held it up and looked at it, verifying that the green stone protruded slightly from the bottom of its mount. He turned a lopsided smile at Orly.
"Wish him luck,"
he said.
"Wish them luck."
Orly realized right away what he meant, and muttered,
"Good luck, Yellowfire. There's someone waiting for you."
Alton could hear Rabin and Prakish muttering too.
"Here goes,"
Alton said, and with that, pressed the pulsing green of his stone to the place where he'd merged the heartstone with the surrounding crystals the professor had grown. For a moment, they all sat watching breathlessly, the long shadow of Orly standing in Rabin's light, shadowing Alton's hand. Rabin clicked it off, and for a few moments more, they all stared into the darkness, watching as the pulsing green light of Alton's ring lit, then vanished, then lit, then vanished, scattered about by the gray crystals it sat upon. Alton held his breath as he watched, staring into the space, his heart trying to beat with the rhythm of the ring's pulsing. He touched the heartstone with the ring, and waited a while more. Still nothing, so he put it back against the joint. That's when the whole cavern flickered like a lantern in a breeze. It flickered once, then twice, a pale blue color like a springtime sky. Then, in that instant, the whole chamber flared to brilliant life, as bright as any day on Prosperian or planet Earth had ever been. All around them, so bright they all had to shield their eyes. Not just the heart chamber, the whole enormous cavern. Everywhere. The light flared several times, and everyone began to cheer. Orly burst into tears of joy as she shouted, "It worked! It worked!" through sobs of ecstasy. There came a succession of further flares, and a few dimming right after that, all in the span of a few seconds. Then the bright daylight azure turned just slightly green, only just barely so, the palest aquamarine. Orly gasped and looked frightened, but Alton smiled and nodded his head.
"I should think that's him discovering his new sun,"
he said, and as he said it, the color stabilized and did not flicker again. They all stared into it with open mouths. The professor and both brothers were already on their way down to the stacked crates, bent on getting tools and intent on measuring things.
"Whoa! What the fuck did you guys just do?"
Roberto said. He didn't sound happy like all the rest.
"Nothing to worry about,"
Orly cheered.
"We've done it! We've done it! I think he's come back to life. Can't you see the beautiful cavern light?"
"No, dude, I'm serious. What the fuck is that?"
He was beyond agitated.
"What?"
Orly said, exchanging a glance with Alton. Everyone in the cave could hear the edge of terror in Roberto's voice.
"What is what?"
He wasn't answering her, however, and what he said next was obviously intended for his crew.
"Tracy, get us the fuck away from that shit. Dikwa, transfer power to the shields. Jesus, man!"
"Roberto, what?"
Orly asked.
"What's happening?"
She was shouting now. Alton stopped and stared at her, his breaths coming in shorter and shorter waves. Roberto's agitation was frightening. The man never lost his cool.
"You tell me! You guys opened up some kind of shit!"
"There's something coming through," said Dequadar, her voice low and tense, but characteristically calm. "Something big."
"What? What?"
Orly continued to shout.
"Look at the feed," Roberto snapped. "For fuck's sake, just look at the feed."
Orly and Alton blinked back and forth at one another, then both stooped and grabbed up their helmets, setting them loosely in place. There, in the upper left, was the feed from Roberto's ship. Less than 4 miles to starboard was a huge something. A rift, like a great tear in space. An opening that curved like the pupil of a cat, its edges shaped in part by the absence of stars within it, but also by what appeared to be some kind of pink burning flame.
"Oh my God,"
Orly breathed. "Oh my God, he's right," Roberto said, clearly trying to keep himself in check. "Here comes another one," reported Dequadar with no evidence of fear.
"Fuck," said Roberto. "Full camo on this beach. Let's hide, people."
"Camo up,"
replied Tracy Applegate at the helm.
"We're out, sir."
"Let's goddamn hope so."
"There's a third," Dequa reported as Orly and Alton watched helplessly.
"Third what?"
Orly asked. Alton would have asked it too. He was staring as hard as he possibly could into the monitor, but not seeing anything. There was nothing to see beyond that strange opening. "There's something coming through," Dequa replied. "Look at the far edge. It smears the pink as it passes by." Sure enough, there was a blurring of the further edge of the split in space, the pink rim dimming in one place, the distortion widening for a time, then narrowing, and after a few moments, it was gone.
"You getting a reading on that?" Roberto asked.
"Nothing, sir," reported the helmswoman again.
"Well, get a reading on the gap, and do the math."
31.9 miles by 13.9. I'm not picking up a third dimension at all.
"Here comes another one," Dequa said.
"Do they see us? We getting anything bouncing off us?"
"Nothing, sir."
"Are they hostiles?"
someone asked. The fourth object passed through the gap, and Alton couldn't help noticing how familiar the edges of the opening appeared. "That last one was 27 miles long," Dequa reported. 9 miles high. They're not orbs."
"Do we need to blow the heart chamber?"
Dr. Walters asked.
No,
Orly shouted.
She just said they aren't hostiles.
I said they aren't orbs,
Deco replied.
Okay, listen, said Roberto. So, there's some big, invisible shit coming out of the new asshole you guys just opened up in space. We can't dick around with this for long. Alton, you got any theories? Or do we need to skip the happy fuck out of here right now and melt this bitch?
No, replied Alton as he watched.
I don't have any theories at all.
We're not melting anything.
Orly managed not to shout, but she was close.
Don't you dare even suggest it. He hasn't done anything.
I suggest you guys bug the hell out of there, said Roberto. Alton, you should take them straight back to Prosperian. If they aren't hostiles, they might be headed your way. And if they are, we can watch. And if we have to, I'll push the button myself.
You'll do no such thing, Roberto,
Orly said.
We're coming up, and you're leaving with us. If there are any aggressive actions taken toward Earth, Prosperian, or any bases, my father will push the button just like everyone agreed on. If they aren't, then we should get out of their way until we know what they are.
Like hell I'm leaving, said Roberto. At least as long as they can't see me, I won't.
Can you see them?
Yes.
He was obviously lying.
Other than right as they're coming through the opening, can you see them? Like, where are they now? You can see that?
No.
As if to prove that point, suddenly Roberto was flying over the top of the camera he'd been talking into, as if he'd been flung into the air by an invisible hand. He was already swearing as he flew over the lens. Alton saw one of Dequa's boots flash briefly on his screen as well. Then he was simply staring at the back of Roberto's chair.
Roberto?
Orly shrieked. There was no answer for a while.
We need to leave,
Alton said, snapping his helmet into place and setting the seal. He moved to where Orly was sifting through channels on her suit sleeve and snapped her helmet down as well.
Leave the equipment. Everyone get to the teleportation chamber now. We're leaving immediately. That is not a request.
There was no one in the cavern who was not happy to oblige, and soon all were rushing for the gravity sled, except for Orly, whom Alton had to nearly drag out of the atmospheric bubble that Rabin had opened up for them. They were just stepping onto the sled when Roberto's profanity filled their helmets again.
Are you okay?
Orly asked, though the cussing was still underway. Her voice was anxious and high, catching Roberto's attention again.
I think they just hit us,
Roberto said.
They're attacking you? Was it an orb? Throwing a mineral shaft?
No, I think they just tried to run us over.
I thought you said they can't see you,
Orly said.
I don't know, he said. Maybe they can. Shit, I can't get any readings on these things.
To his crew, he added,
Are you guys checking all these spectrums?
I don't know if our scans help them find us,
Deco replied.
But yes, I ran through them twice already. I'm not getting anything. If they are hostiles, they aren't following any previous patterns.
Well, if they're not hostiles, they damn sure ain't ours, he said. Unless somebody back home was doing some really hairy secret research while we were gone.
They weren't,
Deco confirmed.
Those are not ours.
We're sending everyone home, Alton said. Is the ship safe enough to bring everyone up? Or are we all going back to Prosperian? I think we're okay, he said. Still getting status reports, though. Give me a second. You guys load up and get to the boot.
Prakash piloted them down the cliff face on the gravity sled, taking a steep angle that was a bit dangerous for a piece of equipment that was meant to lift, not fly. He managed it well enough, and in moments everyone was scrambling into the cube of stone that would take them back to the boot sitting on the surface of red fire, which was now, technically, yellow fire. Alton waited impatiently as they all shuffled inside, the twins both hauling at the front of the gravity sled while the professor started pushing from behind.
Leave it,
Orly reminded them before Alton could. They were fine scientific minds, but they weren't all thinking clearly at the time. Alton closed the door and latched it, then took his ring and held it between his thumb and forefinger, making sure his thumb was pressed firmly against the pulsing green crystal inside. He had no doubt that he could teleport them out without it, but he had no interest in wasting time. Soon, they were once more in the basement of the boot.
"Well, Roberto, how is your status?"
he asked the moment they appeared.
"Dude,
I'm working on it." Alton looked at Orly, who shrugged, a gesture hard to see given the bulky nature of the suit. Alton made his decision on the spot.
"I'm taking everyone to Prosperian. Roberto, I'll be back in a moment. No sense putting everyone at risk."
He opened the door of the teleportation chamber.
"Everybody out!"
He went out first to avoid arguments. When everyone was out of it, he shut the door, then spied out the area of Calico Castle where the tower sat, making sure it was clear. It was, and in moments the tower was back in its place.
"Everyone out,"
he said again.
"Go, go, go! If something happens up there—"
He glanced to Orly and then to the rest of them.
"Orly and her father will see to it that you all get home."
"No, my father will. I'm going with you."
"No, you are not."
Everyone else was already running for the stairs. Professor Bryant stopped near the top to call back. "Have you let down the tower's shield, Sir Alton, so we can get out?" He did so with barely a thought, fidgeting with the ring as he did it.
"Orly, there's no reason for you to go. I'm the only one who can cast the spell, and if there is something going on up there, you will be in danger, and that will distract me from helping the others."
"Alton, I'm going. He's my friend, too. If there's trouble, I can bring myself back, remember?"
She patted the area of her spacesuit near her throat, where the fast-cast amulet hung beneath, enchanted with the spell that would take her to a safe place behind an old suit of armor in Calico Castle's ancient dining room. They both wore one, each enchanted to take them to safe spots, side by side.
"Gods be damned, woman!"
he swore.
"You are the most stubborn thing."
"It wouldn't bother you so much if you'd just accepted already,"
she said.
"So, are they out of the boot yet or not?"
"It doesn't matter. Let's just take the box."
With that, they both re-entered the little stone teleportation room, and Alton once more closed the door.
"Helmet sealed?"
Orly asked.
"It is,"
he said, and after ensuring that there was a safe place in the glistening lady's cargo hold, Alton set the clean room down inside. Chapter 49. Immediately upon returning to the glistening lady, the comm feeds inside Alton's and Orly's helmet burst back to life with the sounds of the ship's crew at work. They'd been gone less than half a minute, but already their assistance was in need.
"God damn it, Chelsea! Get that ramjack in here! It's crashing her!"
Roberto called anxiously.
"Where the hell are you?"
"I'm coming," replied the frenetic-sounding bodyguard.
"It's Stout, down below, 3 minutes."
"She doesn't have 3 minutes," Roberto said.
"Damn it! A great time to lose our fucking sorcerer." "Your sorcerer has returned." "Where are you?" "I'm coming now." "Engine room. Hurry. A refrigerant tank broke loose. You've got to get her out." Alton looked wide-eyed at Orly, who in a less dire circumstance would have given him a "see, I told you that you'd need me" smirk, but she was too busy yanking her helmet off. By the time Alton was following her lead, she was already running out of the cargo bay. Alton ran after her as they passed through 3 sections of the ship, then turned into what looked like a closet to Alton's untrained eye. No closet. It housed a narrow ladder, leading down into a room in which everything was coated with a white layer of frost, almost too cold to touch. Roberto was kneeling near a long silvery cylinder that was at least a full span in diameter, and some 5 spans long. It matched 3 others just like it, mounted on the starboard hull, and 2 more mounted on the port side, the latter pair with a conspicuous space between them that indicated where the one Roberto knelt beside had come from. His forearms and the side of his face were white, and looked as if they'd suffered terrible frostbite. "It rolled right over her,"
he said upon seeing Orly and Alton rush into the room.
"You've got to get her out of there, or get it off."
Alton and Orly ran up beside him, where they found Liu Chun pinned beneath the huge coolant tank. She wasn't moving, and her eyes were closed. Orly knelt down beside her and checked her pulse, her time serving in the aspect sick bay giving her more than enough training in terrible emergencies.
"Pulse is weak," she
reported.
"If you yank her out of there, a whole lot of other things could go wrong. We need to assess the damage first."
Roberto looked horrified.
"How the hell are we going to do that?"
He winced with pain as his face contorted with the outburst.
"You don't have a ship's doctor?"
Nobody answered my ad yet, and Liu Chun is a trained combat medic."
"Oh, for fuck's sake, Roberto!"
She turned back to Alton, looking just as horrified.
"Can you get to Leopold?"
Alton was already nudging the doctor telepathically. He found him napping, and it was some work to wake the man up. He quickly relayed the situation, and the doctor allowed himself to be teleported to the scene immediately. Despite the urgency of the circumstance, Alton couldn't help but note how much weight the doctor had lost. The last time he'd seen the man, he would have guessed him going nearly 20 stone. But there he was, likely just over 10 or so. He hardly recognized the man. The doctor assessed the situation instantly and was soon kneeling beside the woman trapped beneath the tank. He placed his hands on either side of her face and began to sing. He sang for several moments, and while Alton was not a healer himself, the one school of the 8 in which he had no power at all, he could tell that there was something wrong with the doctor's chant. A moment later, the doctor shook his head.
"I can't do it," he said. "The mana is wrong."
"What do you mean the mana is wrong?"
"Look for yourself," he said. "I have no idea how you were able to bring me here."
Alton looked into the mana, and found it as it always was, a vast, unchanging constant of pink mist. He realized immediately his mistake. He discreetly stuffed his ring into the band of his spacesuit's utility belt, and looked into the mana again. He gasped aloud at what he saw. It was much like it had been when Alton had approached the planet Blue Fire for the first time, except that, rather than a wide, flat plane of mana being pulled into the dark absence, the black anti-globe that was her essence in the mana stream, the mana here had gathered into a thick, long column. It ran straight through the center of the red planet that now housed the being they knew as Yellow Fire, as if the planet's axis had been wrapped in the stuff of magic somehow, as if it were wrapping it up as he watched. Alton knew immediately what was happening. He was looking at mana being channeled by a male hostile. He'd never thought to look at the mana without his ring, not while he'd been at war with the now dead Red Fire. Why would he? He watched the strange phenomenon for quite some time, and dared to move his mind toward that rod-like mana solidity to examine it more closely. It was as if someone had run a great thick version of Master Sambua's conduit pipe right through the center of the pitch-black sphere, and when Alton made the most gentle of taps against it, he found that it had, in the abstract way of mana, the absolute solidity of rock. Steel, perhaps. Something harder even than the surface of diamond-shelled citadel. Where the flat mana stream into Blue Fire had been taffy-like, an impenetrable pliability, this was as hard and round as any enchanted column in the palace could ever be, although, as he watched, it seemed to flicker in places. Cloudy, perhaps, where it darkened and looked momentarily soft, as if it were sputtering.
"Harpy spit,"
Alton swore. He didn't know if there was time to teach the doctor how to draw mana with his ring. The doctor had never even used a liquefying stone before. The ring could kill him. It would kill him, Alton already knew.
"I'll teleport the whole ship back to Calico Castle," he said, "unless there is some reason why I should not."
Suddenly, the whole ship launched to starboard, throwing all of them to the floor and sliding them toward the port side of the ship. The giant cylinder rolled off Liu Chun and came toward them like a giant steel rolling pin.
"Christ!"
shouted Roberto. Alton tried to cast a teleportation spell upon it, intent on sending it down to the surface of the red world, but he could draw no mana at all. His eyes popped wide as he realized it was too late to grab the ring, and he braced himself for being squashed against the hull. Something heavy and metallic clanked loudly. The left side of the tank stopped rolling, and the right side slowed, though it kept coming as the tank angled some. Orly reached for Roberto as he scrambled along the hull, trying to stay ahead of it. The frostbite was agonizing, and he was moving slowly. Orly caught him by the hair and dragged him to her just as the end of the tank finally slammed into the wall, the four of them heaped together in the wedge of open space, cringing and expecting the end. Realizing they weren't dead, They all turned to see Roberto's heavy-set bodyguard, Chelsea, lying on her stomach, flat on the floor, her arms extended to the fullest length and still gripping the ramjack tool that she had jammed like a wheel block under the tank at the farthest end. From the way she was sprawled out on the deck and the trickle of blood that had just started on her chin, it was clear she had to dive headlong to get it there in time.
"Holy crap, that was close," Roberto said. "I think I love you, Chelsea."
"Just doing what you pay me for," she said as she climbed to her feet. She wiped at her chin and shook her head to clear the spots of dizziness the jolt against the deck had set spinning in her eyes.
"Liu Chun!"
Orly said, and immediately she and the doctor were running out of the angular space, around the tank and to the ship's weapons officer, who was now out from under it, though she had slid along behind it when it rolled, and now lay pressed against it dangerously. Chelsea ran to get another ramjack.
"Diqua, what in the hell was that?"
Roberto demanded into his comlink.
"I think another one just tried to fly through us," she replied. "It's like the damn hostiles all over again." "I don't think so," Diqua said. "That one barely touched us, and we weren't trying to move. It's like they just don't see us. I'm going to drop a probe into orbit and take us out to 20,000 miles. We can watch it from there."
Alton looked to Roberto and shook his head.
"How about Prosperium?"
he asked, the question imperative in his tone. He extracted the ring from his belt and bent the cut halves of the band around his thumb as tightly as he could.
"Diqua, scratch that last part. Just kill the engines. Alton's taking us to Prosperium." "Roger that," she said.
There was a stretching quality to her voice, followed by the announcement,
"Probe away. Shutting down now."
Soon after, the glistening lady sat upon the meadow beyond the walls of Calico Castle, resting easily in the grass, which stirred lazily in the breeze. Alton teleported everyone presently directly to the doctor's office. The doctor went to work, as the skilled Y-class physician cast his spells. For nearly 20 minutes, no one dared to speak, not even Roberto, who was never without something to say, though he did occasionally let go a faint grunt as the pain in his arms and face began to work on him with the waning of adrenaline. Orly, upon hearing one of those grunts, and finally realizing what they were, led him out of the room to the front, where Lena Foxglove sat at her desk, oblivious to the fact that the doctor had returned and was treating a patient in one of the examining rooms. A quick look at Roberto's face and arms, and Lena was all aflutter, but efficiently so, for in a matter of moments she had another doctor on the scene, who set to work on Roberto in another room. Orly sat with Roberto for a half-hour, and found that the middle-aged woman casting spells on him was an excellent healing mage. When the woman took her hand away from Roberto's right arm, the wounds were entirely repaired.
"Your people sure are incredible healers,"
Orly observed.
"Dr. Salmbalsam is incredible,"
Lena replied.
"You couldn't have been in more capable hands, Roberto."
Roberto nodded, clearly in agreement, and the woman smiled and thanked them for the compliments. After a few moments' gratitude, the four of them went to check on Liu Chun. Dr. Salmbalsam moved to stand beside Dr. Leopold, where she chanted for a time, apparently looking in on what he was doing. After a few minutes of that, she went to stand opposite him and began to assist, the notes of her healing song weaving in and out of his in a tense yet beautiful harmony. The rest of them stood quietly, no one even daring to breathe too loudly. Roberto winced and shuddered any time one of the doctor's rhythms changed too abruptly. From the sounds he made, it was as if he were still suffering the agony of frost burns. But eventually came reprieve, for finally Dr. Leopold looked up from the spell with a satisfied expression on his face.
"She's stabilized," he said. "She'll make it, but we've got a lot of work to do if she's ever going to walk again."
He looked up into Alton's relieved green eyes and said,
"Not so bad as you were that day Titanman brought you back from the moon, but bad enough. I'll need her for the next several weeks at least."
He turned to the doctor, who had come to assist him, and thanked her graciously. Roberto wiped at the corners of his eyes. his own relief so obvious he couldn't wipe fast enough for a time.
"God damn, Doc, you're the best. Thank you. Whatever you need, no price is too high. You hear me? Whatever it takes. Give her everything."
He smiled, the loose flesh around his jaws where he'd lost so much weight waggling like empty gloves.
"She'll be fine, my friend. I promise. Just need some time."
Roberto let out a long, low breath and shook his head as if shaking off a blow that had dazed him for a time. He looked from the doctor to Orley and Alton, standing there.
"Thank you guys, too," he said. "Man, I don't know what I would have done if this didn't turn out like it did."
"Well, you need to figure out why that tank came loose,"
Orley said.
"That's inexcusable. I know you said this is only the 5th one of these ships ever made, but that is not acceptable. I thought the whole point of buying that ridiculously expensive ship was because it was so damn tough. Bottom of the ocean without a creek, as I recall. Hostile shafts bounce right off, you said."
"Yeah, I agree with you on that. But if we're being honest, whatever knocked that thing loose hit us so hard the ship spun around 17 times in 11 seconds after impact. Think about that for a minute. And yet, here we are, not dead. Whatever hit us would have caved the aspect in like a plastic canteen."
Orley's jaw moved side to side, but she nodded.
"Still, I'd have a talk with that company."
"Oh, I will," he said. "I'll bet they crap themselves when they see what they have to prepare for with these ships. It's a whole new galaxy these days."
"It is,"
Orley said.
"So what do you think it was that struck you?"
Alton asked.
"Do you people mind taking this outside?"
the doctor said, not really asking by the way he said the words.
"You can come back tomorrow night and check on her. I've put her into a deep slumber that will last at least that long anyway, and you're just distracting me."
Roberto looked uncomfortable with that, but the doctor made a shooing noise.
"Alton, get them out of here, please. Every moment counts."
Alton looked to his friends, and they both nodded, Roberto reluctantly, and a few moments later they were aboard the glistening lady. Roberto went immediately to the dislodged coolant tank and checked the braces where they had broken. Chelsea had already welded several temporary braces in place along the deck while they were gone, and she was in the process of strapping the tank in place right where it was on the deck for now.
"Won't hold for another nightmare like that back there," she said. "But it will take more than normal atmospheric turbulence to break it loose. It will work till we get it back to the plant and have them do something different. I'm still deciding if I'm impressed or disappointed in this."
"You alive?" Roberto asked with a sideways kind of smirk. She looked up from her work and smiled back.
"Good point,"
she said. She patted the deck where she knelt.
"Sorry, girl. No disrespect."
"So," said Alton, returning to his question of a moment ago,
"what do you think it was that hit you? You mentioned it was similar to a hostile attack. Do you really think yellow fire summoned something and set them upon you already, as fast as that?"
"Well, I don't know what else to think."
"I don't think so,"
came Dequadar's voice from behind them. She was coming down the ladder as she spoke.
"I've run the continuity variances from the plasma shields. Whatever hit us was plasma, just like ours. Well, basically like ours, but different. A lot better. If I make my guess correctly, whatever hit us was headed for the planet, and we were just in the way."
"In the way? Twice?" Roberto said.
"How bad does our luck have to be to get hit on accident 2 times in a row, even if we were totally undetectable?" "The objects are very large," Dequa said, "and both were on the exact same bearing. If you look at our position after the first impact and compare it to the model we came up with based on light fluctuations, as the objects came to the rift, the second impact makes sense. We were hit by the wider part of the second one, so it was only one bit of bad luck with multiple events. And we were in full camouflage, so they couldn't have seen us if they wanted to."
She came to stand beside him and handed him the small tablet that she'd been reading from. Roberto looked into it and let out a low whistle.
"So what is it?" "I think it's a ship," she said. "I think they all were."
"Who the hell builds ships that big?"
Who the hell sends balls of rock the size of small moons around the galaxy? Or hopped around in an old English tower like something out of a fairy tale? This universe is damn sure not what they taught us it was back in elementary school.
You ain't lying about that. So, inserted Alton, are you saying that the strikes on your ship were merely the mishap of being in the path of enormous spaceships on their way to Yellowfire's world?
That's my guess,
Dequa said, nodding in a way that made the thick golden rings that held up a long column of her hair glimmer in the ship's emergency lights.
Well, they could only be there for one thing, then,
Orly said, as she sidled in next to Roberto to look at the tablet.
They're there for yellow fire. The timing can't be a coincidence.
Friend or foe? Alton wondered aloud, though I've never heard Blue Fire mention her species having friends.
She's got you, Roberto said. So, why don't you ask her if there are others?
Alton was reluctant to let his enormous planetary friend know that they'd brought Yellow Fire back to life, only to tell her that something else might be going wrong. Orly could see the dilemma in his eyes.
Just ask her,
she said.
She's never been one to run from a fight. If they are enemies of the hostiles, Blue Fire can help us deal with it. Hope might make her ferocious, and to protect him. Can you imagine? I wouldn't want to get in her way.
Alton nodded and immediately sent his thoughts out across the space that separated him and the living world of Blue Fire. He conveyed through his thoughts the happy news that Yellow Fire had come to life, but added in the potentially disturbing part about the timing and appearance of the rift opening nearby. He showed her his memories of the image he'd seen in the helmet, transmitted from Roberto's ship. He did his best to show her the dulling of the far side of the rift, where the pinkish flames seemed to waver as the objects came through. Blue Fire, however, already knew, at least the first part, and she could not have cared less, apparently, about the second. The moment he made contact, she blasted him with happiness, and the thoughts that filled him spread his face in a smile so violent the muscles began to cramp. He was dimly aware of the pain of it, but his body was so filled with unbound happiness that he could only barely hold on to the thought that he might be in some kind of danger. He staggered back, and for a time those with him gaped at him, wondering if they ought to intervene. Roberto even offered to knock him out, if Orly thought that might break the spell. She shook her head no, but by the way she chewed her lower lip, it was obvious to all in the cargo hold that she was reconsidering as the second minute of Blue Fire's jubilance went by. Eventually, Blue Fire's giddiness abated enough that Alton could breathe and break himself out of the contact, an effort that actually required drawing mana through the ring.
Well?
Orly and Roberto asked simultaneously.
Well, she knows that Yellow Fire is alive,
he said, panting and leaning on his knees.
Apparently, they've been doing whatever hostiles in love do across all that space. She was too happy to use her words, but I saw her joy, and in it the reflection of his. So I guess they found each other right away. She is going to help him recuperate. Apparently, he's still very weak.
Orly jumped up and down and clapped her hands, her eyes glittering.
Thank God,
she said, elation still driving her to bounce.
I'm so happy. Finally, after all that time.
What about the big sheeps, or whatever the hell they are? Roberto asked. Did she tell you what that is? I don't even know if any of what I tried to tell her about them got through, Alton confessed. I opened up to her with my ideas, but it was like getting hit by palace-sized fireballs of flaming happiness. I was having trouble finding my own thoughts in all of it. Yeah, we saw that, dude. I'll be honest, you looked kind of dumb there for a while. I thought you were going to start drooling or something.
Orly made a ticking sound with her tongue against the roof of her mouth, but Roberto shrugged and put his hands out defensively.
What? You saw it too? The point is, Alton pressed on, I still have no idea what those ships represent, friend or foe, much less what they actually are. I suspect I'm going to have a hard time getting through to her through all of that interstellar mooning for a while. I had thought to be the bearer of good news, but it seems now she has little enough need for me."
"Well, good," Orly said. "I, for one, am happy for her. And for you. You hardly needed her in your head all the time. She always put you in a mood."
"Whoa, look who's all sympathy now," Roberto said. "Wasn't even a week ago, and you were on him about that promise that he made."
"Well, that was a hard time for us both. But it all worked out in the end."
She glowered at him a little bit, however, for taking Alton's side.
"All except for those big ships," Alton said. "I'm not ready to concede that they are part of an outcome that we can all call all worked out. I believe we ought to go and make sure Yellowfire is not in some sort of danger now." "Dude, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but my ship is out of service until I get this tank back up, and the rest of the ship checked out," Roberto said. "No way I'm risking it, or anyone else on it, until we square this away." He patted the tank that Chelsea was strapping down. "Agreed. But my tower is not." "Why not just look around with your magic eyeball thing?" Roberto asked. He lifted his hands up, right in front of his face, and waggled his fingers, peering out through the motion. "Just check it out that way. That's way faster, and less risky." "Yes, but you both recall we can't see those ships with our eyes. In fact, only some of your equipment picked them up at all. But at least some of them did." "That's true," Roberto said. "But only after they damn near ground us down like cheese. You should look before we leap. You know what I'm saying?" The events of the last hour had rattled them all. Emotions were high, and it was a few moments more before Alton recognized the sagacity of the advice. He took a breath and cast a seeing spell, fully expecting to see nothing. But he was wrong. There upon the surface of Yellowfire's new red world appeared 4 long, wide shapes, each with a huge oblong forward section that flared out and then tapered back like the end of a shovel, or perhaps a pit viper's head. The rest of each ship, long and narrow, seeming as long as a mountain range, stretched out behind the thick forward end with a graceful quality. They were obviously rigid, but in being so, conveyed a certain fluidity. They weren't pretty, per se, all one color, a brownish green that reminded him of the color of seaweed, and the surface of each was knotty and imperfect in a way, like something grown or even eroded rather than something built. If they were ships, they certainly weren't held together with rivets and welded seams, not that Alton could see. At the narrowest end, the enormous length finally split in 2, forked like the tongue of a dragon, and in places along the end of each tine they flared out with flattened extensions that looked like tiny wings. These seemed tiny from Alton's perspective compared to the rest of the ship, but in the context of real mountains and the large rock formations nearby, which Alton was familiar with, the smallest of these were at least a half measure wide. In short, whatever those things were, they were huge. Each of them had landed upon the surface with the thick ends, heads, as Alton thought of them, pointed toward one another, as if they were in conversation. They left a space between them that was, by Alton's guess, perhaps 10 measures across, and as he watched, a large opening appeared in the top of each ship, roughly midway down its length. Great gusts of smoke or steam poured forth from those openings. The winds on the surface were so violent it was hard to be sure, smearing the emissions to the barest streaks of white, and shortly after they were gone. Something long, wide, and flat rolled itself out of each opening, like a tongue lolling out of a mouth upon the ground. These were the same color as the rest of the ship, but they unfurled gradually out over the marginally flat upper surface of the vessels, then down the sides onto the red dirt of the planet. Once they had touched the ground, they straightened and appeared to Alton's eye to become perfectly rigid. Alton watched breathlessly, though somewhere in the back of his mind he absently considered dropping the spell and telling the others what he saw.
perhaps even setting up a scrying illusion in which they could all watch. But he couldn't make himself let go of the seeing spell just yet. He couldn't stop watching. Shortly after the 4 tongues went rigid, 4 angular contraptions came up from the dark spaces inside the enormous ships, each of them with giant wheels, several on each side of the vehicle, if in fact that's what they were, and around these rows of wheels were wrapped continuous bands of yet more of the blotchy green-brown material, though this time jointed together in small parallel plates. The rows of wheels rolled upon these bands, the bands themselves moving down and around the front and back wheels in a continuous loop that seemed to him meant to supply traction for the machines. The machines rolled out from their ships, down the rigid tongue ramps, and onto the storm-churned plain. Each machine sent up a long pole from its top, nearly as thick as the whole machine. When the poles, like enormous fat masts, reached what Alton thought might be a half measure in the air, they sprouted new growth, which branched horizontally like giant spars. Alton really wanted to break the spell and tell everyone what he saw. He could hear the muffled anxiousness of them speaking around him. Their curiosity was palpable, and he nearly lost the spell anyway. But he held on long enough to watch the spars as they in turn sprouted wide ends, like spoons, only flat at the leading edges. When they were fully formed, the mast poles themselves bent downward at the halfway point, suddenly sinuous, and stretched themselves out over the ground as if they were the feelers of some great insect. He almost had time to wonder what they were doing, when the feelers went rigid again, and all 3 machines began to dig. All 4 machines plunged their flat-tipped spoons, obviously shovels, into the ground, and what Alton had thought of as stays now began to rotate like the blades on a windmill, driving the spoons into the land and ripping out enormous chunks of red soil and stone. The shovel ends spun round on the pole, an axle now, and flung the dirt into the wind. Smaller shafts emerged from the sides of the digging machines as the shape of the hole they were making formed. These extended out above the wheels, unfolding like the legs of a giant grasshopper. They angled out to brace against the dirt and thrust themselves deep into the surface, obviously meant to provide greater stability. Then, nothing more emerged. The machines set themselves to the work in perfect unison, and soon they were excavating with remarkable efficiency. It was hard to believe how quickly they dug. Alton watched in growing horror as the movements of the shovel arms became so rapid he could no longer see the shovels turning anymore. All he saw were 4 plumes of dust blowing out across the vast flatlands, a red stain on the wind like bloody smoke from a fire. When at last he broke the seeing spell, his friends were staring at him impatiently. He thought about trying to explain it, but instead he anchored a scrying spell to the spot he'd been watching from and linked it to an illusion in the air, allowing them to see it for themselves. By the time he was done and could clear his head from the casting well enough to gauge their response, Orly was in tears. Chapter 50. Seawind's teleport spell put Perny right back where she'd been the day he'd first appeared at Calico Castle, on the 7th floor of the tall central spire, which had been Titamon's bedchamber for centuries, but which now stood decorated to appease Orly's taste. Orly hadn't been in it since the day Perny tried to shoot her through the heart with her own laser, and Perny knew it immediately. There was a film of dust on everything, including the duvet, and the rug still had a burn mark where the laser beam had been redirected toward the floor by the elf. Perny took it all in. The bed just as it had been when Perny had been moping there. The boxes of shoes right where they'd been dropped at the base of the stairs leading up to the topmost floor. There could be no doubt. It was clear neither Orly nor Kettle had come back here after that day. Perny smiled and was glad. Maybe she really was still in time. She absently fingered the little pouch of her sling, her old weapon now tied around her waist again like a belt, though the dangling ends no longer dangled quite so far. They'd given her back all her weaponry, her sling, her little knife, and her amulet that was the shrunken version of Ilbay Spadebreaker's magical pickaxe. But they had taken away her spear and her glass knife, and they wouldn't let her bring naught with her either. They told her those belonged to the Sava Anlansum, a title of which she was not yet fully in possession. She didn't care about titles, though. She just wanted one thing, to see if Orly Pewter had married Daulton yet. The untouched room gave her hope. She went to the great chest, hoping to find Orly's laser in there. It was gone. So the room was not entirely untouched. Purny glanced over her shoulder and also noticed that Orly's tablet was not leaning next to the hourglass. She'd taken her technology. Purny crept down the stairs, listening intently for the sounds of anyone coming her way. No one was. She came upon the landing that looked into Titaman's study and saw that the door was locked. The last time she was here, she wouldn't have been able to get in there, but this time she had her power under her control. She leaned forward and peered through the keyhole, careful not to touch it, for she knew that such things were often equipped with magical booby traps. She spotted a clear space on the other side, and simply to prove that she could, she teleported herself inside. She turned all about, standing alone in the most forbidden of all places in Calico Castle, and she was exultant for it. She truly was a teleporter of Calico Castle now, just like Sir Alton, just like Titaman had been. She finally was one of them. She sighed as she thought about it, though. She wasn't really. They could teleport very far, all around the world. Alton could teleport all across the stars. She'd never teleport across the stars. She opened her hand and looked into it, still holding the small mint leaf Seawind had given her.
"All you have to do to return to us is tear this leaf in half," he told her. "It is your choice. We will not come for you again."
She had been more than happy to let them send her away after that, vowing never to return, still pouting some at having found out she could not have naught with her there. Oh, what fun it would have been to ride him across the open prairies of Kerr! No place on the island was open at all. Only a few scarce beaches here and there, and those rarely even so much as a full measure long. She thought that perhaps even Nought did not know how fast he could go. She knew that she had grown stronger and faster with practice and training by the elves. She thought that maybe Nought could grow faster and stronger too, given enough room to run. She was sure he was already faster than any horse she'd ever seen. But Nought was gone. She thought she most likely would never see him again, which was fine. Once Master Alton fell in love with her, he would let her fly on Teot's back. She was sure a dragon would be better than some old bug anyway. Still, she sighed again. She tucked the leaf behind her ear for safekeeping and looked around the room. She'd never gotten to come in here before, only glimpsed it through the open door. It was even messier than she recalled, and it looked like a lot of Titaman's equipment had simply been pushed right off the end of the long table that he'd used all those years for a desk. She heard voices coming through the window across the room, which startled her. With reflexes she'd long since stopped even thinking about, she whispered the words of her complex invisibility spell. She made her way quickly toward the window, stepping lightly over and around the assorted stacks of ancient artifacts and slipping easily between the carelessly arranged tables that angled here and there across the room. The first thing she saw was a big silvery thing, sitting in the meadow beyond the walls. She knew immediately what it had to be. A spaceship. Seeing it made her even more excited to see who was visiting. She had to stand on tippy-toes to lean out far enough through the window to see down into the courtyard below, but she could see, and she started upon seeing who it was, as interest in the spaceship vanished. It was Master Alton and Orley, talking to a group of people Perny wasn't sure she recognized. One of them looked like the fun and funny Earthman Roberto, but if it was him, he was dressed differently than before. The familiar fleet uniform was gone, and instead he wore a bright purple coat with long tails and very torn and tattered sleeves. But he was the only one she might recognize. She was sure she didn't know the rest. Orley Pewter was crying, which Perny thought was good. She would be crying when Perny was done, too. Perny reached down and touched her boot, making sure the little vial of Fane Gossa was where she usually kept it. It was. Master Alton would never know it was Perny that did it if Orley Pewter died that way, and in time he wouldn't be mad at her, and would love her instead. She stood back upon her tiptoes to look down again. Master Alton was talking emphatically, and the way Orley Pewter was moving made it seem as if they did not agree. Perny was glad of that, too. She would always agree with Master Alton. He was a 7, and he was the greatest wizard in all the land. Plus he had a dragon, which nobody else had, and he'd discovered outer space, and the moon. Shortly after, the disagreement ended, and just like that, Master Alton disappeared. Perny thought that was odd, because he didn't say anything or move his hands at all. He cast his spell like the elves of string. She turned to go, intent on sneaking down to the dining room and waiting until Kettle set the table for them all to eat. Kettle always set the table, every night, and Orley Pewter would sit to the right of where Master Alton sat, which meant Perny knew exactly which cup to put the poison in. Then she could simply wait in the shadows until Orley Pewter was dead. She would teleport outside once it was done, and hide in the forest for a week or two. Then she would come home and tell them about her first year on string. They would be glad to see her then, and Orley Pewter would be buried in the ground. A movement in the window caught her eye. She turned back and saw that there on the window-sill, near where she'd been looking out, was a little vase of some kind. Or at least that's what she'd thought when she'd first approached. Not that she'd given it any real thought at all. But there it was, a fancy thing of glass, the sort of thing only a grown-up would want, boring but for the green spikes of a leafy-looking top, which was the source of the motion that she had seen. She turned once more to go, but then stopped, and looked back at the vase again. It reminded her of something. She stepped nearer to it, and examined it more carefully. Her little brow furrowed as she recognized what it was, or at least what it had been made to resemble with marvelous accuracy. It was a pair of twisted palm trees, just like those in the Forbidden Cove. The ones that weren't supposed to grow anywhere else at all. What a strange thing to find at Calico Castle. Jovive had told her that nobody could ever know about such things. She said that the sacred trees were an absolute secret that had to be kept from humanity. The old woman had made a big fuss about it when Perny and Knot had chanced upon the grove. And yet there one was, a miniature likeness sitting in plain view upon Titaman's window-sill. She picked it up and gave the green spikes, obviously little glass palm fronds, a spin. They turned as easily at her touch as they had at the touch of the breeze. She lifted it and held it up to the fading light coming through the window. There was some kind of gray-green liquid inside, the same color as the palm trunks in the cove. She thought that was a clever way to make it match the trees, but wondered why whoever made it didn't just stain the glass. She'd seen glass blowers coloring vases several times when Kettle took her to the harvest festival each year, so she knew it was possible. She wondered if it might be some expensive elven perfume. Jovive told her that the lady elves had a natural perfume that came out of their skin as if it were enchanted there, although Perny hadn't smelled anything when she saw the three of them in the waves.
Perny wondered if maybe this was such a thing, bottled up for humans to use. She rose up on her toes and looked down into the courtyard where Master Alton had vanished. All the rest of them had moved inside the castle, it seemed. She looked back to the forbidden tree decanter and smiled. What if it really was the perfume of the Lady Elves? Master Alton would love her instantly. She pulled the stopper out of the decanter and meant to take a whiff. But the moment she did so, the liquid inside vanished with a great sucking of air, much like the sound of someone who had just left by casting a teleport spell. The decanter jolted her hand with the rapid evaporation, and then it was still and clear. Not the least drop of fluid left inside. She raised it to her nose and smelled it anyway, hoping for at least some lingering scent of the Lady Elves. There was no smell at all. Now she really wished she'd gotten close enough to the three of them so she could have smelled them too. But she hadn't, so she set the decanter back on the window-sill. She replaced the stopper, shrugged, and headed for the stairs. She found the people from Earth standing about the kitchen with Nipper, talking excitedly about something that had them all upset. Something about someone digging up some kind of new plant somewhere, or at least something that sounded that way. Perny knew that Orly Pewter had done things to plants when she was on the Earthship, and that her favorite thing was flowers and gardening and stuff. Perny never liked gardening, and she hated it when Nipper and Kettle made her go out to the gardens and pick vegetables and fruit for supper all the time. They made her pull weeds sometimes, too. Master Alton and Master Titeman never had to do those sorts of things. And besides, plants were boring, which was why Perny had always loved to hunt. She watched as they talked, thinking her thoughts, when Kettle came into the kitchen from the big pantry where they kept all the most necessary stores. The sight of the flower-doused, red-faced woman made Perny want to leap for joy. Then tears came to her eyes so unexpectedly she had to turn and patter quickly down and out of the hall. She hadn't expected that. She wanted to run back and hug her, the only mother she'd ever known, the one person in the world who loved Perny more than anything. She wanted to run in there so bad it hurt. But she could hear Orly Pewter's voice coming down the hall, and that harpy's screech put the scowl back on Perny's face. If Orly Pewter weren't in there, she could have gone to Kettle. But for now she'd have to wait. This was the hunt. This was the one thing Perny knew better than all else. And patience was everything. She could imagine hearing Seawind saying those very words in her head. But she shook that away. She wasn't going to listen to him any more. But she would be patient. If she was patient, she would have Kettle and Master Alton to herself, and that would be the best. Resisting the urge to go watch them again, to watch Kettle with her smiling eyes and gentle hands, except for spankings, but Perny already knew that would never happen again, she slunk off into the dining room, where she took up a position in the dark corner beyond the armor that stood there like a statue all the time. It was the same place that Master Alton had appeared, all bloody and dying, that one terrible day. The day she had saved his life. Again. And the day that Orly Pewter had gone off with him to save some stupid planet, leaving Perny behind. Also again. She thought it was a good place to wait, though she didn't go behind the suit of armor all the way. She knew enough about teleporting now to know better than that, for he might think to teleport there again today. She sat upon the floor, contemplating how happy Master Alton would be to see her again, a few days from now, when at last she emerged from Great Forest with all the stories she would have to tell. She could tell him about the sacred horned manatee she'd ridden, even if only for a little while, and about the beautiful Lady Elves. She would tell him all about Nott, too. She thought he would be proud of her for that, even if Nott wasn't as good as a flying dragon was. That's when Kettle appeared. Sure enough, just as Perny had planned, Kettle came in with a tray of plates and silverware, and began setting places enough to serve all those folks Perney had seen in the courtyard, and several more besides. A strange young woman Perney had never seen before came in behind her and helped to set the places too, which put a frown on Perney's face. That would have been Perney's job before. True, she'd always hated doing it, but she didn't like having that other person doing it even more. Still, between the two of them, they got all the places set. Perney counted 18 in all, which nearly encompassed half the available seats at the table there. Perney couldn't remember seeing that many places set there more than a time or two, and both of those had come in the wake of the Earth People first arriving at Prosperian. It certainly seemed that the Earth People made everything change a lot, especially Orly Pewter. With that thought, Perney decided to take her chance. She reached down and pulled the little vial of poison from her boot, then padded quietly across the distance between the shadows to the place she well knew Orly would sit, right at Master Alton's right hand. She pulled free the little stopper and let go one single drop, the clear liquid falling out of her illusion spell and glinting diamond-like in the candlelight as it fell. Perney leaned over the edge of the table and peered down into the cup, making sure the drop wouldn't be visible. The shadows were dark enough at the bottom of the vessel to hide it well, and no one would look into those shadows closely anyway. Why would they? Perney smiled and retreated back into her own shadows in the distant corner of the room, and once more lay in wait. She wanted to watch Orly Pewter as she died, wanted to see her eyes blinking with surprise as she gasped out her last silent words, surprised by the unexpectedness of death like a dumb monkey or a dumb Latakasokis.
Chapter 51. Perney waited patiently as Kettle, Nipper, and the nameless serving girl brought out trays of fruits and things to nibble on while the main courses were prepared. The girl, who Perney guessed might be at least 4 years her senior, carefully poured the wine around the table. Perney watched, judging her as she went about the work, satisfied to see her spill twice, and several times having to add wine to a pour because she'd pulled away too soon the first time. Perney wouldn't have done that. Eventually, the diners were brought in. First came Orly Pewter, smiling at something Roberto was saying. Perney saw that it was in fact Roberto as well, despite the lack of the uniform he'd always worn before. She rather liked his long-tailed purple coat, especially now that he wore a fresh one that wasn't torn apart at the sleeves. Behind them came several women, who all but one wore the same bright color Roberto did. Their tightly fitted corsets marked them as being one of the crew, likely the silvery spaceship in the meadow, while the variety of their flesh tones marked them as being as different from one another as elf from man from orc. But they were, to the last of them, exquisite to gaze upon. Perney marveled at how pretty they all were, though not so beautiful as the lady elves. She noted, however, that the lady elves could not possibly be as strong as some of these women, for there were 4 of them who were sublimely powerful. They sat together, and Perney marveled at how the smooth skin of their round shoulders and bulging biceps was drawn tautly enough that the candlelight could shape the definition of the muscles underneath. Perney had seen far more than a few men who were not near so strong as that. Seeing them made her smile, and she thought they must be great warriors from Earth. The fact that she couldn't talk to them made her squirm where she leaned against the wall. It was as if the most exotic and wonderful women of Earth had come all the way across space just to eat with the people of Calico Castle. Well, with Master Alton and everyone else at Calico Castle, except her. Not with Perney. Perney wished she could eat with them, or even just pour them wine. She wanted to so much that she was tempted to kill her illusion spell and just walk out into the room. But she didn't. One glance at Orly sitting there was enough to keep her on course. At length, All the seats but Alton's at the head of the table were filled, and Purny knew that there would be no more to arrive. From the angle she had at the table, twice she saw the long arm of a very dark woman, the only one besides Orley not in the purple uniform to match Roberto's coat, reach for a wine cup in a way that seemed as if she might be going to grab the one that sat before Orley instead of her own. Both times Purny nearly jumped out to warn her off of taking a drink, but both times Purny realized her mistake. Still, it made her shift to the nearer side of the armor, where the shadows weren't quite so dark. She knew her illusion wavered some, but it was still dark enough. No one was looking for her anyway. After a time, when she was done appreciating the beauty and the alien nature of Calico Castle's visitors, and as she shifted uneasily waiting for Orley to take a drink of wine,
"Why is she not drinking her stupid wine?"
Purny thought repeatedly. Purny was able to catch the gist of the conversation. It seemed the plant that she had heard them talking about in the courtyard was a transplant, and it was on some planet somewhere. She didn't know what a transplant was, but aliens were trying to dig it up. She couldn't imagine there being any more aliens than there already were. How could there be so many? Why would there be? But she supposed aliens might be like the creatures in nature in that way. Just lots and lots of them. And no sooner had she thought she'd learned about them all than she'd find some new one sitting in a tree, or else someone would bring her a book filled with new descriptions and sketches to go along, or maybe someone might come along and take her off to a place like String, where there were all sorts of new animals to learn about, and be eaten by. So it seemed to her, upon considering for a moment, that there likely were as many aliens as the night sky could hold. She supposed it could hold a lot if it wanted to, just as a jungle could. As she continued to eavesdrop, she learned that Master Alton had gone off to see Her Majesty, to ask for help with the new problem of the aliens digging up whatever he and Orley Pewter and Roberto and all these strong, pretty Earth women had buried there. Orley Pewter didn't think help was going to be allowed.
"Her Majesty is off doing something sneaky,"
Orley explained.
"Alton hasn't been able to reach her, even by messengers, for most of this whole last year. He's convinced she's up to something that she doesn't want anyone, including him, to know about."
Roberto nodded as he stuffed a chunk of roasted boar into his mouth and chased it with a draught of wine.
"I got that feeling a long time ago myself. When I tried to get help with the wannabe stowaway problem at Murdoch Bay, she pretty much blew me off. When I did get in contact with her 2 months ago, and told her people were trying to sneak onto my spaceship, our spaceship, she patted me on the side of my face like I was 5 and said, 'Just be a good boy and make us both rich back there on Earth.' Then she blew me off again. I haven't gotten through to her since."
"Alton says he's seen some strange designs, too. Some things he found in Atterbury's office. Strange fortress designs. He thinks she might be trying to colonize another planet somewhere. It would certainly explain the complete and total absence of Citadel all year."
"But why would the Queen keep such a thing secret from the Galactic Mage? Isn't that what she pays him for?"
Purny tilted her head sideways as the woman who asked the question spoke, marveling at her lithe, long limbs, her skin as dark as the shadows Purny was hiding in. She looked to Purny like the statue of the huntress she'd seen once on a trip to Leekend with Gimel and Nipper a few years ago, all grace and strength, a beauty that, while still entirely feminine, spoke of solidity and deadliness, rather than something soft and simply pleasing to the eye. Purny decided that if she couldn't be beautiful like the Lady Elves, then someday she would be beautiful like that.
"Well, she says she's paying him to discover things,"
Orley said.
"But I think, if I'm being honest, our Yellow Fire project irritates her to no end. I think Dequa is right about Her Majesty in that. It seems like she ought to really want Alton working on whatever she's doing, assuming she's doing anything at all. I'm pretty sure that's part of why she still just doesn't like me very much. I'm always keeping Alton from what everyone else wants him to do."
"You are," came Alton's voice, as he himself came through the doors.
"And it does vex her to no end."
He strode across the intervening distance and took his place at the head of the table.
but she is not quite so disinterested in the Yellow Fire project as she would have you believe. I know for a fact that she covets liquefying stone, worse than any drunkard does wine."
Perney's eyes shifted from watching him to watching Orley's wine cup, realizing she'd forgotten to watch it for a time. It still sat right where it had been, though. Perney had grown so used to watching things carefully since her first encounter with a sugar shrimp that she was sure of it, sure that the distance between the base of Orley's cup and the tip of her soup spoon was exactly as it had been. It occurred to Perney that Master Alton would be very sad to watch Orley die. He would try to take her to the fat doctor in Leekend, and he would try to save her with his high-ranked healing spells. But it wouldn't work. Fane Gosso worked too fast. Perney felt bad about making Master Alton sad. Still, he would get better in time. Kettle had stopped crying about that old man, Ilbay Spadebreaker, soon enough, and though Perney hadn't seen the woman in a long time now, she thought she might have stopped crying about dead Titaman, too. Even with Master Alton's mention of wine, and despite the fact that he took a long draught of his own, Orley still didn't reach for her cup. Perney wanted to run over there and pour some down her throat. Waiting was unbearable. And wait she did, because all through the dinner, Orley never had a drop. She drank water all evening, though. They ate 5 full courses and then sat about talking long after, the nameless girl coming in repeatedly and pouring more and more wine for everyone. But the unendingly uncooperative Orley Pewter just sat there. In fact, the serving girl came so many times that Roberto and several of his crew had grown louder and louder, and soon they were using words that they would not have, had they known Perney was listening. Not that she cared, of course. Gimel had taught her all the bad words, and they'd once had fits of giggling over the course of a wagon ride back from town. Roberto had once taught her some good ones from the Earth language as well. Who would have thought there would be so many words for the private parts of men? And there were at least twice that many for the private parts of women, up top and below. But no matter how loud Roberto and the women got, at least those that had not gotten up and gone back to their berths on the silver ship, Orley simply never touched the wine. Not the whole time, even after Roberto and the last of his crew women were gone. Perney knew they were his crew after listening so long. But they were gone, and soon it was only Master Alton and Orley left. Perney thought they might have some kissy-kissy romantic toast, but when the serving girl came back to clear away what remained of the dessert plates, she asked if Orley was going to have any of her wine, to which Orley said, "No." Then the girl took it away. The whole evening ruined. Perney would have teleported herself out in disgust, knowing that she wouldn't get another opportunity today, but she also knew that with just the two of them there, Alton would recognize the sound of her teleport when the air sucked into the empty space. He would know someone had been there, and then he would come look. She knew he'd found his divining powers, too, which meant for all she knew he could sniff her out magically. So she had to continue to sit and wait. A long hunt she'd been on, and never got to take a shot. When the serving girl was gone, Alton leaned across the table toward Orley and took her hands in his. What he said next was poison in Perney's ears.
"You've been right all along about Her Majesty and the wedding. And even trying not to be selfish, I've managed it anyway.
Orley cut him off.
"No," she said. "You haven't. And whatever Her Majesty made you come here and say, it's fine. I was serious before, and I am now. I don't care when. We already have each other, and since things keep unfolding as they do, well, I realize how silly it was for me to be in such a rush. I've been the selfish one, Alton. The very fact of that guilt you've felt all this time is proof. I've been married to an old idea. Not that marriage is an old idea, just that, I don't know, that I needed some ceremony to signify something, when in truth, I really don't."
He smiled, and Perney saw the love in his eyes as he gazed upon Orley Pewter. It made Perney's skin burn and her chest ache. Master Alton would never look at her like that. Not while she was just a little girl. It didn't matter how many words Perny knew for private parts if she couldn't make him look at her like that. Watching made her stomach turn.
"Well, that's not exactly what I was going to talk about," Alton said. "Yet it is precisely, though in another way. Her Majesty didn't say a thing about it, to be frank. She was irritated at my insistence to see her for about 3 blinks of an eye, and then, upon learning of this strange new set of machines on our new Yellowfire's world, she's suddenly in a different sort of huff. I pressed her on it, and got her to agree to send Citadel, as soon as she can. But she said she wants me on it when it arrives."
"Like, as in, you have to take command of it finally?"
He nodded. Orly rolled her eyes at that, and looked as if she were about to protest. Perny was glad Orly was mad. Orly was always mad when Alton wanted to do something fun and dangerous. Perny had seen it more than once. But Alton stopped her before she could speak.
"You're coming too. I made sure of it,"
he said, which irritated Perny and seemed to pacify the woman some.
"But first, there's something I want to do."
"What's that?"
Orly asked.
"Well, that gets to the other thing. Let's go have your ceremony right now."
"Now?"
"Yes, now. We can call up Captain Jackson on your old ship, the Aspect, and have her marry us right this moment. You've still got your maid of honor in Roberto."
He paused long enough for them both to laugh.
"Though he is a bit on the tipsy side just now, and I'll have Nipper stand in as my best man. Let's have it done."
"Alton, you don't have to do that. I can wait. Her Majesty will be happier if we wait, and that will only make your life and our lives easier down the road."
"Perhaps,"
he said, as Perny's heart turned to ash inside her chest. She was actually siding with Orly Pewter's arguments as she watched, forced into an unholy alliance with the very source of her private agony.
"But I see how fate has written it for us. Look how time passes. Look how events continue to conspire. We've opened up the frothy ale keg of the universe, and it is foaming still. We've had this conversation before, so many times, and yet here we are, unmarried still, once more as the gods see fit to amuse themselves with our lives. I won't go another day without you as my wife. You must agree, as I will not allow you to refuse."
"Oh, really?"
she said, laughing, teasing.
"And what will you do if I refuse? Smite me with your lightning? Set me on fire with your nastiest fire spells? Turn me into a horny toad?"
Perny could not believe she was saying what she said, even though, with her whole body, she wanted Orly Pewter to say no, to put it off, to give Perny a chance to win him for herself. She was simply flabbergasted that the woman could refuse such an offer. Such sincerity. Making jokes, no less. Killing her would be the greatest favor Perny could do for him. And yet Master Alton laughed as well.
"Oh,"
he said, and his eyes took on this strange, sinister sort of look that Perny had never seen before. His brows came down, and then he vanished. Right after, he reappeared standing next to Orly's chair, leaning over her. The gust of air upon his return blew the nearest candle out. She gasped. He lunged for her, like a predator pouncing on prey, stopping just short of her, their faces a finger's width apart.
"You'll have your fire,"
he said in a low voice,
"and your horny toad."
She giggled, then he kissed her on the mouth, leaning into the kiss and pressing his face onto hers for far longer than Perny could abide. She actually found herself halfway to them when he pulled away, saying,
"So, what say you?"
Perny froze, her heart pounding in her chest.
"I'll take it. The ring and the burning toad,"
Orly said, grinning.
"When do we leave?"
"Go get your best man and mine," he said. "I shall go find the royal dressmaker and retrieve your dress. Surely he's repaired it by now."
"Oh, that's going to piss him off," she laughed. "This late, Plus you're going to have me married in it while he doesn't get to watch everybody gape at his epic work.
They can gape at the video the Aspect's cameras take.
She nodded happily. He kissed her again, once more, long and awful as viewed from where Perney stood, now so close she could hear the wet sounds and the breathing that they made. She loved Master Alton an awful lot, but she wasn't sure about all of that. Still, if Orley Pewter would do it, then she would too, if it came to it. Then Master Alton was gone. Chapter 52. Perney froze, still as a stone, staring across the room as the remaining candle flames wavered with the movement of air that followed Alton's teleportation spell. She watched him vanish, watched Orley stare into the vacancy where he had been. Orley had this wistful little smile upon her face that filled Perney up with hate. Orley reached out, as if by reflex, for a wine cup that was no longer there. At first Perney didn't realize what she was doing, but it became clear when Orley said happily to herself,
"Oh, now they've taken the wine away."
It took Perney that long to clear her thoughts, and by the time she was reaching for her knife, Orley leapt up and ran out of the room, giggling as gaily as any child. Perney watched her go and couldn't believe what she'd just seen. In the span of time required for a dinner, she'd had a victim, lost a victim, discovered she'd had a chance for a husband after all, and then lost that, and then had a victim and lost it once more, the last costing her yet another shot at claiming Master Alton for herself. How hard could it be to kill one Orley Pewter after all? She'd killed a Lataka Socus by herself, while in a poison-induced stupor, no less. She'd ridden the king of the horned manatees. She'd even gazed upon elven women and not fallen in love. But still there was a chance. Alton was gone, and now Orley was alone. Perney needed to calm herself. She set off after her, intent on finally finishing what she had begun a year ago. She crept to the massive oaken doors through which Orley had run, and peered out, left, then right. She knew there were patrols in this part of the keep these days, ever since the orcs invaded, so she kept up her invisibility spell. She slipped through the doors and found the shadows of an alcove, pressing herself to the wall so tightly she might have been moss growing there. She listened for Orley's voice, or the sound of her footfalls made distinct by the riding boots she wore. Nothing. By the time she got to the double doors leading out into the courtyard, Orley was running back her way, having already gone into Alton's strange-looking new tower and retrieved the earth tablet she always spoke into.
"Yes, now,"
Orley was saying as she walked briskly up the steps.
"And no, you cannot wear that ridiculous hat, so comb your hair."
"Look who's talking, helmet head,"
Perney heard Roberto say. Orley tapped the front of the tablet for a moment, then laughed before tapping it again.
"Yikes, you're right,"
she said, but she was smiling as she acknowledged it.
"I'll fix mine, too."
Perney slipped back and hid against the wall, melting into scant shadows beneath one great black iron hinge. Orley came through without so much as a glance in Perney's direction, and turned down the long hall, heading for the kitchens by Perney's guess. She couldn't kill her in the kitchen, so she waited, knowing Orley would either come back this way or go out the back and circle around to Master Alton's tower once again. She heard Orley's voice coming before she saw her again.
"I know, Daddy, but he doesn't want to wait. And I agree. Those things I told you about on Yellow Fire are going to open up who knows what kind of trouble. It may be nothing. They might even be friendly, but I doubt it. If it is trouble, and the whole universe goes to hell again, well, at least Alton and I will finally be together all the way. It will finally be official, you know? I'll be Lady Mead. Can you imagine?"
She giggled again, and Perney wanted to jump out right then and go stab her in the heart. But she didn't. The general's reply came from the tablet, echoing ahead of Orly as she rounded the corner and strode down the hall.
"All right, Orly girl. I'll be there. I'll get Jackson to agree to it. There are no worries about that. You all come and get me before you go."
"We will."
Orly's teeth flashed brightly in the light of the tablet. Then right after, she cut the connection and tucked the tablet into the waistband at her back. She was still smiling as she walked by Perney's hiding place. Perney drew her knife and moved in behind her. She hadn't poisoned the blade, which meant she needed to get in quick and be precise with the fatal blow. There were big veins in the throat and the inner thigh. She could get to those easily enough. But then Orly began to run. She ran to the end of the hall, down the short flight of stairs, and out into an open hall that led to the base of Titamon's tower, the mounting of which, by the time Perney caught up, Orly had well under way. Perney thought about teleporting up ahead of her, but she didn't know where Orly was, and unlike Master Alton, she had no magic sight to see her way in advance. So she had to follow on foot instead. She wished she had not for this. Orly Pewter was not so swift as an elf, but for a human woman she was terribly fast. Nonetheless, where she was going, there was no other way out, so Perney would go as quickly as her own legs could. That would be quick enough. When she found Orly Pewter again, the woman was brushing her hair, standing much like she had that day 1 long year ago, staring blissfully at her own reflection, her eyes alight with the joy of finally stealing Master Alton from Perney. This time, Perney wouldn't miss. This time, Perney had mastery of her weaponry. There came a blast of air then, a great blast of it that nearly staggered her, and with it a great pain in her right hand. Terrible pain, all along the fleshy side between the wrist and the first joint of her little finger, so much so that she dropped her knife. She shouted, silently in the sealed illusion of her spell just before it broke, and her knife clattered to the ground for everyone to hear. Alton shouted as well.
"By the gods!" he proclaimed. "Perney, what in 9 hells?"
He made to pull away from her, shocked to see her standing there right where he'd just teleported to, or nearly so, but he couldn't quite pull away. The sleeve of his robes was merged with Perney's hand. As he jerked a second time, not yet realizing what had just been done, Perney yelped again as her hand sent throbbing agony up her arm. She looked down at it, saw the gray silk and golden filigree at the long, loose cuff where it disappeared beneath her skin. But she'd known pain before. She spoke the 2 words of her own teleport and leapt across the room. Blood poured freely from her hand. She glanced to the floor where her knife lay, then up at Alton, and now Orly, who were both staring at her, open-mouthed.
"Perney, by the gods! What are you doing here? You could have gotten us both killed."
Perney looked from them back to her knife. They followed her eyes and saw it too.
"Oh no,"
Orly breathed.
"Again?"
Perney thought to blink herself to the knife and get it done before Alton could do anything, but she glimpsed into the mana and saw that he was already casting a spell. Too fast for her to do anything about it, the big bed against the wall vanished, only to reappear directly over the knife, separating Perney from it and from the person she intended it for.
"Perney,"
Master Alton said.
"Stop! Don't do this! Why are you doing this?"
Perney glared at Orly, who stared back at her, the Earth Woman watching her like she would a snake that's crawled into the room. Perney was glad of it. She was a snake, and she would bite Orly too. Except her fang was underneath the bed. She wished she had her spear now. She could have thrown it right through Orly's face. Right through. She wouldn't miss. And Seawind wouldn't show up to stop her this time. But she didn't have it. The only weapon she had was her hands. And Ilbe Spadebreaker's enchanted pickaxe. She snatched the shrunken pickaxe from her neck with her wounded hand, and the pressure of squeezing it tight enough to yank it off sent a jet of blood a full span into the air. She slid her fingers down the length of the tiny pickaxe. "Serend or," she said, remembering the magic word, and in that instant it was its full size again. It clanked heavily against the stone, heavy enough for a strong man, far too heavy for her.
"Perny, stop it this instant,"
Master Alton said.
"What's gotten into you?"
Perny spoke the words again, this time sliding her slick, bloody hand up the haft as she did it, shrinking the weapon to the size of a hatchet. Its two still points gleamed. She hoisted it and circled around the bed, but Alton kept moving, keeping himself between her and Orley.
"Perny, whatever Orley has done to you, whatever I have done to you, we can make it right. You need to put that down. You're putting us in a very dangerous place right now. Please, just put it down."
Perny knew that she would have to be fast. She'd have to cast back-to-back teleports. He wouldn't be expecting that. And she'd come in from above. She muttered the two words, vanished, then reappeared, feinting with the pickaxe even as Alton conjured a wall of ice between them, 2 hands thick. But Perny was already gone, behind them both in 2 words, the pickaxe swinging for the back of Orley's neck. But then Orley and Alton were across the room.
"Perny, I swear by all 9 planes of hell, I don't want to hurt you,"
Alton said. Perny let her vision shift between the realms of mana and light. She saw the mana move toward him, but again he was gone. She spun round and round, but he was nowhere to be seen. She ran to where they'd been, reaching out with her hands as much as with her mind for the mana, to see if he was channeling invisibility into the corner of the room. He wasn't. She turned back, looking for movement in the mana, watched for the subtle shifts that she'd worked so hard to learn to see. For the longest time there was nothing. But then came the movement from beneath her feet. Just once. A ripple like a teleport. He was down below. She ran down the stairs, unwilling to let off looking into the mana, and unwilling to give herself away by using it, though she thought it might be possible Master Alton did not know how to watch patterns like she did. The door to Titamon's study was locked, as it had been before. She blinked in and out of the mana stream, watching. She held Ilbay Spadebreaker's enchanted pickaxe.
"It can cut through anything,"
Master Alton had marveled when he read aloud the runes inscribed along its 2 long, arcing blades. She swung it at the door handle, a great iron thing, and it went through it as easily as glass. The lock and handle fell apart, as did a portion of the door. Perny kicked it in and ran inside, pickaxe raised on high, ready to split Orley Pewter through the head. So it was with some alarm that she found Master Titamon standing there instead. The long-time master of Calico Castle appeared, just as ancient and weather-worn as he always had, and he looked up at her with grey eyes as piercing as ever from beneath the partial curtain of his bushy white eyebrows.
"I should think, child,"
he said, regarding the pickaxe and pushing just one of those bushy eyebrows up,
"that running about with a thing like that, breaking down doors no less, will get your ears boxed by Mistress Kettle straight away."
Perny could only stare at him, pickaxe still on high, and her little mouth open wide. Just then Alton came up from behind her, catching her in that moment of perplexity, and snatching the pickaxe out of her slick, bloody hand.
"Sweet mercy! But I thought she was going to strike us all down with this thing,"
Alton declared. Then he paused, blinking several times at what might be an apparition, before he, like Perny, began to realize who it was standing there. He staggered back a step, nearly dropping the pickaxe to the floor.
"Tidal Wrath's teeth! It can't be!"
"Well, it can, boy. And no thanks to the lot of you leaving me out there in that infernal windstorm. It blew me back to spirits straight away. But you never came back. I thought the worst had happened after you were gone so long. And when you finally did send me back to my windowsill, you didn't come let me out. So again, I was sure you'd met some horrible fate. A long time to worry."
Alton's mouth, like Perney's, fell open. The two of them a pair of seeming dullards. Titeman saw it, watching Alton closely for several long moments. He harumphed, then twitched his thin lips around.
"You did know what you were doing when you left me up there, didn't you?" Titeman asked. "Bringing me up there into all that wind? That was the point. To speed it up, yes?"
Alton began, but had nothing else to add.
"Well, I'll be an accident, then."
He turned and resumed what he'd presumably been doing before Perney came barging in, which was getting to the window to check the decanter with the spinning palm frond stopper.
"Well, that would explain why you let me sit so long."
He turned back.
"How long was I gone?"
"Nearly a year you were up there,"
Alton managed to stammer at last.
"But you've been dead, or, well, presumed so, for a year and a half, a little more. But I did not know you were... that we had put you up there on red fire."
I think the breeze coming off the mountain would have had me back by now anyway."
"But how?"
"A bit of elven gratitude, my boy. Long ago, right after Duador, the High Seat called me the one human worth saving if such a disaster should ever befall the world again. I admit it was vanity that allowed me to agree. And fear, of course. We all fear death, from time to time."
Perney watched the old man, watching Alton, not daring to turn around. She understood what had happened, though. She realized she actually understood it better than Master Alton did. He'd never been to the Forbidden Cove before. It all made perfect sense now. And while confusion distracted him, she could slip away. 2 words, and she was gone, as far down the stairwell as she could get, and with 4 more casts, she was at the bottom again. She recast her illusion and snuck out of the castle proper, heading straight for the armory. There were other weapons there. The door was locked. It never had been before. Easy enough, however. She'd been in there 1,000 times. She knew it was dangerous to teleport without looking. Her throbbing hand was proof of it. But she had to take a chance. She appeared just inside the door, in one piece, unmerged with anything. As if to remind her just how much of a chance she'd taken, her hand throbbed. She looked down at it. It hurt terribly, but she didn't care. But she did see that it was still bleeding a steady stream. There was already a pool nearly the size of a silver piece on the floor beside her foot. By the time she realized that Master Alton and Titeman would see the blood trail leading here to the armory, that they would see the blood dripping right out of her onto the ground, ruining her illusion, Master Alton was standing there.
"Perney, stop at once! I demand it! You are not going to harm Orly, do you understand? I won't allow it. I don't know what's gotten into you, but I won't stand another moment of this. There are places where bad wizards and magical lunatics go, and there are no ways out of them, elf tricks or not. Do you hear me?"
Perney muttered the teleport and was back into the courtyard again, where Master Titeman grabbed her by the scruff. His stick-like fingers, gnarled and ancient as they were strong and powerful, and he lifted her right up off her feet. She made to speak the teleport again, but he clapped his other hand over her mouth, pressing his thumb and middle finger into her cheeks, pushing the soft flesh between her teeth.
"Enough!"
he shouted, and there was something terrible and compelling in the sound of it, something thunderous that reached right inside of her. She could not explain it, but she knew she couldn't disagree. It was as if he'd cast a spell on her. She was stunned into compliance by the raw force of that command. Alton appeared beside him even as the command was rebounding off the high cliffs of Mount Pernold, in whose shadow Calico Castle dwelled.
"She's lost her mind," Alton said. "She needs to be taken to Gopher House in Hast."
Titaman studied her then, looking into her face like she might have done were she looking into the face of some bug she'd found, some inexplicable little creature with too many eyes or curious pinching mandibles, some thing. She could see it then, see it in Titaman's eyes, sure. And worse, far worse, she could see it in Master Alton's too. It was a look very far from love. Nothing like the way he looked at Orley Pewter. Perney realized in that moment that she had made a terrible mistake. He was looking at her like she had looked at naught, like the lady elf that Jovive fell in love with must have looked at her. Thinking of Jovive made her realize another mistake. She'd gotten caught. Jovive said the Sava an Lansum must never be caught. Seawind had said it many times, too. It was practically the definition of the term. And here she was, caught. Titaman looking at her like a bug. Alton looking at her like a bug. Some stupid creature to be stepped on or smashed with an old book. He'd never love her now.
"Perney," Titaman said, "if I put you down, are you going to tell us what is driving you to such things? No magic now, just the truth."
She wanted to cast another teleport. She was sure she could get outside the castle wall, run off into the woods and hide. She'd get another chance at Orley Pewter some other day. She really hated her now. She'd ruined everything. Everything. But she couldn't cast the spell. She tried to. She started the words, but she couldn't speak them. They wouldn't come out.
"I've trumped your magic, girl,"
said Master Titaman, looking very grizzled and severe.
"You won't cast that spell for 10 minutes at least. Perhaps even a week for all I know, as I've never cast it on a child. And if you try too hard, too soon, you'll get it halfway out and hurt yourself. So be a smart girl, and don't try for at least 5 days.
Perney growled at him, her brows lowering slowly, deliberately, like that first considered placement of the executioner's axe before the killing swing. She aimed her hatred at him for a time.
"By the gods, look at that!" Titaman said. "Have you ever seen such a thing?"
"I'm not sure what the elves have done to her," Alton said, "but they've certainly begun sharpening her into a nasty little knife. By the gods, it's rather unsettling."
She heard him talking about her as if she wasn't even there, and the tears burned in her eyes. She tried to stop them. She didn't want Master Alton to see her cry. He might not ever love her now, but she didn't want him to think she was weak. Titaman saw the first of those tears as they began to run, and he set her gently back on the ground.
"Go get Kettle,"
he said to Alton. Then he knelt down next to her and looked her in the eyes.
"This is the girl without the elves inside."
Perney watched Master Alton go. He went so quickly and obediently, it made the anger burn even worse. She didn't want his pity, and she didn't want to see Kettle looking at her like they had, like an insect.
"Come now, Perney. It's okay."
He made to pull her into a hug, thinking to console her, but she pulled away. She looked down at her feet instead. She fidgeted with her hands, fumbled with the cords of the sling she'd tied around her waist. She reached for her hair, curled a strand around her finger, fussing with it.
"Well, at least talk to me, child," he said. "What is it?"
She pulled the mint leaf from behind her ear as he repeated the question a second time, even more gently than the last. She looked past him, saw Kettle coming out into the courtyard. She could already hear the mutters and admonitions of the woman's worry shaping up. She looked back to Titaman and shook her head, blinking dry her eyes as the last tear fell to the flagstones, splashing unseen into the pool of blood she was standing in. "What is it?" he asked yet again. And then she was gone, the tearing of a leaf quite beyond the scope of even the great Titaman's compulsion spell. Chapter 53. Perny appeared in the cave that had been her home for over a year, the one that was her only home now. There was no one around, the room empty but for the table-topped boulder, the coral seats around it, and her spear, which someone had brought back and leaned against the wall. She snatched it up and went out, calling for Nott telepathically. He arrived in a matter of minutes, flowing like a short, silvery river over rocks and roots as he swept in on his silent feet. She jumped on him and stooped long enough to snatch the length of rope, winding it around her wrist reflexively. She set him off at full speed, the two of them rushing through the jungle like a demon breeze. They arrived atop the cliff that overlooked the manatees, and Nott hadn't even come to a complete stop when she leapt over the edge, using his momentum to sail out over the rocks. She was already falling before she looked to see if the Sargosaganti were there. They were. She didn't know whether it had been 10 minutes since Titaman had stolen her ability to cast the spell, and she didn't care. She spoke the words anyway. She landed barely 15 steps from the head of the great bull that dominated the group, and she took 3 sprinting steps toward him before casting her teleport a second time. She hadn't bothered looking into the mana to see if the great beast's horn was about to be cast at her. It was. The horn flew through the empty space where she had been as she reappeared closer to her prey. She vanished a second time, just before the monster's second horn was whistling through the space, the snap of air when she vanished the only thing that the horn encountered as it flew. The Sargosagantis' natural defenses had it teleporting out to sea, just as Perny reappeared, falling toward the water, 10 feet above the surface, 10 spans beyond the edge of the surf. Her spear was already on its way, not headed for where the creature was, but for where she knew it would be. Sure enough, the Sargosagantis reappeared right where her spear was. It appeared around her spear, in the same place, like her hand and Alton's robe had. And it was not in the same place she'd stabbed into the creature's back. Not this time. Her spear was in the same place as its brain, aimed by instinct. The momentum the Sargosagantis had taken with it when it teleported was still with it when it reappeared, and it carried it forward anyway, despite the fact that it was in that instant dead. Its great bulk sliced through the water for another 100 spans, slowing like some fleshy sailing ship that's lost its wind. Perny landed upon it with her teleport, near the bubbling scar she'd made in its thick, blubbery hide the day she'd tried to ride it not so long ago. She looked down at it with contempt. That time had been failure, but not this time. She looked back toward the beach, at the surf that was drifting farther and farther away as the Sargosagantis drifted away, the momentum of its last teleport already nearly arrested by the incoming waves. She let go a breath that felt as if she'd been holding it for an entire day. She'd finally ridden the king of the Sargosaganti, and this time he did not get away. When she returned to the cave, it was well after dark, but the long shadows and golden flickers coming from the mouth of the cave proved that she would not be alone inside. Upon entering, she saw that Jovive sat with her feet up on the central boulder, and Seawind sat across from her, taking a turn at some sort of elven game. Both looked up at her as she came in.
"You've come back.
observed Jovive needlessly.
And you've killed the Sargosagantis king.
He's not a king. He's just a big stupid animal, like all the rest.
You were told the elves consider them sacred.
The elves are stupid too.
Seawind smiled.
Then you have passed your test.
I already passed my test. That's why you sent me home.
Sending you home was the test.
Perny frowned at that, looking from the elf to Jovive, who had raised one eyebrow and the better part of one cheek. The old woman nodded that it was true. Perny didn't care any more.
I want to learn how to kill Ollie Pewter,
she said.
That is what you asked when you first arrived,
Seawind replied.
You said you would teach me how to kill her, but I can't. I tried.
I said you would be able to kill her,
Seawind said.
That is not the same as succeeding in your attempt.
Perny frowned again. She knew he was playing word games with her, but she had spent enough time on the island of hunters to know she didn't want to play it back. She was too tired. Her whole body ached like it used to ache in the early days when she'd first come here, the days when she'd spent all that time running and climbing, trying to keep up with the hunt hopelessly. She looked at the elf sitting there, so calmly, the absolute image of deadly confidence, and somehow it exhausted her too completely to contain. She simply dropped to her knees and began to cry, tears of fatigue more than anything, but also of frustration, waning anger, and more than a little broken heart. No one came to comfort her, and so she was allowed to sit and pour it all out, the hot, salty tears running from the pools in her palms and down her wrists, soaking her elbows before running into her pants, where they mixed with the salty water that remained from her having had to swim back to shore. When she was finished, when her sorrow and rage had finished washing out, she looked up to see that Seawind was gone, leaving only Jovive sitting there, just as she had been, with her feet up on the boulder still.
"Welcome back, little Safa,"
she said, a smile warm upon her face. Perny's lips wriggled as she got up and sat herself down across from the woman, somewhat glumly.
"I suppose the other elves will kill me now," she said, "since I killed their dumb Sargosagantis."
Jovive's smile grew a little wider as she shook her head.
"Oh, I don't think it is as bad as that, and I expect they'll all know about it very soon. It's not easy to kill one of them without Fane Gossa, you know."
"They could kill it with a lightning bolt or a fireball, a big bolt of ice."
Sargosaganti don't suffer the effects of fire and electricity, and elves don't conjure the elements at all."
"They don't?"
"Have you ever seen an elf cast a fireball, throw an ice spear, or summon lightning?"
"No,"
she admitted. Her little brow wrinkled beneath her bangs, which were plastered to her forehead by the salty sea.
"But I've only ever been with them on the hunt."
"Well, they don't. And without poison, you've done something just short of impossible for many of them, I should think."
"Shadesbreath could kill one with his pinky nail,"
Perny said.
"Perhaps," Jovive said. "But I certainly would never try, not even when I was young and fast like you."
Perny looked up, her eyes still luminous with remnant tears, glittering in the light of the torches Jovive had placed in sconces on the wall. The old woman nodded, confirming it was true. Perny shrugged and started fidgeting with her hands. The one where Master Alton's sleeve had been throbbed miserably.
"Kettle will hate me forever now," she said, "and Master Titaman too. He's back alive, you know."
She looked up then, her features momentarily alight with the thought of that.
"He came back because of the ghost tree, just like you said he would,
Except that you never said he would. But he was a ghost, and now he's real. I saw him. He even grabbed me by the neck."
Jovive leaned forward in her chair, her own expression contemplative for a time.
"Oh, that explains the missing tree the elves were discussing this afternoon."
But she spent only another half-second on the thought before asking,
"And why did the old master grab you by the neck? Caught you on at Miss Pewter, did he?"
She nodded, looking back into her lap.
"He did, and Master Daulton took my pickaxe, the one that Master Eelbay gave to me, and he almost appeared right on top of me, too."
She held up her hand for the old Sava Unlansum to see. The edge of it was swollen and puffy, a mottled mixture of purples, blacks, and blues. Most of the crusting blood had washed off, showing only a raw pair of splits where the skin had burst open to accommodate the pressure caused by the fabric of Alton's sleeve, rents like an overdone sausage. Jovive took the child's small, battered hand into her own cracked and leathery ones, turning it slightly so she could see it better in the light.
"I'll call Seawind back,"
she said, starting to rise.
"No, I can fix it for myself,"
Perny said. And she did so, though the spell nearly exhausted her to unconsciousness before Jovive could stop her from beginning to sing it yet again.
"You need to learn better healing magic than that,"
the old woman said.
"You may never be a great healer, but you can certainly do better than a child's song. That magic, however, is one you'll have to learn at a human school. The elves can't teach you, and I haven't got the gift."
"I'm not going to a human school," she said. "I want to learn how to kill Ollie Pewter from the elves. I want to marry Master Daulton, and now he's married her. They were going to do it this very night. So now I have to kill her and wait for him to be dead for a long time before he'll ever love me again."
Jovive watched the intensity of the look that came upon the child's face. The old woman's expression clouded some as she did.
"He'll not love you after, child. You won't win him that way."
"Yes, I will."
"Saying so won't make it true. You can't kill her and expect him to fall in love with you simply because she is gone."
"But there isn't any other way."
Jovive considered that for a time, her wrinkled face wrinkling all the more.
"I was told that Earth people only live 100 years or so before they die. Their technology is weak in that way."
Perny looked up at that, her face a question of hope and possibilities.
"It's true,"
Jovive went on.
"The ancient ones reach 130 years. Perhaps one or two make 150 at best."
"Who told you that?"
Perny asked, her little blonde brows drooping skeptically.
"Even blanks live longer than that. Ollie Pewter says her people are all blanks. Not even one of them has got any magic at all."
"I have my sources,"
the leather-clad master assassin said.
"And I get more day by day."
Perny fell to thinking on that for a while, and Jovive rose and got Perny something to eat. Saltfish and a bunch of wild grapes.
"My point, dear girl,"
she said, as she sat back down and pushed the food at her,
"is that you'll have a better chance if you simply wait. Patience is your ally, young Sava. You've learned that as a hunter, both at home and here. How is this any different?"
Perny's lips set to wriggling again, which in turn wriggled her nose. That was true, she knew. And it was likely that Master Daulton, as a 7, would live very long. And Perny was a 3. 3s lived a very long time, especially if they could heal or had close doctor friends. But still, 100 years was a long time to wait. She didn't want to wait that long. She was fairly sure that was too much patience for something as important as this. Besides, what would happen if she died before Ollie Pewter did? She'd almost died several times since coming to the island, after all. The world was a very dangerous place. What if she died before Master Alton finally had a chance to love her again? What if he died? There were likely very many monsters out in space. But it was possible. She didn't know why, but it seemed like he must have loved her at some time, so it only made sense that he would love her again. She'd rescued him from the tree that had nearly killed him and taken off his arm. She saved him from the hostiles out in space when he was all but dead. Granted, she had just tried to kill Orly Pewter again, so he might not love her right now, but she would make up for that somehow. But she didn't want to wait. Thinking about waiting made the lower of her two wriggling lips push itself into a pout. Jovive asked what it meant, to which Perny simply said, "I want him to love me before 100 years." Seawind came back into the room before her words were out, and he answered as if the statement had been meant for him.
"Your race hardly bonds in pairs with anything approaching exclusivity."
Perny looked up at him as he approached her, unfurling a length of cloth that shimmered wetly in the flickering torchlight. He took her hand and wrapped it with the cloth, which burned as if with extreme chill. She made a point of not showing that it hurt, but she jerked her hand away. He snatched it back.
"I'm undoing that butchery of a healing spell you cast. Sit still, or your hand will never work properly."
When he unwound the cloth, her hand looked as it had before she'd sung her healing song, swollen with angry red rents and bruising over the back of the hand and up past the wrist. But it only looked that way for a moment more. As soon as the cloth was removed, Seawind took her little hand between his two larger, stronger, and exquisitely delicate ones, and in moments the wounds were gone.
"Next time, little Sava, let me do it properly. You need that hand to fight, and to use what you will learn in the human school."
"I'm not going to a human school," she said. "I'm never going back, not until Orly Pewter is dead." She nearly threw herself back into the chair as she said it, the sneer on her face suggesting she'd just realized what she'd said, what she'd resigned herself to. She couldn't kill Orly Pewter. It was stupid to ever think she could. Of course Master Alton wouldn't love her after that. She should have known.
"You are going to a human school,"
Seawind said.
"We believe it is essential for you. In fact, part of your training as Sava Unlansome, no less."
She looked up, her whole face pinching, her pouting lips now defiant. She crossed her arms across her chest, shaking her head. "I won't." She jerked her gaze toward Jovive. "She never did, so I'm not either."
"Well, I did spend time on Kerr across the years, and there was much I had to learn,"
Jovive said. But Perny could tell by the way she said it that they both knew that wasn't what Perny meant. "I'm not going back there," Perny said. "I won't." Her eyes brightened suddenly, eyebrows leaping on high with a new idea. "Teach me how to kill her so I don't get caught." How foolish she had been, almost sucked into their plan, whatever it was. The answer had been there all along, the very same answer she'd had when she dropped the poison into the wine cup. "That's the school I want."
"He'll still not love you," Seawind said. "That's not how your species works."
"Yes, it is," she spat out reflexively, but she paused and amended with, "Why not?"
"A human male will love a human female if he becomes enamored with her. The practice of ring ceremonies has nothing to do with it at all. If you truly are determined to have this man for yourself, then you must win him in the way of women of your race."
Perny looked down at where her arms were crossed. She uncrossed them, and after staring there for a time, looked back up at him. "But I can't," she said.
"Not until I grow."
"You can't win him like that," Seawind said. "Even your race isn't quite so simple as that. Not all of them, anyway. Certainly not Sir Alton Mead."
"Then how?"
He walked up to her and poked her with the tip of his finger, a single thrust right on the breastbone.
"It's not here that you need to grow, little Saba."
He moved his finger up and tapped her firmly between the eyebrows.
"It's here. This is what will secure him for you, if anything can," he said. "That other will simply make him look."
Perny had never thought about that before. She supposed Orly Pewter was pretty smart, after all. With all that Earth technology she had, she knew everything about the stars. She even knew about a lot of Prosperian, especially the plants. She'd even known some of them before she ever got there. She was the first one from Earth to learn their language, too. Like, really learn it. So you could talk to her outside of the castle, where there weren't any translation spells. Perny knew it was true, because she'd been the one to help her do it. The idea came upon Perny then, slowly at first, like the first droplets of a melting icicle. Drip, drip, drip. But then it broke loose, the whole thrust of it all at once. What if that was why Master Alton loved Orly? What if he loved her for all that Earth stuff she knew? She looked back to Seawind and glanced to Jovive, then back again, her furtive eyes desperate like a cornered wolverine.
"As I said," he said, "you will be attending a human school."
He smiled as if he was looking right into her thoughts, before he added,
"And it won't be on Kerr. You will go to school on Earth."
Perny didn't like the idea too much, but she nodded because she realized she had to agree. Earth was the only way, and anything was better than waiting a whole century. Chapter 54.
"Well, you sure know how to show a girl a good time on her honeymoon,"
Orly teased. She stood between Alton and Roberto, staring out the thick, narrow window in the boot section of Alton's tower, looking through a rather violent storm at the alien excavation taking place on the surface of Yellow Fire's new world.
"Nothing says romance like howling sandstorms and watching alien construction equipment digging holes."
"Yes, well, as always, we can thank Her Majesty for meddling in our marital affairs."
"At least we have marital affairs now,"
Orly pointed out, lifting her slender hand and holding aloft the gleaming diamond ring that she now wore.
"Dude, if you ever cheat on her, I'll come kick your ass myself," Roberto said. "Even if you turn me into a cockroach or something, I'll crawl up your ass and eat your spleen."
Alton laughed.
"We're both lucky to have such a friend as you, Roberto."
Roberto grinned.
"You are, and I'm serious."
He winked at Orly, then looked out at the excavation again.
"So, what do you guys think? We've been here for 10 minutes. They're not exactly falling all over themselves to send a welcome party out."
"Well, I don't know about welcome parties,"
Alton said, glancing briefly to Roberto before looking out again.
"But I should think you'd be grateful that they haven't sent out any troops. I'd hate to see the soldiers that came out of those things."
Alton watched through the whirling gusts, great sheets of red sand flinging about as if giants threw it at them by the fistful. It struck with such force sometimes that the sound made it through the thick layers of steel and glass, a loud and sudden rasp that startled them and set all three of their heads jerking back reflexively. However, despite the sandy thickness of the bestirred atmosphere, he could see the enormous digging machines reaching out with those monstrous spoon-ended arms, scooping up dirt and tossing it into the wind as well. Mechanical giants steadily at work. From the perspective they had there in the boot, the ships from which the machines had come blocked out the horizon, the 4 alien vessels rising up out of sight into the churning sky and vanishing into the distance left and right. "Oh, don't think I'm not glad about that," Roberto said. "You're worried about soldiers. But can you imagine the war machines people like that would make? I mean, look at what their damn diggers look like."
I think I'd rather not imagine such vehicles," he said. "So I really do hope they are friendly in the end."
"If it was me in those ships, I'd have sent out a security detail by now to find out who in the hell we are," Roberto said. "At least a probe or a robot scout or something."
"As would I," Alton agreed. "So I think it is a good sign."
"Maybe they don't even know we're here,"
Orly suggested, moving away from the window and sitting at the computer console near the wall.
"We are pretty small compared to them."
She pulled up the feed from the probe Dequa had launched shortly after the objects first appeared. Readings began to come through, but the screen flashed and the computer reset. She waited patiently for the reboot, knowing well that the cause of the fluctuation was the shield Alton had cast around the tower to protect them from the elements. The tower could be pressurized if need be now, all but the battlements anyway, thanks to Master Sambua's clever design. But that was a process, and one they hadn't begun just yet. "Or maybe they don't care," Roberto said. "We could be like ants or something." The computer came back to life and called up the information again. It was only a minute before she had the numbers up from before.
"There's still nothing else we can get from them,"
she confirmed, after going through several different scans.
"And the hole is already 2.5 miles deep."
"What the hell are they after? Is there gold down there? Titanium? Uranium? Something I've never heard of?" Roberto asked.
"Given the timing of their arrival, I think we've already established it could only be one thing,"
Alton said. Orly returned to stand between them again.
"They are sitting right above him," she confirmed. "And at the rate of 3/4 of a mile per day, they'll get to the heart chamber in 3 weeks."
Alton harumphed, though it was barely audible.
"Well, that's why we're here. Her Majesty is as curious to find out why they are here as we are. She's stopped short of claiming the world for Prosperian, what with Yellow Fire coming to life. But let's just say she's very interested in his safety all of a sudden."
"Let's just say she's very interested in any potential source of liquefying stone,"
Orly clarified. Alton's lips curled in tightly, but he said nothing. "When is Citadel supposed to arrive?" Roberto asked. "If she is so concerned, why are they taking so long?"
"I confess to wondering that myself," said Alton, "but Her Majesty is most reluctant to distribute the liquefying stones already in her possession, so I'm sure she's accounting for each one as she hands them out, creating the delay."
"Really?"
Orly's incredulity was entirely rhetorical.
"The Citadel mages were the ones that handed them over to her to begin."
She rolled her eyes and looked at Roberto, hoping he shared her impatience for the royal stinginess, but Roberto only shrugged. He was getting used to it.
"Her Majesty has things afoot that I'm not privy to just yet,"
Alton said, staring back out the window at the alien excavation underway.
"And the fact that I'm not privy to them suggests that they are not the sort of thing your people would approve."
"Why my people?"
Orly asked.
"Because of you and me, of course. Whatever she is doing, she intends to keep to herself, or at very least from you. I believe it is quite likely she's briefing her people on that very thing as she hands out the liquefying stones."
"Well, if that's the case, then why did she tell you she wants you back in command of Citadel? Why now? Is it really just because of these aliens?"
"I truly don't know."
"Well, whatever she's doing," Roberto said, "I think we ought to check that stuff out. If they aren't going to send a welcome party out to us, we should send one to them. You know, grab a couple of bottles of good Prosperian booze and go say hi." Orly made a gasping sort of sound at the back of her throat.
"Roberto, that has to be the lamest idea I've ever heard."
"What? Why?"
Because it's stupid. Do you really need another reason after that?"
"Why is it stupid? We're sitting here waiting for them to send a welcome party out to us. But now we're too good to do the same?" Alton's cheek twitched up on one side. There was some truth to that. He glanced to Roberto and nodded that he agreed. "See?" Roberto said, squaring on Orly. "Let's go check it out. This is boring, and you said yourself they might not have seen us. Look at all this dirt blowing around. And compared to them, we're tiny. We're like some weird little pieces of bacteria to them, sitting here hoping they'll discover us in all this blowing dust." "Yeah, and when they do discover us," she said, "they'll hit us with an antibacterial blast and get back to business before any of them get sick." "Fine, then we can be like an amoeba or something. They don't make people sick." She groaned, exasperated, and put her hands on her hips. "Yes, they do! God, Roberto! Be serious! You know exactly what I mean." He looked to Alton and shrugged, hands out to his sides, helpless, his expression the very essence of innocence. Alton knew him well enough to know better by now. But that changed little. Alton was in agreement, and his adventurous nature had already begun to get the better of him.
"I say we do it," he said, "and I'll admit I've been curious to try out that wheeled contraption you've parked in here."
He nodded in the direction of the rugged ground rover Orly had brought into the boot.
"Every time I see it, I can't help but feel it might be fun to take it out and see what it can do. I should think this is the exact reason we have it here, which was your idea, I'd like to point out."
"I should think it is, most indubitably, too," Roberto said, doing his best approximation of Alton's Prosperian accent, and making taunting faces at Orly all the while. "I'll drive. Besides, I want to set up a signal relay to boost the satellite. These storms are a bitch to see through. It will be easier to watch from orbit. 2 birds with 1 stone, you know?" He was already going for his spacesuit. Orly ran to intercept. "Absolutely not! This is the dumbest idea either of you have ever had since your last dumb idea. What is wrong with you two? I just barely got married, for Christ's sake, and now you want to get us all killed." "Sometimes you're such a candias, Orly," Roberto said. "Grow a pair. Life is short. Have some fun." He pulled his spacesuit down off the rack. Alton was beside him, doing likewise. "Oh, my God!" Orly said. "Are you serious? Both of you?" "It will be fun," Roberto insisted. She looked to Alton, who smiled as he went around the back side of the suit rack to step out of his robes. He took his spacesuit from its place and began pulling it on.
"Yes, it will be," he agreed. "Come along, Orly. Not every alien in the universe will be the nasty kind. Just look how nicely you and I got on."
"Yeah," said Roberto. "Just look." Orly could have brought up the body counts of the last interplanetary war, but she saw that it was useless. The two of them were already devoted to the plan. With a sigh, and less modesty than Alton, she reached for her own spacesuit. In short order, she had it on and pressurized. Soon after, the 3 of them were bouncing along the rocky terrain, often having to drive around large boulders or deep crags in the ground. The wind blew so hard against the vehicle that, at times, Roberto had to fight to keep it going straight. Orly pointed out with each successive blast that what they were doing was a terrible idea. They stopped long enough for Roberto to set up a signal repeater for his satellite and to get a camera pointed at the dig site, then continued on their way. Soon after, they were very close, and still no giant mechanized soldiers appeared. No multi-headed aliens with prodigious blasting rays arrived to decimate them. Nothing came out to do anything to them at all. In fact, they drove right up to the side of one of the enormous digging machines, and Roberto, despite Orly's protests, parked the vehicle, got out, and climbed up one of the giant tracks that encircled its many massive wheels, each of which measured 95 yards high. He climbed it easily, with a helpful gravity adjustment via the Higgs prism on his belt, and the fact that the track's trailing side protected him from the wind. But the moment he conquered the ascent and climbed atop the wide track, a gust of wind blasted him so hard he flew right off over the edge. Were it not for the fact that his sealed spacesuit worked just like a box for teleporting, he might not have survived. But Alton's quick reaction with a teleport spell snatched the screaming Spaniard from the teeth of the wind before he could be blown entirely away. Unfortunately, however, the use of magic reset Alton's suit controls to default settings, at which point Orly had to immediately put herself to work, getting the mixture, temperatures, and timers set properly again.
"Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit,"
Roberto muttered the whole time Orly was at it.
"That was so fucking close."
Orly's gloved fingers played the controls of the wizard's spacesuit with the dexterity of a pianist. But, busy as she was, she managed to unleash a barrage of "I told you so" remarks, completely unsympathetic to Roberto's fright. Something about that seemed to calm him, though, and before she'd finished fixing Alton's suit, he was grinning again.
"God damn, Alton, I swear, if you hadn't married her already, I'd marry you right now," Roberto said. "That was some piece of timing, bro."
Alton grinned through his helmet at his friend as he nodded.
"I'm happy to have helped. But let's not do anything that reckless going forward, shall we? It seems my suit doesn't like that particular spell at all, and my dear wife may not be in the mood to fix it next time."
Roberto grinned, the adrenaline receding enough that he could laugh.
"Man, you should have seen the view up there. It's no wonder they haven't sent anyone out to talk to us. Seriously, you guys were invisible down here. I seriously think they don't know we're out here." "I wonder if perhaps we should consider knocking,"
Alton said. Orly paused long enough to look up at him, her expression beyond bewilderment. But when she saw that he was completely serious, she sighed, shook her head, and resumed the muttering of profanities as she continued working on his suit.
"Knocking?"
Roberto asked. The exultation of his experience still burned brightly in his eyes, a sort of pleasant madness settling upon him, the euphoria of risk.
"Yes, perhaps they have some sort of, I don't know, a knocker or a cord,"
Alton postulated.
"You mean like on that big tongue thing these backhoes came out on? That's kind of a welcome mat, if you ask me."
Alton frowned at the unfamiliar term, but knew by the movement of Roberto's thumb what he was talking about.
"Yes, there may be something that we can activate. A button or a lever. Perhaps a symbol to push. Something of the sort your people use for everything."
Roberto's grin might have been described as maniacal, as he agreed.
"Let's do it."
"You guys are making me feel like the old fuddy-duddy grandma here,"
Orly said, as she finished the reset on Alton's suit.
"But how many times do I have to point out that this is a terrible idea? You could have died just now, Roberto, and Alton might have too if something worse had happened to this damn suit."
"But we didn't die," Roberto said, "and I'm actually having fun. Aren't you, Alton?" "I am," Alton replied. "It's been a while since being the Galactic Mage was this exhilarating. It's how it ought to be. Just fun, without several billion lives at stake."
"What about our lives?" Orly said. "And aren't we supposed to be waiting for Citadel to arrive? Couldn't we have more fun with them? You know, the more the merrier, but with a whole bunch of magicians and several regiments of cavalry, in case fun becomes screaming and dying all of a sudden?"
She winced even as she said the last part, knowing full well what was going to come, which it did.
"Cavalry will be of no use here," Alton said, "and I'm still not convinced liquefying stone will be enough to channel with that great column of mana yellow fire has made of everything. I should think even with the liquefying stone, they'll be fighting over the barest wisps. By comparison, yellow fire's mana draw is a torrent to blue fire's gentle stream, and he's still convalescing. I can't imagine what it will be like when he's at full health. I continue to be awed by the capacity of this universe to redefine my understanding of what the word power means."
"Come on, Orly. You're an adventurer," Roberto said. "Ever since I've known you, you've never been a sissy inside girl. Now you sound like somebody's mom,
I was serious when I said you need to grow a pair.
I don't want a pair if having them means I'm going to start climbing giant space tractors and getting blown to my death.
Hey, I didn't die. Your boy has my back. And, if I'm being honest, that was pretty damn fun. We could start a whole sporting industry out of that. Alien track jumping. We could make a fortune selling trips out here to adrenaline junkies.
As if these, whatever they are just going to park their equipment here for your amusement, she said. Besides, you have a coffee fortune in the making. I'd think you'd want to live long enough to spend what your goblin tea empire is going to pile up for you before you get yourself killed trying to make a second heap.
She looked to Daulton for support on that, but he was already turning the vehicle around, Roberto having let him drive this time. They lurched forward awkwardly as Daulton got used to the controls, and Roberto helped him get it down over the course of the next several miles. By the time they'd gotten to where the tongue-like ramp seemed to loll out of the nearest ship, the Prosperian was nearly a master at it. They came to a stop at the base of the giant, sinuous-seeming ramp. Roberto jumped out and went to the edge where it touched the ground. He knelt down and took what readings he could with the helmet's sensors as Daulton and Orly approached the side of the ship itself, some 200 yards away. The body of the thing rose so high above them that by the time they were close enough to the hull to touch it, they were well beneath an endless-seeming, upward-curving overhang.
"By the gods, this thing is enormous," Daulton said. "Every time I get a little bit closer to it, it seems to expand exponentially."
A ship that's almost 30 miles long will do that to you,
Orly said. He reached out and tentatively tapped the hull before she had time to tell him to stop. He tapped it like he might have tapped the handle of a pot that's been off the cook fire for only a little while. Nothing untoward happened. He touched it again, longer this time.
"I wish I could take off my glove," he said. "This stuff has a really strange look to it. It's not wood, but it kind of looks like it. Or maybe bone."
Orly pulled her tablet out of the pouch on her belt and scanned the hull closely.
"It's some kind of protein," she said. "I'd need to get a sample and take it to a fleet ship to tell anything more."
She thought back to the last time she'd tried to take a sample from the surface of an alien thing. The plug that the first hostile orb her people had ever seen stuffed into the hole it had drilled into the Aspect's hull. That event had portended a deadly sequence of events.
"Hey," said Roberto over the comm. "Something's coming."
"Something what?"
Orly asked. She turned to see Roberto jump down off the edge of the ramp, which he had apparently begun to climb.
"What is it?"
"I don't know,"
he said, backing away from the ramp, looking over the side as he did.
"But whatever it is, it's really big."
A glow began to make itself obvious against the blowing storm, illuminating the dust in a way that promised whatever the source was, it was very bright. The glow increased, bouncing off the violent, stirred airborne topsoil like a wide-beamed spotlight on clouds. A rumble became apparent, both in the air and beneath their feet. Daulton and Orly began to back away from the hull, craning their necks back in their spacesuits as best they could, trying to see what it was that was coming down the ramp, though doing so was like trying to see what was on a bridge while standing underneath. The light grew very bright, and then, like a small sun in the grip of a glimmering metallic tentacle, the light swung out over the edge of the massive ramp and dangled high above the two newlyweds.
"What the hell is that?"
Roberto asked.
"I can't see it from down here,"
Orly said. She and Daulton hustled backward all the more.
"What's it look like from over there?"
"I don't know. Like two huge hoops, rolling side by side around a giant glass egg. There's some puffy balloon thing or something in the middle of it, with a bunch of spaghetti arms. I'm getting it on video, though."
"Well, maybe this is the creature coming to greet us finally,"
Daulton said, drawing up his courage. He raised his hand and waved, on the chance that the creature could see them by that bright light high above. The light began to descend, and it became so bright he had to turn away.
"Green button on your sleeve," Orly said. "Darken the helmet glass."
Alton looked down to his spacesuit sleeve, seeing as he did that the light was so bright he now cast a shadow as black as pitch behind him, a short, stubby version of him like an ink stain. He found the button, though its green hue was nearly washed out to white in the brilliance of the light.
"Oh, shit!"
Roberto said. Alton almost had time to ask him why. The end. For more information about the author, his other novels, and his works in progress, please visit DaultonBooks.com. If you would like to be notified when new releases are made available, sign up for the Daulton Books newsletter. This has been Alien Arrivals, the Galactic Mage Series Book 4, written by John Daulton, narrated by David Botcher. Copyright 2014 by John Daulton. Production copyright 2014 by John Daulton.